For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Bowls on the back foot. Carey plays magnificently. Yeah, bowls to him. He goes after the drive and hits it superbly.
Jansen to Carey, who drives beautifully along the carpet.
Bowls and Carey goes after it and flays it wide of mid-off for 4. As good a looking boundary as you could cast. He bowls to Carey, who cuts away for 4. Bat raised immediately as it beat cover. It's a maiden test ton for Alex Carey as he comes back for a third. He's a fully fledged Aussie keeper now. It's rare company. A joyful feat. The first by an Australian keeper in nearly a decade. And he draws alongside Rod Marsh with a century on the MCG.
It was a really special moment. I have to probably thank Kevin Sheedy that it was a test 100 rather than a run around with GWS on the footy field. He pointed me in the cricket direction. So, yeah, really special day.
King Carey reigns again at the MCG. Alex Carey brings his sporting journey full circle with an elegant maiden test ton, putting the finishing touches to Australia's mammoth first innings total. Cummins bowls. Elgar fends down the leg side. Carey no down. They like it. This is all about whether it carried.
The glove.
The crowd has decided. And now it's just Chris Gaffney to confirm.
The big screen.
Here it comes. Elgar gone for a duck.
It's more than grim. It's a big concern. I mean, it wasn't the first time. It was an unlucky dismissal. It's obviously a part of the Australian bowling plan because it's the second occasion that they've got him out down there. For me, a massive worry is from South Africa's perspective, we just don't seem to learn from the mistakes that we've made.
The question for them will come on Elgar as the leader because they haven't looked inspired at all. So this series could take him down because his numbers as skipper aren't brilliant and he's had a miserable time here with the bat, even not just this series but previous series. So I think the questions would be asked of his leadership.
And the summer in Australia has been a graveyard for many a visiting captain. Dean Elgar is walking that tough path. Can he rouse South Africa in what remains? And what will the long-term ramifications of this campaign be? This is SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
It's 17 years since Australia won a series against South Africa on these shores. That will surely end on day 4 at the MCG. 3 straight wins for South Africa in series in Australia. But Australia has this test match by the throat and the chance to go 2-0 up and reclaim the trophy. Rain washed us out late yesterday. South Africa to resume at 1 for 15. They require 387 just to make Australia bat again. SEN Test Cricket, Gerard Whateley with you. Simon Katich is part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard, Flem and all our listeners.
Damien, Fleming, welcome.
Morning, Gerard, Simon, listeners.
There are a lot of rare clubs that Alex Carey is now a part of, including the rarest of all, which is the combine of Australian cricket and the GWS Giants. Simon, as you and he will have valedictory dinners for years to come.
Well, he was the first captain there, and I wasn't at the club when he was there, but all of the boys that I spoke to spoke about him so highly. They loved him. Unfortunately, his footy career didn't play out the way he would have liked, but I tell you what, he'd be happy with the way his Test cricket career is playing out at the moment. That was magnificent yesterday.
So just a quick one about his footy. Where was he short as an AFL player? Obviously, he was captaining him in the VFL or the reserves.
NEFL, I think it was.
NEFL.
Yeah. I'm not sure, mate.
I don't think he was quick enough.
Yeah, it happened before I was there.
I just thought he would have done his rest. Okay, Carey, no, that was tremendous, wasn't it? It's a unique record for Australians that have scored hundreds as a wicketkeeper. He joins the late, great Rod Marsh here at the MCG. Aussies that have got there. But it's the way he went about it too. I was so impressed, Cutter, because he come in, Norkia on fire, attacking the stumps, and both... Head and Warner, they got good deliveries, but they didn't help either. They were both going backwards. He just got on the front foot straight away and just bunted it to mid-off. Like within one ball, I've gone, my God, he's seeing them well. He's moving well into the ball. So we're going to expect a lot of runs from Carey. And he provides a lot of leadership on the field. I mean, we've got an absolute beauty and exciting to, I think, for the future, if Head at 5, continues, even if he scores the rate of Warner, like in the 70s, that's fast. Green may go up to 4, which you've spoken about before, Cato. But at the moment, Green, Head, Green, Carey, that looks fantastic, doesn't it? It does. In a batting sense.
Yeah, it was the manner with which he scored the runs. You're spot on, Flem. Like, it wasn't easy yesterday morning. It was a great spell from Norkia. And no doubt the South Africans wanted to come and make amends from the day before, and it was obviously a lot cooler and bowling conditions were better. But what I loved was the driving on the up. I mean, that is the sign of someone that's really confident in their game, because the ball, a lot of the time when he was hitting it wide and mid-off and through cover, wasn't like genuine half volleys, but he was just standing there getting his momentum through the ball and then hitting it on the up with a beautiful full face of the bat. And I can only recall seeing him maybe mistime 1 or 2 shots yesterday where he might have snapped his top elbow just a little bit early and the bat angle changed, but the rest of it was just a high elbow, full face of the bat, and just everything going back through the line of the ball where he wanted to hit it, whether it was offside, leg side. I mean, the on-drive was perfect balance, and you could see from his head position right from the word go, he's in very good form. It's just he hasn't had much time at the crease, so it was hard to tell where he was at, but it was brilliant yesterday.
There was some wag tweeted yesterday that the Giants have never got to 111 at the MCG. And Alex Carey did that yesterday. The wicketkeepers.
I saw him lose by 25 goals to the Hawks one
day.
The
wicketkeepers who have scored centuries for Australia. So this tells you how rare it is. Rod Marsh, Wayne Phillips, Ian Healy, Adam Gilchrist, Brad Haddon, Matthew Wade, and now Alex Carey. And we were recounting in real time only the centenary test here with Rod Marsh. So the first Australian keeper to make a ton in a Boxing Day test. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's magnificent. And just the way he went about it. And it's not easy. I mean, Cam Green talked about it as well, like batting against the West Indies. You walk out there, they're already depleted. And it's a skill you need to learn, and he's only new in his career. You know, Steve Waugh was big on it. Alan Border before him, ruthless. You've got to cash in here. And Steve Waugh does get bagged a bit for his not outs and all that, but he got the most out visibility. He learned how to bat with tail enders. He gave you a lot of confidence out there. So that's all ahead of Cam Green, who also batted really well. But for someone like Carey, and he's a real team-orientated sort of player. He's not massive with his celebrations, but Cam's Green's was bigger.
Yeah.
And earlier.
Guesses 100.
That was the best part of it,
unreal.
I think.
Yeah, I think the coaching staff have used that as an example. I mean, that's the culture. Yep. That's what we want. Because that was genuine joy. As you said, it only just went past the
He crunched it through cover. So I watched the ball and then quickly glanced back, and there's a batter running with his arms and his bat in the air, and I just assumed it was Carey, because why wouldn't he? And it turns out it was Green.
Yeah. So you can't manufacture that.
Yeah.
So this is great for a winning culture, mateship, doing it for the Aussies. Yeah, Carey's innings was just an absolute classic, which went against most of the innings of the day, really.
Well, and that celebration itself gives us a bit of an insight into the fact that you're seeing some young talent in this Australian team go through the journey together. They've only all just pretty much started their test careers together. So that's a pretty exciting time for them to think that as their careers evolve, they'll play more and more together, and they're going to enjoy each other's successes like they did yesterday.
So Carey's journey to the Australian keeper, Tim Payne, is gone unexpectedly just ahead of the Ashes. Carey had been brought through, but there's a moment where they have to choose either Carey or Inglis. And there are, Shane Warne, I think, was the most vocal for Josh Inglis to go for the young, precociously talented rather than the one who'd been groomed for it. I don't think his keeping was quite at test standard when he first started, but that's progressively improved, and now he's added his batting, and now he looks like the long term. He'll get his full run of his career, I think, as Australia's first choice keeper.
Yeah, and look, that's no disrespect to him, because Josh Inglis is a fine young player, and having seen him firsthand, albeit more so in the shorter formats of the game, there's no doubt he's on the radar of the Australian selectors, particularly with the white ball stuff, and potentially down the track with red ball. But at the moment, Alex Carey's earned that spot, and you're right, there's been a few little blips along the way, which happens for keepers because it's a tough job, and you're not always going to go the right way. Sometimes you are going to get wrong-footed with your balance, and particularly with the ball, sometimes angling down leg. And he's keeping to some of the best in the world and some of the quickest bowlers in the world, so you're not going to get it right all of the time. But I think more importantly is that ability now at number 7, and potentially he could bat at number 6 in this next Test match in Sydney and go up, given that innings yesterday, particularly if Cameron Green gets ruled out, as we expect. So that in itself is a feather in his cap that he's in such good form that he can do that role. Yeah,
2 of our greatest keepers of all time. Rod Marsh started with iron gloves. Ian Healy, the tour to Pakistan, Heels goes, thank God that wasn't televised. He dropped so many catches there, and they were battling out for our keeper of the century. I think Heels got that honour. And with Alex, I don't remember too many problems to Nathan Lyon. It's actually back to the quicks. He dropped a couple extending to his right because he reminds me of Adam Gilchrist, both 6'1", 6'2", long levers. And the one thing, Adam Gilchrist, he ate them up. He was underrated catcher of the ball, Gilly, big wingspan. But the more he's played, the more he's getting those. So he's going to take a lot more catches, Gilchrist-like catches, just because of his height and his levers.
Does Australia win the series today?
I think so. Yeah, I think South Africa should dig in, and they've got plenty to play for. A number of their top order will be under huge pressure. And given the way the wicket looks, they should be able to try and navigate the new ball and bat long. But whether they've got the mental aptitude to be able to do that and technique to do it, that's going to be the big question. But their mindset should be to make this as difficult as possible for Australia and to scrap as long and hard as they can.
Yeah, it's a team game, but get some personal milestones, because for me, besides Verena, all of them look like they're playing for their careers. What is it, 7 or 8 tests in a row, haven't reached 200. That's not good enough. And they could almost pick a whole different 5 batters. I don't even know who they are, Markham and that we've spoken about. So that's the incentive for South Africa. Get a milestone, solidify yourself in this team and progress your test career. It's going to be tough.
It will be tough.
Because I just talking down there, Mitchell Stark's fine.
Okay.
Fine. And in some ways they feel like it helped with swinging the ball because he wasn't holding it as tense. He actually had a looser grip and it swung more. So he's fine. So it's only Cam Green that they're down. Boland hasn't even bowled yet. So,
they've had a couple of days off
today. Pardon?
They've had a couple of days off, so they should be fresh.
Yep. And Lyon will play a big role, and I imagine he's pretty keen.
He certainly is. He was talking us through some of the fields he's going to employ when we saw him out in the middle before, and it sounded pretty good to me.
You're claiming victory on this front, aren't you? That Nathan Lyon just subtly raised his bat twice on 25 yesterday.
Subtly once, and then I'd have spoke to him. He goes, what happens if you're not in the commentary? This has been the running commentary throughout the year. And I go, mate, don't you look up, I'll be somewhere, even if I'm outside. And he reckons he did see me jumping in. And that's when he gave the more significant raise. But, this won't stop here. This is big. I hadn't had confirmation. Hazelwood's in, Boland's in. Ooh. They're all in.
Okay, so just recount for us, for those who weren't with us earlier in the Test match and they haven't seen Channel 7 yesterday, what the history of your campaign is.
Yeah. So the history, 2001 Ashes, the fast bowling cartel have had enough of batsmen. It's all about their contracts and milestones. Where are our milestones? Where do we? So we come up with raising the ball. And it's actually, I didn't get to do it on a test in that, but in a tour game, it was a bit of a buzz.
Yep.
See, we see now, like everyone's doing it, right? Next Test match, we had another little bit of a meeting, and I just went, well, I've got to win there. I might go one further. If you bat 9, 10 or 11 and you get 25, you should raise your bat. Because Nathan Lyon hasn't got a Test 50, and he's been a fine tail ender, but so many times he would have got 50s. It was allowed more time, but people are getting out on him. So I threw it to the group, and I think Steve Waugh spoke for the group. He said no. Tugger just went, no. So it's been in my head for 20 years. And then I started, we did filming for Stumped, you know, the world's greatest cricket quiz show.
Yes.
But I am the reigning champ, 4 years in a row. And I posed it to him there and just got legs. And I reminded him again yesterday. And he's in, isn't he? He's loving it. So 9, 10, 11s, get those bats up. Wicket keepers, I haven't spoke to Kez yet. 5 dismissals, get the glove up.
Yeah, that one has to get up, I reckon. Now that, because the ball is such a great part of it now. Cam Green's celebration and 60,000 people get to go with him when he does it. The keeper should absolutely have
Sean
the
Pollock
final
not happy.
innings.
He wants one little thing. He notices batsmen get 100s, 200s, and the opposition team shake his hands. He's waiting for the day a bowler walks off with the ball and an opposition member actually shakes his hand, acknowledges it. So the batsmen have still got a lot to pay a price. You know, there's other skills involved in the game of cricket besides just blocking them.
So I love that there is the reaction in the Channel 7 commentary box. So you're part of this.
No, there was anger.
There was anger.
Katich.
I mean, that's in my heritage, mate, for anger to come out straight away, so I couldn't help myself. But once again, it's a great example of bowlers lowering the bar. Like 25, give me a break. Did you see any of the batsmen? Does Marnus Labuschagne hold the ball up when he takes one for?
Well, it's only a one for.
Well, we might have to
part-time bowlers.
include that.
We are full-time lower order batsmen. We are full-time lower order batsmen. Part-time is not part of it. So no part-time 1 for 2 fors, no.
Mate, you guys are part-time players. You play half the game. You bowl, you come off, you spend half the game watching while the boys do the job with the bat. The batsmen play the whole game, mate. We have to field.
Well, when you make a first ball duck, you're out of the game, right? Even if we're not getting wickets, we're building pressure for our teammate at the other end. So full-time lower order batsman, 25, raise your bat, please.
I love it. I love it. The pitch report for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. What did you see, Simon?
It still looks very, very good. There's not a lot of wear and tear on that wicket, even though it's day 4. So I think, obviously, the new ball will be challenged because of the Australian skills and their pace and what they provide. But I think there's still plenty of runs out there if you're prepared to do the hard yards.
What do you think of the pitch overall, Flem?
Yeah, I mean, if we get a result on day 4, you'd have to give it a big tick. I think there might have to be more grass. You know, I know Matty was criticised last year against England, but really, if you take out Bolo 6 for 7, it would have been a 4-day test, and they didn't bat well. So I was happy with those extra couple of millimetres. I think if there was 2 really good batting teams here, we might have had a draw.
Yep, so still a work in progress for you.
Oh, no, but he had 3 really good years. I just wonder whether the ranking last year, the Gabba getting, you know, a lot of criticism about being too bowler-friendly. You know, they've erred a little bit on. But once again, you had some hot days, so, you know, you got to manage, you know, you can't predict the way it's going to be. And it cooled quickly yesterday. You know, it was supposed to be, the forecast was hot for at least half the day. But no, I think we need more grass here at the MCG on the drop-ins.
An early start with the amount of cricket we lost yesterday. It was a little more than I imagined. Our weather is for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. 22 is the top today. It's 16 currently. There's no rain forecast. There are thunderstorms forecast for tomorrow afternoon if South Africa were able to stretch this on and potentially take it deep. So there might be a safe harbour on a weather front, but that is so far off. A full day of cricket in store today. So, Kat, we'll have you in for the first ball. Have you done your homework? Have you got your Sydney 11?
I'm scrambling, Gerard. I've got 10. I'm 1 short at the moment.
All right, you've got a bit of work to go and finish off. Simon Katich, part of our pre-game show for Isuzu D-Max and MUX. And Trojan Tools built tough. We're about to be joined by Josh Hazlewood. Dwayne Russell and Chris Rogers are downstairs. So what is Josh's immediate and long-term future in Test cricket? He's one of the most intriguing players around the group at the moment. He's watching on. He will give us his insights next. This is SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
delays continue getting out of Melbourne on the Westgate Freeway due to annual roadworks. There's only the right lane getting through heading outbound. Delays are back to the Balti. There are no delays, though, for Wurundjeri Way getting out to Footscray Road or Dynon Road. Much better alternative. Take Geelong Road instead of the Westgate. It's end-of-year madness at JB with crazy end-of-year deals like 25% off computers and 10% off Apple Mac. That is crazy. Only at JB. And that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Imagine a betting app made for you. On Dabble, you can follow your mates, stalk the experts or trending tipsters, scroll through trending bets and copy them in one tap. Get alerts when your mates and expert tipsters place bets with no fear of missing out on a bet. Go on, download the app and have a dabble. Dabble socially, gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
The legendary reliability of Toro mowers has made them best on ground at Real Madrid and St Andrews. Then there's the legendary toughness of Toro irrigation that makes them best underground too. And now you can rely on Toro for your home ground. Check out Toro War Power mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and garden irrigation systems now available at Bunnings Warehouse and your local Toro dealer. For the home ground advantage, you can count on Toro.
Jenny is a consultant. Her challenge. Renew her professional indemnity insurance for less. Jenny, are you
I did it online.
Already?
I just went to bizcover.com.au, compared policies from top insurers and saved hundreds.
It's not very dramatic.
Well, I also earned Qantas points with Qantas Business Rewards.
Ooh. Saving money with the business insurance specialists is so easy, there are literally no dramas. Go to bizcover.com.au to get instant cover online and save.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
Where do you go for really good advice on renting trucks?
I'd start with the biggest. They've got to know a bit.
And who are the biggest?
Budget. Budget are the biggest. They're the specialists.
And the prices?
Jump on the website. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
So, a fair price plus good advice.
That's a poem, that is. Fair price, good advice. Nice.
Head to budgettrucks.com.au or just drop into your local budget for a chat.
There's one over there.
We know.
Flight Centre have been busy crunching the numbers to bring you the wrap-up of Australia's Year in Travel 2022. Here's what they found. They made a hotel booking this year for a duration of 1,092 days. Their travellers hired 31,319 cars. 10 of their top 22 destinations were domestic holiday spots, with Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane and Gold Coast in the top 5. They recruited 1,300 new travel experts to make these holiday dreams come true. Flight Centre, your one-stop shop centre.
Flight Centre.
Get Set Bet. The bookie big enough to give you a quality betting experience, but small enough to treat you like a VIP. A very important punter. That's why customers say Get Set Bet's all-round offer is second to none. Oh, and if you love the cricket, they're the bookie for you. So, want great value and better service? Get Set Bet. Visit getsetbet.com.au or download the app.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. MUX, go your own way. And for Trojan Tools, tools built tough with a lifetime guarantee.
Early start today, so 10 o'clock the first ball. South Africa 1 for 15. Australia's push for victory. Avea is 7, De Bruyne is 6. Elgar, the man, gone for naught. There is competition in this Australian lineup like rarely before. And there are gaps clearly heading to Sydney with the injuries to Mitch Starc and Cam Green. So where does this sit Josh Hazlewood, who wasn't quite ready by his own hand to challenge for the place with Scott Boland in this test match? Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX. And for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Dwayne Russell and Chris Rogers are downstairs. We're inside the Australian camp for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
They're with Josh Hazelwood.
Josh Hazelwood does join us. Josh, thanks for your time. The big question is, are you fit for Sydney?
Yeah. At this stage, I am. Yes, a few more overs to bowl during this game out in the nets, but I had a good hit out 2 days ago, and all the signs are good, and feel ready and fit.
You've crawled from 55 to 58 tests, 3 of the last 14. So I know you must be getting frustrated. Pat Cummins said this latest side injury was in unusual spot. What does that mean?
I'm not a doctor, but it was just I think it was just below the 12th rib. I'm not really sure what that means, but it was a very minor strain, so a lot different to last year, and obviously got it right at the back end of the first test, so I didn't have to push it too much, and recovered really quickly. Sort of had a week off bowling and came back and didn't feel it at all. It was just about the workloads, I guess, and getting that confidence that, for this game, if I could bank on less than 30 overs, I would have been sweet. But, if it goes deep today, and especially with Greenie going down, 40 overs might have been a stretch, so made the call before the game.
You said you're fit for Sydney. Have the selectors told you you're going to play?
I think I'll be right, yeah. Haven't had a chat to them, but before this game, I was obviously had a good chat with them over a few days, and it ended up being my call for the game. So, feeling in a good position.
And the Ashes is coming up. I mean, it's a long way off. There's a lot to go under the bridge before that. But you were so important in 2019. How are you going to prepare knowing there's an Indian Test series where fast bowling spots are at a premium, and then you'll be in the IPL as well? So you probably haven't had the red ball prep you might want to have. How do you think you're going to prepare for the Ashes? Yeah, I think during the IPL is probably a crucial time, whether it's, getting a few more balls in at training each session. There's obviously opportunities in and around games. Training's every second day, as you guys know. So, and it's probably just a good time to have a good strength focus as well. So we'll map that out with the physio and the trainer here with CA, and get a nice plan together of what that looks like throughout that period, and try and put that into place.
Might be multiple changes for Sydney as well. There was indication from Andrew McDonald yesterday that Morris was a chance to come in as well. Might be you, Morris, spinner. How's that looking? It might be a complete change. Yeah, I think with Greenie and the broken finger, that sort of opens it up completely. We've really relied on him to have that balance for the team, and I think with him out, it opens up a lot of options. In particular at Sydney, it probably lends itself to maybe another spinner as well, depending on how that wicket plays. There hasn't been a lot of 4-day cricket on that wicket this year, so we'll probably assess that when we get there and make a call pretty late, I'd assume. Extra bowler, maybe? Potentially. I think we saw with Cares yesterday, getting that he's a class act as a batter, so who knows? As for today, the pitch doesn't look too different. Do you expect any different kind of tactics for the Australian bowlers? I think as the day goes on, you might see it. I think the new ball in particular is very important. We've only bowled, I think, maybe half a dozen overs with that so far, and the next probably 10 or 15 overs is crucial. And then I think there might be a few partnerships, and you might see a few different options with the ball, whether it's a short ball attack or hang the ball wide. So we'll play it by ear. And Mitch Stark's finger, how did he pull up? Yeah, he seems okay. 140 k's swinging it, so it looks okay. Yeah, I think he's obviously in a lot of pain and dealing with that, but I think as far as bowling, I think he'll get through today, yeah. Will it be a tricky day if it is a full day, even tomorrow morning, for load for these guys, given there'll be reduced capacity with Green not bowling and maybe Stark not being able to bowl the amount of overs? Yeah, I think you'll see Gazza probably bowl quite a fair bit from one end, and we'll rotate the quicks from the other. But with Greenie going down, it's that just lose that nice balance that we've had for a while now. So maybe a bit more workload on the quicks, yeah. Marnus putting his hand up a few times, has he been? Marnus always puts his hand up to bowl. It's just a matter of what he bowls, leg spin or pace. But I saw him working on his run up there yesterday in the nets. So who knows what's going to happen? Your white ball cricket's taken off, and you've been unbelievable. And the Test cricket probably hasn't gone the way you want because of injury. Do you look at Anderson Broad, take inspiration, and do you have a goal in Test cricket? Not really. I haven't really thought about it too much. I think when you're playing all the 3 formats, you sort of just take every game as it comes, because there's always a game 2 days away, a day away. I think it probably has its time limit, 3 formats. As you just mentioned, the English guys narrowing their focus and getting through a lot of cricket, in particular Test cricket. But I guess that's the beauty of cricket. If you're struggling in one format,
you might excel in another, and sort of refreshes you as well. So I'm not too sure. Looking forward, yeah.
What is your favourite format?
Oh, it's still Test cricket, definitely. Until you probably play Test cricket and you feel sore for about 3 months. But no, it's still my favourite format. And as you mentioned before, been frustrated the last few years. So yeah, we'll have to sit down and try and work out a plan of how best to move forward and play continuous Test cricket again.
Yeah, which the frustration's interesting because you've always got a smile on your face. You seem to approach your life pretty well with the right attitude, and yet it must knock you around a little bit mentally sometimes.
Yeah, it does. It does. In particular, probably the home Test matches, I think. Subcontinent, I've obviously missed out a little bit of late, but that's just team balance and the conditions. We've seen other teams do it for years now and play 2 spinners or even 3 spinners. So, yeah, there's no fuss there. It's just probably the home Test that hurt the most, in particular, Test matches like this at Boxing Day.
Josh, we'll see you in Sydney.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Josh Hazelwood downstairs with Dwayne Russell and Chris Rogers. So he is fit for Sydney and he does expect to play, given the conversations that he has been a part of. It's a terrific insight to get ahead of day 4, where the makeup of the next team is such a talking point as we watch Australia go about their work and see if they can close out this MCG Test today. Our apparel sponsor is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. The other major talking point throughout this Test match is the state of the MCG pitch and how it's been presented, how it's differed from year to year, and the recovery phase out of 2017 and 2018, where it just couldn't deliver the Test matches that the occasion deserved. I don't think so much work has been done. I feel like this has been a triumphal Test so far, with the 142,000 odd in and the cricket that we have seen. So Stuart Fox, the Chief Executive, who's led the project right throughout the past 5 years with the curator, Matt Page. Stuart's going to join us in the SEN Test cricket box next. Our experts are here for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Looking to upgrade to the latest phone? Get huge deals on select phones at Optus with month-to-month SIM plans. Head into an Optus store or shop online today. Great value starts with Yes.
Delays continue heading outbound on the Westgate Freeway today from just after the Balti to the top of the bridge. You'll be on the brakes. That's due to only one lane open thanks to ongoing roadworks. We've got a crash still on the go over in Somerton, affecting the intersection of Sydney Road and Cooper Street. Right-hand lane closed. Want great value on mobile quality fuel? Download the My 7-Eleven fuel price lock to start your savings adventure. Savings not guaranteed. Visit 711.com.au for T's and C's. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
It's Shaq here. You Aussie sure are built different. I can walk into a pub and say, "Pikey in the last," and you all know what I'm talking about. You know what else is built different? The PointsBet app. It's faster, easier, with unique markets and better offers. It now also has Racing.com form analysts, where you can get expert tips, race previews, and form factors. Best of all, it takes just 1 minute to sign up and start betting. I'm in. PointsBet. Built different.
Call Gamblers Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Gamble responsibly.
Have you got a dream? A dream renovation? A dream man cave?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your freight deliveries is crucial to growing your business, especially in the busy part of the year. EFS are experts in delivering simple freight solutions that'll transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. Talk to EFS in the new year and get a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
The CR-V is here to impress in all its delightful detail with Honda sensing, legendary Honda reliability and intuitive tech features. Order now with delivery from January. Visit honda.com.au to find out more. Honda Australia Pty Ltd. LMCT 4136.
Greyhound racing in Victoria has never been so accessible as it is with the Watchdog app and website. Every Victorian greyhound race is live and free. Plus, you'll have access to the thoughts and tips from the experts, every dog's form, news items and latest odds. With the new Black Book function, you can also save your favourite dogs and be notified when they're running. Every race, every track, live and free to your device when you want it. Greyhound Racing Victoria's Watchdog app and website. Greyhound Racing has never been so close.
Officeworks is here to help you work from anywhere with Samsung Galaxy Buds Live for $124 or Samsung Galaxy Watch 4 40mm for $297. Always low prices at Officeworks.
Brick Lane One Love Pale Ale is the ultimate crowd pleaser. Find it on special now at Dan Murphy's with your My Dan Murphy's card. Save $7.99 per case. Brick Lane One Love Pale Ale. It's the one for all. Enjoy responsibly.
When enjoying a punt, easy does it with Punt 123. Punt123.bet is your home for all your punting needs with same race multis and same game multi options, including daily promotions on all the major sporting and racing events. It's punting made easy. Get in the game with Punt 123. Visit punt123.bet or download the app today.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue for you, call 1-800-858-858.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Matt Page has been able to... He's talked about how he's been able to compact it and make it harder and that it's flying through. I think it's been excellent. It helps when you have a number of bowlers on each side who can let it go or are really tall, but I think that then the good bowlers stand out as well because you have to be a good bowler to make the most of these conditions. If you're not, it's good enough as a batting pitch that you'll get put away.
Chris Rogers is the local coach here in Victoria. He loves the pitch that's been presented for this Test match Boxing Day 2022. We've had just shy of 142,000 fans through the gates in the first 3 days, and those who come on day 4 are likely to see the climax of it. Our pre-game show for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Stuart Fox is the Chief Executive of the Melbourne Cricket Club. Stuart, always great to catch up at this Test. Congratulations and welcome.
Morning, Gerard. How are you?
I think it's been a triumph. What do you think?
Oh, it's been great. There's been a bit of everything, hasn't there? Good, some good bowling and some great batting. A terribly hot day, day 2. Bay 13's been fired up. It's been great, I think. It's gone really well.
Let's talk the pitch. How do you rate it?
I think it's very good. Really pleased with it. You know, there's always pressure on in the lead up, and you know it was well documented with what happened with the Gabba, but I tried to get our guys just to focus on what they're good at, and I think, you know, the last 4 or 5 years we've been really pleased with how the pitch has progressed, given it wasn't in a great spot, you know, back in 2017.
I thought you channeled your inner coach brilliantly in the days ahead. No, I've told him not to read the papers, not to hear the media, but just give me an insight into, so last year, 2 days in a session, and not the rating that anyone would have hoped for from the ICC. I think actually a few of us were, was a bit jarring. And then a 2-day test match in Brisbane. Was there, for a 12-month period and then for a week period, was there pressure to just ensure that the test actually didn't wrap up in such a period of time?
Well, last year was interesting because I never agreed with the pitch rating. I was actually shocked. David Boone has done that to us twice now. And I didn't agree with it, nor did a lot of people around who work around cricket who are experts. But that said, who would have thought Boland just comes out and closes the game down so quickly? We had a lot of spare pies and a lot of chips sitting in the stadium there. But I do think last year had a lot to do with form. But it certainly had some spice in it last year. And look, this year we just want to keep doing the same thing, and you know, make sure the players have a really good opportunity, both bat and ball, to to show their skills, and I think that's what's happened this test.
So there was an adjustment, so 12 mils to 8 mils of grass, and it wasn't nearly as green as it has been in the 4 years since this project really sort of ramped up.
Yeah, the only adjustment was to the length. And we did get some nice warm weather in the lead-up, which was very, very helpful. So there was a small adjustment, but it had nothing to do with the gabba. And I made sure of that because I was very worried that the press and the media coverage around that issue was going to influence, and we don't want that. We just want our guys to do their job. They're very, very good at it, and that adjustment was simply because the previous year there was a bit in it and it was moving about a bit. So, but I wouldn't have minded if the boys produced it again, and I don't know how long the game would have gone for. But this pitch feels good, and I think I haven't heard a lot of commentary around it, but I hope the cricket world have been happy with it.
How close are we to the MCG pitch finally having a true character? This is what the pitch at the MCG for a Boxing Day test is, and repeated year on year.
Well, I think we're terribly close. Like, if you look at the last 3 or 4 years, it's been rated very good or good. And I think, if the players keep coming out and, the batters and the bowlers all have a good chance of, starring, when you get 5 for, if Cam Green gets 5 for, and then you have a double century, a century. I think we had a hat-trick opportunity. It's had everything. So I don't think anyone can really complain. I sometimes get frustrated that there's too much focus on the pitch and not the stars of the game. Like, there's been, our cricket team, particularly the Australians, they're just superstars, and they're at the top of their game at the moment.
Where are you with the long-term project of building new drop-ins, which started those years ago? Yeah,
we're probably halfway through. We've got 12 drop-ins, and I think there's 6 or 7 in at the moment. It's been a huge cricket schedule this year with the World Cup being played here. So our plan is to make sure we keep rebuilding. So if we could do 1 or 2 a year, you've always got fresh pitches coming in, and people probably wouldn't understand this, but you cannot rebuild a pitch and then play on it the next year. It probably takes nearly 3 years to get it up and ready to go. So we've got probably 3 or 4 now that are fresh, what we call fresh pitches, rebuilt, and that's been really positive for us. And we're doing a lot of trialling in the practice nets, and we've done a lot out in the centre. So there's no longer a concrete base that the wickets sit on. It sits on a natural base, and we've replicated that whole environment out in the wicket nursery, which sits out in Yarra Park. I've become a specialist on turf. I was never employed to do this, but I've taken great ownership in turf, and sometimes I drive my staff mad, but it's only because it's such an important factor for cricket.
It is. I've loved our conversations since sort of 2018 onwards. So we're in the... is this always a live thing? Will it always be thus? It felt like our pitches had died and they've been rejuvenated, and then you've got new ones as well. So is this just a sort of a natural evolution with drop-in pitches now, that you'll always have some old and some new?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's always a work in progress. I think we've all seen there's so much. There's a little bit of luck in pitch preparation as well. You need great weather, and you're dealing with a living organism. So, you might want it one way, but it might move, 5 or 10%, which can have a huge impact. So I think we're in a really good spot, and I think the proof's now in the pudding. We're 5 or 6 years in since we produced a poor pitch, and you just don't want to ever go back there again.
The crowd levels, so nearly 142,000 across 3 days. Where does that sit for you?
Look, I'm very pleased. I know there's been a little bit of commentary suggesting they're down. Well, they're actually not down on 2008 when South Africa toured here. They're actually right on par. So you look at, day one, you get 64,000 through the gates. And then, day 2 surprised me. It was awfully hot. And I'm not sure how those fans out in Bay 13 survived the heat. But... you just respect the players when you get a hot day like that. I thought that might have deterred people, but the crowds have been up. People have been spending. We've had just great crowds, great behaviour. It's been a really clean event for us.
We had a few correspondents on day 2, which I promised I would ask you, that they were in the worn stand and they were left to sit in the sun, and they were looking up and seeing the seats in the top deck, which wasn't open for reasons that we understand, and the shade was up there. Might something have been done to offer patrons who were in the sun with no real option to be able to find some shade in the ground?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's always an option for fans to move back into the stand. So, you know, level 1, there was plenty of room across level 1 to go back into the shade. I think if you asked all of those fans out in Bay 13, they were quite happy.
Yes, they were.
They were very happy. They all had their, you know, half of them had their tops off, and, you know, look, it's one of those things. We had to shut down level 4. It's an extremely expensive stadium to just leave fully open with 40,000 people in the stadium. So that's why that decision was made. But people can move about and go into the undercrofts of level 1.
Is there more to be had on Boxing Day, do you think? So I agree with you. I thought 65,000 was a good crowd, but I have been wondering about a midday start at this time of year for this test, where the light isn't an issue with daylight savings, and whether the rhythm of the town and the fit of the festive season, it might actually invite more people to be here for a first ball at 12 rather than being here at 10:30.
I heard your concept, Gerard. I've got to be careful here because the MCC are really a venue to hire. Cricket Australia control the fixturing, as do the AFL here. So we will support whatever they want. I actually personally, I love your idea. I think a 12 o'clock start would work really well. It is a big Christmas day, isn't it? And, you know, you've really got to be up and going at about 8 to get in here and get yourself settled if you want to be ready for that first ball. So I like your idea, and playing sort of into the night, day 1, not suggesting a day-night test, but I don't mind your idea personally. But again, Cricket Australia, you know, I had a quick chat to Nick Hockley about it, and I think they'll look at it. It's a good idea.
So next season is Pakistan, and we just lived through... So the World Cup final was something, but the Pakistan-India game, which none of us will ever forget who are lucky enough to be here. Does your mind spin like a lot of those Pakistan fans, wherever they were from in Australia? We want all of them at Boxing Day next year.
We do. You know, the highest ever day 1 crowd was in 2013 when England were out, and it was 91,000 in the stadium, which is actually capacity for cricket, given you've got seats blocked out for sight screens. So I'd love to shoot for 91,000. You're right. I've never seen anything like it at the MCG. That India-Pakistan game was something else, and the atmosphere, I've never felt it like it. The noise after every ball was just phenomenal, and the families and children and everyone enjoying it. I think if we can be more inclusive and make sure that we cater for all cultures, and we've got to tap into that Pakistan community next year. We want them here, and that, you know, it'd be fantastic to have a full house day 1.
Yeah, the World Cup final night was their night. Being out on the concourse was quite remarkable in the lead up to it. As a venue operator, did you ask anyone, is it possible to get India and Pakistan to play a test match here?
Absolutely. 3 in a row would be lovely at the MCG. You'd fill it every time. We have asked. We've taken that up with Cricket Australia, and I know the government have as well. But again, it's enormously complicated in amongst of what I understand a really busy schedule, a world schedule. So I think that's probably the greater challenge. But wouldn't it be great that it wasn't just Australia-centric and Victoria-centric, that we're catering for all the countries and filling the stadium all the time? So we have asked.
Do you think there's any chance that it could happen?
I think it's complicated, but you know, hopefully Cricket Australia keep taking it up with the ICC and keep pushing for it, because I think when you do see some of the stadiums around the world unoccupied, I think it'd be much better to have a full house and that atmosphere and celebrating the game with full houses.
And where are you, Stuart, with the study on redeveloping the southern stand, the Shane Warne stand?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of work on it. I've just got back from an overseas trip like you did, Gerard, a research trip that was fantastic. But we are continuing to explore what we need if we look to rebuild the Great Southern Stand, the Shane Warne Stand now. I keep tripping up there. But if we're a long way off, it's a slow burn, but we are talking to the government. We've finished a business case that is being presented to the Victorian government in the new year. There's no doubt to be able to deliver that, the MCC will need to partner with the government. But we are talking about probably a 5 to 6 year project from the start of building. So we're probably talking 227, 228. And it's certainly far from a done deal, but it's a very, very important project because the Shane Warne Stand is ageing. It is an old asset, and it's probably no longer a state-of-the-art stadium. It's a beautiful stadium and everyone loves the place, but if we don't evolve, stadiums are going past us. And you've been overseas and seen what it's like. There is some unbelievably good new stadiums with fantastic new technology, better fan engagement, better fan experience. So it's important we stay ahead of the game, particularly even in our own country, because we've had Optus built, which is fantastic. There'll be a new Olympic stadium. Sydney have done a lot in this space, so we've got to stay ahead of the game as well, and that's why we've got it on the agenda.
Is there one stadium you visited somewhere that that's really something?
Yeah, look, there was 3. Boston TD Gardens, I think, special, but it doesn't feel like a stadium that we know in Australia that sits out in the skyline. But Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas was unbelievable, and you've probably been to SoFi Stadium in California. That was at a next level, $5.4 billion build, and it was special. So, just some of the tech and the fan experiences in those stadiums themselves, they were outstanding. So you take a lot away from multiple visits to different stadiums.
Yeah. It's great to have a chat, Stuart. I thoroughly enjoy it. It is our stately ground. It's such an important part of life here in Melbourne and what it might be. They're great conversations to have. So well done on this test match, and we'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Gerard.
Stuart Fox, the Chief Executive of the MCC. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Every road trip has rules, right? Like the driver picks the music and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Anaconda!
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge...
Robot's got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Hi, it's Rob Sanusa from State Transport and Warehousing. Do you have a commercial vehicle and looking for a better standard of work? Then call State Transport today. We have work for 1 and 2 tonne trays and vans, 12 and 14 tonne taut liners, right through to semi-trailers. So, make the move to a better way of transport. Call our team today, 9587 4433. At State Transport, our people are your solution.
Ever dreamt of owning a horse? My Racehorse and the Same Racer app can make it a reality. Every week, there are 10 microshares to be won in My Racehorse's exciting new 2-year-old colt by first season sire Grunt, trained by Anthony and Sam Friedman. To enter, download the Same Racer app and submit 2 multis to go in the running to be crowned Hunter of the Week. And it's all thanks to My Racehorse and the Same Racer app. T's and C's apply.
At Werribee Isuzu Ute, the service doesn't stop when you drive off the lot. With next day service bookings, Werribee Isuzu Ute is always ready when you are. They are your one-stop Isuzu Ute shop with servicing and repairs, new tyres and loan utes for tradies with tow pack and ladder racks, so you don't miss a minute on site. Don't settle for less. Werribee Isuzu Ute, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au. LMCT 114.
Cobra Golf is back in the putter game with their industry-first 3D printed putters. The King 3D printed series features a multi-material construction, delivering some of the most stable, consistent rolling putters on the market. Here's how you could win one of 5 King 3D printed putters this month. Tee up your Instagram, start following at Cobra Puma Golf AU, then like their competition post for your shot at winning. Cobra Golf, doing things differently in the pursuit of game enjoyment. That's at Cobra Puma Golf AU.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
Charlie Battisti & Co. Melbourne's most trusted repairer of prestige German vehicles is looking for the next expert to join their team. If you have a passion for prestige vehicles, aspire to build an exciting career, are dedicated and have a strong work ethic, then Charlie Battisti & Co. are ready to chat. You'll work on their customers' most prized possessions at the state-of-the-art repair facility dedicated to Porsche, Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Join Charlie Battisti & Co. Details at charliebattisti.com.au.
Brick Lane One Love Pale Ale is the ultimate crowd pleaser. Find it on special now at Dan Murphy's with your My Dan Murphy's card. Save $7.99 per case. Brick Lane One Love Pale Ale. It's the one for all. Enjoy responsibly.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Visit megt.com.au today.
4 minutes away from the first ball of day 4, this Boxing Day Test Match 2022. South Africa 1 for 15. All of our stats and facts are kept by Adam Collins for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Colo, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Yes, South Africa. They need 371 further runs to make Australia bat again. The issue they've got is they just can't make it to 200 of late. It's been 7 consecutive innings, Gerard, where they've not made it to 200. That spans the Old Trafford and Oval Test matches against England. Of course, the 2-day test at the Gabba last week, and all out for 189 in the first innings at the G.
It's interesting, when last these two teams played on these shores, Australia was in the grip of the epidemic of batting collapses, clusters of wickets, which would undermine anything that might have been built. And that is the precise scenario that South Africa now find themselves in.
Yeah, that's right. You go through those 7 innings. How about it? 7 for 73, 6 for 38, 6 for 36, 6 for 49. Then last week, 3 for 1, 6 for 27, 3 for 5, 7 for 52. On day 1 here, 4 for 11, 5 for 10. Feels like every time they go out to bat, they have some enormous tremor and can't recover from it, which I'm sure will be the message in the Australian camp this morning. They of course, need to stay patient with a reduced attack due to injury. But if they get going, if they get on a roll, this South African batting lineup, unfortunately, got the wrong kind of muscle memory.
And has all of this been fatal to their World Test Championships hopes? They reached Australia in second position, which I still find a little bit puzzling, having watched them play.
Yeah, it doesn't stand to reason, does it? They were kind of like 1 foot in the final after that win at Lords to start the series against England before sort of losing 3 tests in a row, but if they lose at Melbourne as well. It's done on percentage now, like remember the old match ratio for a couple of years there in footy terms. They've dropped to 55% of available points. They were up in the 70s after that win at Lords, and India have subsequently overtaken them. They've jumped to 59. Australia, if they win here, will jump to 78. A lot of numbers there, but the guts of it is South Africa will need to get something from this test match. They'll need to win at Sydney. They'll need to beat the Windies 2-0 at home in April, and results will need to break their way. So they're a long way from where they were in July, August, earlier this year, when it felt like, having done so well earlier in the World Test Championship cycle, that it probably would be them and Australia playing off at the Oval in June, but less likely now.
Yep. Colo, thank you. We'll stay close to you throughout this day's play.
Sounds good. Have a good call.
Adam Collins for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. The players are just massing the other side of the rope. South Africa 1 for 15. Avea is 7. The Brain is 6. This session will be for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. And it is cool. It's looked like a few overcoats downstairs. It's 16 degrees, setting for a top of 22. 17 now, but it is windy here at the G. The weather update for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. It'll be a full day's play, at least on a weather front. Our experts in place for the first ball. Simon Katich, welcome back.
Good morning, Gerard.
Chris Rogers for openers.
Hello, guys. How you going?
Good, good. What are you expecting today?
Probably a bit more of the same, to be honest. I think if Mitchell Stark is ready to go, as we see him walking out, I think Australia has the bowling stocks that they'll be able to continue to attack South Africa, and it'll be a tough day for the batters.
Yeah, there's it was a tricky session through 7 overs, and I think South Africa would have been relieved when the rain meant they didn't have to go back out there, because Cummins was threatening with every ball and Stark was getting it to move, and the environment was hostile. The weather was gloomy. It was all set for a run right through affair if that had been uninterrupted.
Well, you talk about dodging a bullet. They dodged a fully loaded gun, because those 2 hours last night would have been very, very difficult, given the conditions and given the freshness of the Australian attack and the weariness of the South African batsmen, given that they'd spent 2 and a bit days out in the field and it was blazing hot on day 2. So I dare say that reprieve would have been very enjoyable in the South African dressing room, that's for sure.
One thing you know is that the Australian bowlers are going to put the ball in the right spot, and they're going to be asking questions of the batter's defence. It's going to be challenging. I think as a batter, you're not going to get freebies. It's going to be hard to get a bit of rhythm with your batting, and you're probably going to need a little bit of luck as well.
Cable knit sweaters and vests all around the field, bar Mitch Stark. Even Pat Cummins had a vest that he's taken off and handed over to umpire Richard Kettleborough. And Tiernas de Bruin is wearing a full jumper out in the middle to do his batting. Carey's got the long sleeves. Cyril Avea has the strike at the start of the day's play. Pat Cummins is yet to concede a run. He bowls and he's wrapped Avea on the pads, not offering. It was outside the line.
It was outside the line, Gerard. I think that's probably going over the stumps. That looked like a interesting move.
Interesting leave to start.
Well, it's not surprising, because
it's going over middle.
Avea has been out nicking the ball, driving at balls that haven't quite been there. So it might be an indicator of his mindset at the moment. He's perished a couple of times outside off stump driving.
Cummins rolls the shoulders, gets into his work, bowls, and Avea defends with a full face of the bat to mid-off.
So there's always talk about you've got to leave well, but I don't know about you, Kat, but if I went out with a mindset that I'm trying to leave balls, inevitably I'm leaving one that's on the stumps. It was more trying to just make sure that the balls that you are hitting, and you're looking to hit the ball, but they're in your zone. And if they're outside your zone, then you pull out the last moment.
Spot on. I think particularly early, you're looking to defend as straight as possible, and then anything that gets out slightly wider, you're obviously trying to let go.
Cummins from the worn stand end over the wicket, bowls, and Avea plays from his pads to mid-on. No run.
And I think he's done it pretty well for the first 20 to 30 balls of his innings. He certainly looked comfortable up in Brisbane in the first innings, and then even here on day 1. I think the danger for him is that next phase, once he's got a few away and he gets into the teens or 20s or whatever it is, and then he starts to get ahead of himself thinking, I'm in now, I can play those shots because I know what the wicket's doing. But he's perished a couple of times to balls that just weren't there to drive.
Pat Cummins striding in. Goes to Avea, who leaves up high on the leg again. Strike him, and it lands out in the cordon.
That's why it's such a challenge against Pat Cummins, because his line is so tight and there's movement both ways, much like Boland, that it makes it hard to say, well, I can defend every ball, because there's some that just go enough away and then some just come back.
3 slips in a gully. Crouched down and ready. Cummins to Ave, who leaves outside the off stump. Bit of shape about it.
There's not a lot of easy leaves against Pat Cummins. You know what it's like when you get an easy leave. It's a bit shorter, or it's well wide of off stump, and you see it tracking early and you can go straight away. That split second right, that's a leave. But his decision making has to be spot on, because the ball is just in such a good area that there's this little bit of doubt. Do I play at it? Do I leave it? And that's because of the line and lengthy bowls.
First innings, he made 18. He faces up to Cummins, and Avea turns to leg. There's still no run to be had. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for none. Pat Cummins, those are his figures. South Africa 1 for 15. The mate scoreboard make the switch to mate mobile. Simon Katich and Chris Rogers in the experts chair at the start of the day for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
I agree with you. I can remember there'd be times where you're in the fight and it's hard work, and they bowl a ball that starts outside off stump, swinging away, and you almost, it's this sigh of relief, isn't it, that you don't have to make a decision that ball. It's when you're having to make a decision every ball, that anxiety goes up, and then you get caught in 2 minds.
So Mitch Stark is going to be bowling from the members' end. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. So he's still got his blood-speckled strides on. No, he's got clean pants today. Bled for the cause. Middle finger of the left hand, which is going to see him out of cricket for 6 weeks after this. But he's on duty for Australia now. De Bruyn faces up to Stark, who's coming forward and defending to mid-wicket, no run. Plenty of chat going on. Dom has checked through. I seem to recall Simon Katich leaving an in-swinger in the 2005 Ashes and having his castle knocked over.
That wasn't the only time during the career. Happened a few times. I don't think you've opened, have you, Buck, if you haven't let one go and it's in your stumps.
Is that the worst? Or can you rationalise that one?
I think you can accept that.
Stark bowls, De Bruyn leaves. That's tight on the off stump.
It depends. I think if you're playing on a flat wicket and you leave one on the stumps, then you're kicking yourself, because you're probably backing yourself. Even if you edge it, it's going to drop short to the slips. But if the ball's, it's flying through and the slips are in the game, and you leave one, hits the off stump, then you can say, well, I was trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, because it's a catch-22. You don't want to nick one fishing at a ball that, is going away. And I mean, that one in particular, I got deceived by Freddie massively, because he'd bowled everything going away, and then we had a drinks break, came back from that, and then he's bowled one that came back and clipped off stump.
Stark has some good shape. He's bowling to De Bruyn, who's forward and defending to mid-off.
I think there was I saw on social media the Simon Jones reverse swing, in-swinger to Michael Clark that almost, he was so tight to the stumps, it almost was angled away from the bat, and then just last minute just dipped in and knocked over, castled off stump. You're like, well, what am I supposed to do about that?
And that's the problem with reverse swing, because you don't expect the ball to go as much as you see it on that first tracking, and then it goes really late and deceives you.
Still 1 for 15. Nothing yet for South Africa other than survival. Stark bowls to De Bruyn, who leaves outside the off stump.
And this is the challenge that De Bruyn's got here, because last night there was a big in-swinging Yorker that hooped back off Stark, and he doesn't want to overcommit with that front pad. But now the challenge is, because of this sort of scrambled seam ball that Stark's got up his sleeve, he's getting it to just pitch and go away from the right-hander. And when he gets the line right, the right-hander feels like he has to play, but his front foot isn't lining the ball up because of that threat of the in-swinger.
5,000 in for the start of play on day 4. Stark bowls and Dwayne leaves. The ball that carries low down to Carey. And the birds chirping at the G this morning. The earlier start. Day 13's empty for the time being.
This feels like the calm before the storm.
It really does.
We yet to see Scotty bowl in this innings.
He's standing at fine leg, just signing an autograph or two. Stark bowls, Dwayne jags the Yorker out. It was well directed. Couple of maidens to start the day's play. 1 for 15. The mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
A couple of crashes to watch out for this morning, including Keysborough, Cheltenham Road and Perry Road. Still got crews in attendance to a bingle up in Summit and Sydney Road at Cooper Street. A couple of lanes are blocked there. Avoid the area. Avoid the Westgate too. She's still slow going outbound, heading up the bridge due to roadworks. There's only one lane open. Ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria can connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Visit boxhill.edu.au, RTO 4687. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. South Africa 1 for 15. Maidens from Cummins and Stark. And we're back with the Australian captain in from the Warner end. He bowls to Avea, who defends the ball to mid-off. As Stuart Fox in our pre-game, the chief executive of the MCC, talking about the pitch and all that had been done. Still filthy on the rating they were given last year from the test match of below average. Unhappy at the time and unhappy 12 months on. Satisfied with the contest that this pitch has been able to provide, and very supportive of Matt Page and the staff who have done so much work over the past 4 summers to make this more in keeping with the occasion. Cummins bowls to Avea, who leaves outside the off stump. Carey has a little fumble and they will take it by. The first run of the day. Dwayne spy that it was there and they take it 1 for 16.
Well, I think when you look at the carry in this wicket, like traditionally it loses that carry a lot earlier than probably day 4, doesn't it, Buck? I mean, you know better than most, having played here and now coaching here, but it feels like it's carried through much more consistently.
And a no ball as well.
Which is the first run off Cummins. Well, 4 overs, 1 for none up until that stage. Yeah, look, I think that's... I think the thing about groundsmen, you only really speak about them when it's bad. And got to give credit to them. I think this has been an outstanding pitch that's rewarded good players, the better players.
Cummins to Dwayne, who defends.
And that's what you want, an even contest. So as for the rating last year, probably my thoughts are around that being an opening bat. I'm not sure about you, Kat, but as an opening bat, you just want to be able to say that that this was a fair contest. If I was good enough, I can hang in. It wasn't a lottery. It wasn't, the ball was just doing so much. There was no chance. I needed more luck than anything.
Cummins to Dwayne, defends the ball across the popping crease.
And from that point of view, it just felt, with the amount of grass that was on last year, I mean, the fact that Scotty Boland, got 6 for 7, and it was doing so much. It makes it hard for batters. Because one ball will nip in, the next ball will nip out, and you just sit there going, I really don't know what to do here. I can play the line and hope, but that's the best I can do.
The brains on 6. 3 slips ready themselves. Cummins bowls, and Dwayne is edging the ball into the ground. And short of Carey, runs past the stumps on its way. Just a bit slow on it.
Yeah, it's just a tentative shot, isn't it? He didn't really commit. And that's the problem facing Pat Cummins, is you've got to be so decisive with your footwork, because his length is impeccable, just nips back a little bit, and so many batsmen get caught on the crease because they just don't want to commit on the front foot because it's that ugly length, top of the stumps, and you can understand why it happens, but you've just got to force yourself to be really decisive.
Off the bottom of the bats. Bat pad is in. Dwayne is driving and he slices a ball through backward points. Lyon sets off in pursuit. They'll get 2 as he reaches it down near the rope. And Dwayne's first runs of the day. He progresses to 8.
Interested in your thoughts there around that too, the pitch last year, Kat.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think whenever it becomes a lottery as to, you know, how long you can last on a wicket, and it starts to become that huge mind game for batsmen in particular, then it is too far one way, isn't it?
Last ball of Cummins over, he delivers, and Dwayne is blocking to the offside. 1 for 19. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Visiting the city this New Year's Eve, large crowds and delays are expected. Plan ahead and check transport and crowd movement changes. Search Melbourne New Year's Eve for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years. Businesses needing lubricants for all farm equipment, they know. Farmers with harvesters and pickers, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. 1 for 19. South Africa. Dwayne is 8. Avea is 7. Mitch Stark is bowling from the members' end at the start of the day's play. None for 13 Stark, 1 for 3 Cummins. Stark takes those first couple of steps and then strides in and bowls to Avea, who is on the back foot playing the ball into the covers and taking a single. 1 for 20.
Look, I'm not for one moment saying you don't want swing, a bit of seam, and that's when it's a great test of skill as a bat. You know, it's difficult and you're able to hang in. When at times when there's so much grass left on it, then it's just seam, and it seams both ways. Then it gets really difficult because the movement is so late from when it bounces. It's hard to line it up.
And particularly when it still does it against like a 50-over-old ball.
Dwayne faces up to Stark. The left arm quick is in and bowling, and Dwayne fends the ball to leg, no run.
You expect it to be the case that it's going to do a bit in that first 30 to 40 overs, but as a batsman, if you can get through that period and get in and then get to the 40, 50 over mark, that's when you feel like then it's your turn, particularly top order. And that's where I think this wicket in particular has proven that. If you get stuck in like Warner did and like Alex Carey did yesterday, and even Smith weathered the storm there, you can get good runs on this wicket.
Dwayne's on 8. Stark bowls to him on the back foot, defending soundly.
And that's, I mean, I loved playing in England in the Ashes over there because the ball would swing. And that was a challenge in itself. But you can see swing pretty early. But that's a skill in itself to be able to play swing. A lot of players haven't really faced big swing, and they find that difficult. I still think, you know, you want it tough. You want to be a test for the batter. It doesn't just want to be a flat one where, you know, you can come out and flat bat it back past the bowler.
Stark bowls to Dwayne, nibbling the ball away to mid-on. There's no run to be had.
I always felt that those conditions that did swing and made it hard for batters, then like they're the pitches I kind of thought, okay, well, I can stand out here, because I think on the flat ones, everyone can get runs, and but on these ones, these tough ones, that's when, as an opener, you pride yourself on getting the hard runs.
It's breezy across the MCG at the start of play. Stark is bowling and Dwayne leaves decisively outside the off stump.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you on that point, because having played a fair bit of county cricket over in England on a couple of surfaces that were very challenging in their early days, both Durham and the Rose Bowl, that was exactly the same mindset I had as well, where you just felt if you could get runs here when everyone else is struggling, it felt like you're in charge of your defence, and then you know that when you get back to Australia, you're playing on these flatter surfaces where the ball didn't do as much, then your attacking game comes from there.
With the last ball of Stark's over, a subdued start to day 4. He lets fly, and De Bruyn flicks it away through the leg sides. Timed it sweetly. Placed it through mid-wicket. It's a decent old chase into the deep. It'll pull up just inside the rope as Harris, the sub, heaves it in from the deep. 3 for De Bruyn. 1 for 25 at the end of the over. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Tyre Power's Summer Scorcher Sale gives you the power of a sizzling hot offer on Toyo tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a huge range of Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Now that is a hot offer. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Only during December at Tyre Power. Tyre Power's Summer Scorcher Sale is on now with many more scorching offers on a hot range of famous brand tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner operator.
SEN Test Cricket, this opening session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. 1 for 23. De Bruyn is 11. Ervea is 8. Cummins is bowling, and Ervea at De Bruyn, I beg your pardon, who's on the back foot defending from the rib area. Now, the other thing, Stuart Fox said that he's into my midday start idea. He's mentioned it to Cricket Australia.
You've sold it to me. I like it. I think it's a good idea. You said you've done all the research for it as well, and think that the light's perfectly fine.
Yep. The only times we would have lost are when there was rain falling. So once in an Ashes test, and yesterday again, Cummins bowls and it's left outside the off stump. So it's not light related at all. The light never gets any worse than where we were at this after tea yesterday with the lights on, and each player definitively marked by an X from the light towers, and play was fine to keep going until it rained. So the 7:30 finish to play is no inhibitor at this time of year. Cummins bowling over the wicket to De Bruyn, who runs the ball to point. Lion Fields, no run.
Pat Cummins felt he was in the game there, just playing away from himself. So he's forced De Bruyn onto the back foot a couple of times here. And that one was a little bit wider than the first ball, where he defended it back down the wicket. So just working him across the crease and getting him hitting a few balls off the back foot, potentially setting him up for something off the front foot here.
Head under the helmet at short leg. Cummins over the wicket to De Bruyn, who leans forward and defends out near Lyon. Next summer, it's Pakistan who'll be booked for the Boxing Day test. So the West Indies are returning, but they play later in January. So the 3 feature test matches, a venue to be decided for the first of them in the middle of December, then Pakistan here and in Sydney for the pink test, for the New Year's test, and then the West Indies are later in January for their 2 test matches. And that hope that the energy around the World Cup, where the Pakistan fans turned out in huge numbers, they might be able to be harnessed. De Bruyn ducks the bouncer, which was a bit too high from Cummins. And a bold ambition right at the start to sell out Boxing Day, to find the cultural links back to those. The World Cup night was amazing here, just how many Pakistan fans. And they were all out, and huge family groups out on the concourse beforehand, all in the team shirts throughout the eras. Pakistan have a great heritage at the MCG, so that's a worthy project for 12 months to see what sort of turnout we could get. De Bruyn leaves Cummins the last ball of the over. A maiden again from the Australian captain. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile, 1 for 23.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. To learn what job suits you best, talk to the experts at MCG. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MCG helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit megt.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. South Africa 1 for 23. Avea is 8. Dwayne is 11. Mitch Starc is bowling from the members' end. Avea is on strike with the 3 slips in place. He's turning from his pads just shy of mid-wicket. The fielding done in close by Harris. No run. Our experts for Anaconda hit someone for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Simon Katich is joined by Damien Fleming. Hello to you, Flem.
Gerard, Cato, listeners, I'm in to get your wicket.
Yeah, it's been isn't it funny how
a battle.
Each day starts differently as you think about how raucous it was at the start of Boxing Day, and it couldn't be more sleepy in a 100,000-seat stadium.
They're waiting. South Africa, very defensive.
It's about occupation, isn't it? Starc bowls. Avea flicked off the pads. He didn't get any bat to it. It snuck away past Carey, and Boland hustles in from the deep to do the fielding. That gets a good little cheer. It's a leg by, 1 for 24.
Just, and maybe not swinging as much as last night. Just striding a little bit, or he looks like he's charging in a bit more, Mitchell Starc. But it was amazing to see, you know, talking down there, that they felt because he wasn't actually gripping the ball as hard, it allowed a bit more swing. So an injury's actually helped him move the ball even more, and his pace was as quick as the first innings.
Dwayne faces up to Starc, and Dwayne is forward defending to mid-off, no run.
So what is it about a looser grip on the ball that helps it swing more?
Well, I think when you're holding it too tightly, it's hard to get that backspin on the ball, that whip. You know, it's a bit like throwing big body parts to small body parts. So I was conscious of it because, in theory, in the coaching manuals, they have you holding in your fingertips. But for me, that I just felt like that'd fall out. So I had it back in my fingers a bit. But I think that way you're actually getting more backspin on the ball because it has to come off more of the fingers. But if it's held too tight, you just don't get that snap of the wrist.
Starc testing it all out. He bowls full to Dwayne, who leaves outside the off stump.
And yeah, that's a little bit of your pre-ball routines. You know, one of them to go through if you want it to swing. You know, often I'd throw the ball up, just flicking it up, just to make sure that my wrist was snapping on the way back to your mark.
The swing was there again at the start of the day in these cool and overcast conditions at the MCG. Just touching just shy of 140, Starc, as he bowls the bouncer, and Dwayne unfussed by it. He's down the leg side.
Not his best. I reckon the next one will be right on the money, but certainly if you're pushing the batsman forward, a good bouncer, you know, it can be a weapon.
Just pick up the chatter from the slips, drifting towards the mics. So we're bringing him up. It's not going to be a short one. So deep squares come in. I wonder if it will be a short one. It was set for the batter to hear. Starc bowls full edge, dropped at second slip by Steve Smith. Low down to his rights, and Dwayne gets a second life. He's been spilt in the cordon twice. 1 for 24, end of the over. Made scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
So, Santa was too square to give you what you really wanted? No problem. Starting Boxing Day, Sexyland has up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. Something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot, cool man. Take me now, Sexyland.
Sexyland.com.au.
The toughest of tough chances. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Smith seemed to get his hand flat on the ground and the ball bounced on his hand rather than on the ground. It would have been quite freakish if he'd been able to wrap his fingers around it, but he is a quite freakish fielder. Not to be for Australia just yet.
Yeah, it was a ball that Dwayne sparred at away from his body. I think when he looks at the replay of that, he'll think, I've got to tighten up there and probably let that ball go, because it was a scrambled seam ball from Stark, which left him. The big cheers now, because the hometown hero, you know who's on.
We don't even have to tell the listeners. Yep. They can hear the crowd noise.
Second innings specialist and early change. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Scott Boland with the MCG at his back. He bowls around the wicket to Arvea, who turns him away through backward square, and it's immediate runs. A couple of them, in fact, from the Victorian. It's 1 for 26.
And this is a good change by Pat Cummins, because Boland's been all over Arvea in this series. We saw it at the Gabba in the first innings, and then the first innings here as well. Around the wicket, caught by Khawaja. This one was right on the money, inside edge from probably around the off-stump region. Squirted behind square.
Boland delivers. Squared up Arvea. Just to give you an idea what a second innings specialist he is, Scott Boland. He's taken 17 wickets at 5.
Had a strike rate of about 20 or something as well.
He's really something. All of our stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Even from the start of his Victorian career, he bowled very well to left-handers. He used to fall away a little bit more, so he naturally pushed it. He straightened up his action, so he's equally a threat to right and left-handers now.
The anticipation for Scott Boland. He hits the crease and bowls, and Arvea squared up or leading edge, squirted away through gully and point. It's pursued by all comers. Lyon wins the race, flips it up ever so deftly, and Labuschagne heaves it back to the keeper. Lovely piece of collective fielding, but Arvea gets a couple. 1 for 29. They got 3, in fact.
Yeah, this is a big challenge for Arvea from Boland. I think the thing that is happening with him at the moment, technically, is it just looks like his right shoulder opens up a little bit early on those shots where he's trying to hit the ball through the leg side, and as a result, his bat plane's coming down against the line of the ball. Just opening up early and catching the leading edge.
Oh, you're right, Cato. He can't get a vertical bat plane to that type of delivery.
He played for Robot Building Supplies. Boland to Dwayne, beat him on the outside edge. All ends up.
That's such a good length, isn't it? Ideally, it's between 6 and 8 metres. That's the optimum length in Test match cricket, where you take a lot of wickets. That's right up the top of that. That might even be even fuller. Just committing the batsman to the stroke. Oh, how that hasn't hit the outside edge, I do not know.
Every ball could have been a wicket so far.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's the top of the stumps, that sort of height as it passes, so it's great length.
Second innings, Scotty.
Boland delivers to Brain, back foot, knocks it away wide of Lyon, who dives at point and hauls it in. And they take a single. 1 for 30. Yeah, the strike rate bang on 20 in the second innings. So he's a statistical freak, Scott Boland, in what he's done in his Test career so far.
Saw a number at the MCG. He's got 91 wickets at about just over 25. So it's a very good record, considering that he's played the bulk of his career here when there were times it was pretty flat.
Well, that's what got him a Test match last year. I mean, early on, he was surprised by it, but, make sure you're ready around this time of year.
Last ball of the over. Boland bowls to Avea, who comes forward and leans neatly on it. Timed it well through cover. It's a long chase out into the deep again for Lyon at the punt road end. He'll get there with a step to spare. And they will come back for 4 all run. So Avea gets all that he can out of it. There's plenty of runs from it. It was an eventful over, 10 from it. It turns out 1 for 34 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Dwayne is coming in.
A couple of crashes to watch out for this morning, including Keysborough, Cheltenham Road and Perry Road. Still got crews in attendance to a bingle up in Summit and Sydney Road at Cooper Street. A couple of lanes are blocked there. Avoid the area. Avoid the West Gate too. She's still slow going outbound, heading up the bridge due to roadworks. There's only one lane open. Ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria can connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Visit boxhill.edu.au, RTO 4687. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Got to lose a bit of weight to get through the gaps in what is a full commentary box here at the MCG. Enjoying the show at the moment. Stark rifles it past the outside of De Bruyne, and he allows it to the keeper, and it's great to be alongside Simon Katich and Damien Fleming again.
Morning, Dwayne. Dwayne O, get us a wicket here, please.
Well, Scott Boland is now on, so... And his average, it's hit 20, so that's the mark. Is it 2 in the next over for Scott Boland?
That's what the stats say.
South Africa 1 for 34. 3 slips, Gully, Point, Stark. Comes in, overcast conditions, bit of ball movement. In he rolls and De Bruyne allows it through. I suppose the other side of the coin is if South Africa can actually weather the storm and hang around and it gets better seeing conditions and the Australian bowlers start to tire, they could actually hang around and hang around and hang around. Now, they're not going to set a winning total, but they can at least hang around and force Australia to bowl themselves into the deck and maybe get some runs and pick up some confidence.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what their plan looks like at the moment. These two have applied themselves well so far. It's been challenging. It's been a good contest so far. I think Australia bowl well early on here and pose some good questions, and these two are trying to hang in there as well as they can.
De Bruyne on strike to Stark again, and this time it's right in at his toes and he digs it out nicely. Good ball and nice bit of batting by De Bruyne. 1 for 34 it stays.
Yeah, just a little bit of in-swing from Mitchell Stark. So this is still a very good batting pitch. You know, years ago, by day 4, particularly with an expressive or oppressive heat on day 2, it would have accelerated the deterioration, but it hasn't. So stump to stump, you can play with real confidence that the bounce is going to be predictable and the pace.
A couple of chances put down as well. Maybe a little bit of fatigue. Stark in, and this time off the back foot. Played out through cover by De Bruyne. And he'll pick up 1. They gave a second some consideration. And Dave Warner's, the catch went into his hand last night. Maybe wrist strength after making 238-degree heat was reduced a little.
Yeah, that ball, actually, when you see the replay of that one, it swung because it caught the seam up after it got the outside edge. So it was a tough catch. But even today, the one with Smith, that one was right, almost sort of yorked him right at the end. That was a tough one as well. So
they're both, you know, dying. So, you know, whether the slips move up a little bit, but it still seems like there's a fair bit of pace and bounce at times, though.
Yeah, Carey's taken a couple up around his throat. Stark to continue. And this time it's Avea on strike. Stark into him, and Avea drives and does get it through. And it'll race its way to the boundary for 4. To the long off boundary, nicely played. And that'll give him a little bit more confidence as that boundary is for Rotaflex by Blunston. To tell you more about it, Simon Katich, Damien Fleming.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from Avea. Slightly full from Stark, but he got himself in a really strong position on his front foot and lined the ball up nicely, hit it nice and straight to the left of mid-off, who tried to dive on it, but he timed it beautifully. I think Marcus Harris is quite straight there at mid-off, but it's a glorious off-drive.
See what Stark has in response. The final delivery of this over is in, and it's allowed to pass through to the keeper. So the end of the over, the score, South Africa 1 for 39 for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. An industry super fun for all Australians. South Africa in their second innings, 1 for 39, still trailing by 347. Avaya 21, Dwayne 13. And it's Boland in again, and he catches the edge again, and it bounces short of third slip. And another opportunity for a fleeting moment that he was lucky with, Dwayne.
Once again, it's the length, isn't it, that Boland keeps hitting. Such a challenging length. He defended it down quite well in the end, Dwayne. Took a bit of the pace out of it. Labuschagne reeled it in at third slip.
3 slips, gully, point. No Cam Green in Green Gully, so has been replaced, and this one's driven straight back down the pitch to Boland, who fields off his own bowling. 1 for 39 it stays.
Just a huge percentage of excellent deliveries, Scotty Boland. You just feel like things happen when he's got the ball in his hand, particularly at the G. And you said his stats here, Cato. You're right. He's had to refine his game and find a way of getting wickets when this was barren, where it didn't change at all. Minimal movement in the air. So he really worked so hard on his accuracy and maximising his bounce on a full length.
Brain on 13, waits, Boland, he plays it straight back down the pitch to Scotty, who doesn't quite field it, but stops it from being a run in his follow-through. Still 1 for 39.
Yeah, and there too, what I like is if he errs, it's full. So they're 2 well-hit shots, but they're half volleys, no runs. And he's getting the batsman feeling the bat on ball, bat on batter ball. You know, what I wouldn't be surprised, a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, a little bit wider.
Yep.
This looks as if Marnus Labuschagne's moved in a slight bit as well at third slip. Dwayne on strike, turns this off his hip. Backward a square for a single. No chance of a second as that start comes in quickly. Off the boundary, 1 for 40. Dwayne 14. Avaya now on strike on 21.
That delivery would be very good to the left-hander. That actually started just outside off stump and it seamed in. Uncomfortable length. So he's building into it nicely here, Scotty Boland. Great to see some of these slips in place. It'll just be interesting what sort of length an outside edge will carry, Dwayne, isn't it? We've seen a few now just drop short.
Yeah, and the spacing sort of dropped between them a couple of times as Boland is in and has pushed back down the wicket. And again, there's no addition to the score. He middled it, but this is a good little battle between bat and ball with both Dwayne and Avaya, who's on strike now, and Scotty Boland.
Avaya's been very assured. He's watching the ball hard. They've both got, I think, little tweaks they can do to their technique, but the one thing is mentally they look up for the battle, prepared to bat time and to make it tough for the Australian bowlers to break through. Square leg now going out just 30 metres off the fence.
Time's one thing they've got all of today and tomorrow if they want it. Boland in. Avaya on strike, allows it through. Last ball of the over negotiated. South Africa 1 for 40. That's for mate. Make the switch to mate 5G.
Looking for something more than toast and cereal? How does a buffet brekkie sound? With a smorgasbord of New Zealand racing, satisfy your racing hunger now at loveracing.nz. Fields, form, tips, news, replays, profiles and much more. Everything you need to find your next Kiwi winner. It's the perfect way to start your day. Have breakfast with the Kiwis. Loveracing.nz. Your home of New Zealand thoroughbred racing.
25 runs so far in a session that began early because play was stopped early last night due to the rain. And they've won this first hour so far, South Africa. No wickets have fallen, and perfect timing for one of their all-time greats, Jonty Rhodes, to join Damien, Fleming and I. Welcome back to you, Jonty.
Dwayne, thank you.
Oh,
good morning.
I have
Flemmo
not
again.
seen you this happy.
Morning.
Look at him
the
go.
steppers back. Oh, no, I'm keeping very quiet.
Apparently you've booked that hotel room for tonight, knowing you're here tomorrow.
Well, I'm definitely in tonight. I'm not so sure about here tomorrow. But, yeah, stranger things have happened. Great to see. Good start.
Stark in. And she played wide through the slip cordon between gully and third slip. He flashed at it. It rocketed past them at eye level. It wasn't probably catchable, but boy, was it a rifle chance that if that had gone straight to a fielder, Wood may have been caught. Yeah, just wide of the dive at gully.
Well, if Cameron Green was still there, he was possibly plucking that out of his hand. That long reach of his.
Still would have been a magnificent catch. That's flown. Geez, a real wide ball. They've been so disciplined, these South African batsmen. Could have easily just let that one go.
He did the similar thing last night. Similar thing last night. Stark threw one wide. He's a middle order batter in his defence. Chinas to Brain, hard-hitting, aggressive middle order batter. So a very different role for him, leaving balls alone.
Boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stark in again, and this time back down the pitch. Stark fields off his own bowling. Did it catch that finger as he tried to field it? Might have been better off leaving it alone, but De Bruyne on strike on 18, starting to ramp up the tempo.
It has. That's his bowling hand. Instinctively, he's gone for it, Jonty, but in the back of his mind, you've got to go, no, I've got to let those go. Ouch.
Oh, he hasn't let it go. You're right. It just happens so fast. It's what you train for, what you practice for. It is habit. Difficult to change a habit.
Yeah, and will this get him out of the attack as well? And talked about weathering the storm. South Africa's done it so far today. Haven't lost a wicket. Stark is in. And ducked out of the way this time. De Bruyne allowed it through to the keeper, but he's bowling with some venom despite that injury.
He's bowled superbly. I mean, I think batters often give bowlers a hard time and in reverse, but in your own team. But I just think from a respect point of view, just knowing what he's going, not knowing what he's going through, you would know Flemmer, but the grip on the ball, he can't afford to deaden that finger because he needs control. You know, batters, if we break a finger and you go out to bat, you usually get an injection, take all the feeling out.
Definitely.
He needs full control, so he can't have that, can he?
But his speed's been up. Good swing last night.
So Stark is in to De Bruyne again, and De Bruyne plays and misses. She tried to drive that. He cranked up on it, missed it completely through to Carey.
That's backing up what you're saying, what his batting style is. Yeah.
Well, if you think about South Africans have had starts, and then we lose a whole bunch of wickets in clumps. And I think we've done the hard work, we've let a lot of balls go, and then suddenly, from nowhere, but also because there is no release. I think that's where the Australian bowlers, from both ends, compared to South Africa, where an Nortje will come in 3 or 4 overs of an incredible spell, but leak runs on the other end from somebody else. The discipline of the Australian partnership in their bowling has been exceptional.
Stark to De Bruyne again, who this time lifts it through mid-on for a couple. Now I'll consider a third. It's being fielded about 5 or 6 metres in from the boundary, so they get through for 3, but it's been an eventful over. 4 off the first delivery. Dots, aggressive attacks from De Bruyne from the others, and 3 off that.
Yeah, he'll take the runs. It wasn't a great shot either, but talking about this tour so far, I'm not underwhelmed by the South African batting, looking at their batting averages coming in, but I think the bowling's been underwhelming. I thought there was going to be constant pressure over by over, spell by spell, and in this test match, Rabada and Nagidi, inability to build pressure.
Avaya on strike. Stark in, he boards the run, and he has a look at De Bruyne at the non-strikers and says, how far out of your crease do you want to be?
That is interesting. That's really interesting, because it was obviously he'd been watching it for a while.
Yeah.
It's not, because he was definitely out of his crease. He definitely drifted.
He's miles out.
Long way. He's drifted at least a metre out.
And you don't often see that in test match cricket, but fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
Play within the rules.
Stark This time, the final delivery of the over to Evea, who jams on a Yorker. There's an appeal for leg before. Did he get bat on it first or pad? They're having a chat. Oh, Stark likes it.
If it's shoe first, you've got to go up.
They're going to the DRS. He jammed down on the Yorker. It's just a matter of what it did hit first, as Damien Fleming explained. Jonty Rhodes and Damien Fleming, how did you see it?
I don't think it's going over. And there's not a lot of swing today, so
it's a quick Yorker.
It'll just get down to my gut feeling is if it's hit the foot first, it's out.
Interesting discussion, though. There are definitely 3 or 4 players that come in. Nathan Lyon from backward point.
Just roll it
the
back.
Keeper.
Yeah.
Alex Carey. It is a team discussion.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
It needs to be side on. You need to see if it clips the toe first.
Because it hit both at the same time.
Yeah, but you need side on. It may have hit the toe.
Hotspot onside.
It only has to flick the toe first.
And there'll be a hot spot on the toe. Yes, it's a hot spot on the toe.
Could roll back. No, I've got nothing definitive.
It's got to be overturned, hasn't it?
Well, hot spot on the toe of his shoe.
Keep going.
That's what it looks like
there. Hot spot on the toe first. Just roll back.
That could be the key. The hot spot on the toe. They definitely hit the bat, then the pad. But if it
looks like toe first. Can we just
it's toe first. Got to be out.
Could well be in line.
Oh, unless it's
going down.
But it just looks like it's going to hit.
A toe of his shoe onto the bat, back onto the pad.
A couple of movements there. Let's go back to hot spot, please. Just confirm it's toe first.
It's a good change of pace, wasn't it, from Stark? His Yorkers generally on the
game one more time. Just roll it through, roll it through. Keep going forward, keep rolling forward.
Yeah, technology.
Yes, we've got a mark on
was
the
not
toe,
always
so
embraced.
Toe first. Go to ball tracking,
when
please.
it first came on the scene.
And 2 hot spots on the ball, which shows that it did hit 2 things.
Pistol, it's pitching a line, impacts a line.
Yeah.
It's going to be out.
I was right about it not going over. It was 10 centimetres up.
Evea is out for 21. LBW, Bold Stark. South Africa lose their second wicket, 2 for 47.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, Jonty, you just spoke about it. You know, a new initiative into cricket is you've got to get your DRSs right. Originally, they were going to the wicket keepers. You know, we had Brad Haddon every time. No, that's out. No, it wasn't. So they've got a plan. And Cummins, as the captain at mid-on, mid-off, you know, he generally goes straight in. He goes to Carey first. Then Lyons at point. Always, well, that would have been your job, yeah, South Africa, looking at the height. And obviously the bowler. So well done by the Australians with that DRS.
Big breakthrough, that first wicket of the day for Host Plus. That's a plus. This is SEN Cricket, and that score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. South Africa 2 for 47.
Are you exceeding the speed limit? Police are out there, so chances are you will be caught. Wherever you are right now, please drive safely for everyone. TAC.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. Great to have your company on SEN Test Cricket. Jonty Rhodes, Damien Fleming still with us, and a new batter at the crease is Temba Bavuma.
Yeah, such a key time in the game, not just because Bavuma with Elgar would have been the 2 guys you would back to spend time at the crease. Wasn't to be for the captain, Dean Elgar, but South Africa have lost wickets in clumps throughout the series, and that's a sustained pressure. Sure, you know, you can get a small partnership going, but if you lose a wicket where Australia have been so good, when they've picked up 1, they've picked up 2 or 3 straight away. And the test match just gets pulled straight back. Not that they're behind, but in their favour in a big way.
So bowling in to De Bruyn, and he flashes at it, and it's through the slips again. Maybe an outstretched hand of Cameron Green, the only chance of catching it, but they are having a crack. And De Bruyn leading the charge when it comes to the counter punches. 4 more to the score. That boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
couple of ways to look at this. I mean, they've just lost a wicket. You know, build a partnership, but the way you're talking with Dwayne, like he is a stroke player who's batting higher up than usual, you know, does he continue to just back himself if the ball's there? I'd rather him go 100% than be indecisive.
Labuschagne in at third slip, watches, and this is a defensive move by Dwayne this time. He's moved to 25, so they've got 2 for 51.
But Jonty was almost back to those clumps you're talking about.
Yes, quite. You know, it's interesting because this morning you could almost feel like he wasn't sure. Those first 20 minutes, he didn't know whether to leave it or play it. And now, you're right, go hard. I mean, it's interesting. His first class average is over 40. He's one of the few guys that has a 42 average. And his conversion, though, of 50s to 100s, I think it's about 20 50s and 1700s. So he's got a good conversion rate. So once he gets going, he does dominate. So he needs to get going.
Dwayne on 25, Boland into him and squares him up at the crease defensively, pushes it away and survives. 2 for 51.
He's looking quite good when they bowl stump to stump. It's as soon as they get outside off stump, when he's been unsure whether to, you know, leave, but he looks like a batsman that wants to get bat on ball. So I think he's got to continually back himself, just go 100% if he's going to go.
The middle order syndrome, I can vouch for that. You want to get bat on ball. You want to rotate the strike. You don't want to get bogged down.
Boland to Dwayne again and defensively pushes back down into the deck. Rolls its way to point for no addition to that 2 for 51.
Yeah, it's interesting because Mitchell Starc, you know, that last wicket, you were kind of thinking, was it going to be the end of his spell? Do you need, because there's only 3 seamers now to rotate. So how long can he keep going? Or is it a case of, while my finger's warm and, you know, he's going to get really sore later in the day?
I reckon. He'll get another one now.
So well-deserved wicket for fantastic effort.
Boland into Dwayne and pushes back to Boland, who fields off the bounce from his own bowling.
And just for Mitchell Starc, you know, he is the unique bowler in our team that doesn't just bang a length like Boland and Cummins and Hazelwood. You know, he can go upstairs. That Yorker's a constant threat. So, you know, that's another classic Mitchell Starc dismissal and an excellent referral by the Aussies.
Yeah, it was gutsy, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, they, straight away on the stump mark you heard, I like the bat pad, or the pad first. Thing from Alex Carey.
Boland to Dwayne, who defensively, watchfully, pushes it back down to the pitch again. And that's the end of the over. South Africa 2 for 51, Dwayne 25, and Bavuma yet to face the ball.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Dwayne 25, Bavuma yet to face the ball, and he's about to face Mitchell Starc on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Starc with that wicket in his previous over. It was an eventful over. Struck on the sore finger. Reflex attempt at fielding from his own bowling. Edge to the boundary for 4 and then fired up. And in he comes, fired up. The new batter. And Bavuma allows it through to the keeper watchfully. Bavuma just the 1 run in the first innings from 8 deliveries. Starc got him, caught behind by Carey. So some pressure on this South African top order. 251 as it stands now.
Yeah, it's just that left-handed angle, isn't it? Bavuma just feeling like just needs to get bat on ball as well. Does he back his defence?
Starc with 1 for 29 to his name. Mini races, and Bavuma finds the middle of the bat with the defensive stroke off the front foot there.
Always handy having a left-hander, isn't it, Jonty, in your attack?
Well, for two reasons. One, the angle is very different, and then you got Nathan Lyon who wants to bowl the other end. And hopefully, I mean, the surface has been really good. It's been held together. It's been good carry. There's been a bit of pace, which has been great to see. But Nathan Lyon will be hoping that Mitch Starc bowls one or two more overs, and those long spikes of his are somewhere on the wicket. But Mitchell Starc has been superb. South African batting have been stuck in the crease, and when you're stuck in the crease with that angle, you often get squared on, which was the downfall for Bavuma in the first innings against Starc.
Starc to Bavuma, who allows it through, but it was a tighter leave that time.
Yeah, that's another issue as well that I thought
It's not that hard.
Mitchell Starc telling De Bruyne, just stay in your crease, it's not that hard. How many warnings do you need to give? What's the official
No
etiquette?
warnings at all.
I know, but what's the official cricket etiquette now?
No, it's no spirit of the game. I'm sorry.
Now
the rule
you just run out at the bowler's end.
You run out. It's a run out. You stay in your crease.
Was he too kind then?
Yeah.
When he warmed him over
It's
ago?
starting to get near that level, isn't it?
So the mind games continue, and Starc won the mind game last over by getting the wicket. Starc is in. Bavuma on strike, and again a Yorker. This time he jams down on it, rolls its way to cover. No addition to 2 for 51.
And this time, Chinna De Bruyne did not leave.
Yeah, but it's an interesting technique, isn't it? Like, he's just standing there. I mean, generally you actually walk and get a bit of momentum. Like, this is, it's like an under 10 batsman playing in his first game.
He's playing for keeps, Mitch Starc.
Yeah, no, for sure. I
mean, he's not really, because he would have ran him over the first time.
You know why he didn't, though? Because he's got a sore finger. He can't knock the stumps over with the ball in his hand. He's got to change hands.
Well, De Bruyne in his crease here as Starc rolls in, and Bavuma flies the bat at it and missed it through to the keeper. And this is enjoyable to watch. Mitch Starc
fired up.
Is he what? And it's going to be hard to take the ball out of his hand in this kind of form.
No, I wouldn't want it out of my hand if I could bowl like this. That's almost mirroring the dismissal of the first innings, isn't it? And Bavuma would be quite angry at De Bruyne, I reckon. He's fired up.
He's upset him. He's poked the bear. The finger's not sore enough.
I just look at that technique, though, Jonty, at the other end. It's just sort of... It's actually... He knows you can walk in a little bit.
Even the helicopters are coming in for a closer look as Bavuma digs this out from Starc. End of another eventful over. And it's game on. South Africa 2 for 51 at the end of that over for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Oz Design Furniture have extended their sale for 1 week only. Spoil family and friends with 25% off almost everything. Ends Monday at Oz Design Furniture. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals. Like an SUV service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $320. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
2 for 51. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. I love every bit of this at the moment. I'm right in the time to run De Bruyne out category. He's been told twice. He's actively cheating at the non-striker's end. The laws of the game have been written now thus to support what Starc's doing. And if he wants to continue to crib, it should cost him his wicket. De Bruyne's on 25. Boland is in from the worn end. De Bruyne jags a ball that I think has gone from bat to the flap of his pad. And now just lets it trickle down below him. Jonty Rhodes is in, our experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Chris Rogers is in as well. Hello, Buck.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Buck. Good morning.
De Bruyne is the centre of all attention. It's like he's running the fielding drill. He's edged the ball to first and been dropped. He's edged the ball to second and been dropped. He's edged the ball just over the top of third and over the gully, which if Green was there, he would have caught with the extra height. So he's tuning Australia up, bowling to him. He flicks off his pads well. Rolled it past the square leg umpire. Starc's got the ground to cover from fine leg. He'll get there at the punt road end as they turn for a third. De Bruyne goes to 28.
He certainly has fired. De Bruyne has fired everyone up. It's very eventful when he's facing. I saw Mr. McDonald doing slip catching practice this morning. Maybe he can use Tienus Dwayne going forward in the rest of the series for warm-ups for his slip cordon. But yeah, he's definitely somebody, and we've noticed it before, that not comfortable, not familiar in the bait number 3. He does a lot of the hard work. He's actually left the ball really well in the first 25 minutes of the game. But almost you can see he's between thought processes.
Yep.
Do I leave it? Do I go hard? Because this is more his natural game, going hard at the ball.
Boland to Bavuma, who swings the bat inside the line, just with that Chandapal flourish. He doesn't quite carry to Carey.
But he's faced 67 balls now. He's 28. So he might have had a bit of luck, but we spoke about earlier that you probably will need a little bit of luck against this attack. So he's had it. Now's a great opportunity just to put his head down and really just try and grind out some time in the middle.
I think that's the key, the grinding out, because Australia, this attack doesn't give you much to hit.
Boland into Bavuma, who's edging the ball through the cordon. It bumped through it bumped into the turf before it was on the fly, sliding in and saving as Steve Smith, who headed down there with Labuschagne. Absolute commitment. The boundary saved, 3 registered. Bavuma's first runs. It's 2 for 57.
Great, good lens from Scotty Boland, just asking questions the whole time. Temba Bavuma's been stuck on the crease, but it's in that indecisive region why Scott Boland is so successful. It's a fuller length as opposed to back of a length. You're not too sure whether to come forward, go back. What say Bavuma, he does play with soft hands when he defends. So ball went down, didn't carry. Great to see the race between second and third slip. I think Marnus Labuschagne put a few of the boys to shame in the first day.
Yes.
They've upped their game.
Boland over the wicket to Brain. That left edge through the cordon. Oh, no, it's caught. It's caught magnificently. I beg your pardon.
No, you don't have to beg your pardon, because Marnus Labuschagne at third slip dived in front of Steve Smith at second. Steve Smith almost pulled away and caught the ball. Absolutely instinctively. I don't think he was even watching.
This will get gasps. Oh, yes. Labuschagne on the fly, who I was watching, and then suddenly it's in Smith's hands, cradling it in front of him. Well, that's an unusual moment. It is the dismissal of Tienus Dwayne. He's gone for 28. South Africa 3 for 57. What about that? Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au.
It can be the hardest thing as a slipper, isn't it? To someone diving in front of you and putting you off. And Labuschagne, just probably they're quite tight because of the conditions, trying to get closer to the stumps to cut the angle down. And that ball's, it's flown off the edge. And Labuschagne's dived in front. His left hand's almost touched the ball. Smith took his eye off just at the last second, but it's still nestled safely in his hands.
I mean, it'll be caught Steve Smith, but if you have not seen it and if you haven't experienced that before, I was kept out of the slips for that very reason. I was way too edgy in front of everybody. So backward point where I couldn't put anybody off, that was my domain. But that is a fantastic grab, because exactly, but earlier on with Mitchell Stark, there was one that dropped short of Steve Smith, and maybe Marnus then could have gone forward because it wasn't carrying to Steve Smith. We saw them adjust where they were standing. They've all come up closer. The danger with that, obviously, the ball does fly to you way quicker. So that anticipation, Steve Smith, that is pure reflex. That is a superb catch.
And the closer you get, the tighter you get as well, because you have to, because of the angles. But if you're a long way back and you've got more time to be able to move, then you can space them out a little bit too. But then when you do get tighter, you can get in the way of each other.
Sorry, if you see that replay at home, you go, what is Jonty on about? That's straight to him.
Yeah.
It's Boland to Zondo now. He's in behind, running the ball to Gully. It's misfielded by Kawaja, but no run. That's Scott Boland's 100th first-class wicket at the MCG at an average of 24. Our stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. End of the over, 3 for 57.
Hello,
again. Good day to go to the zoo if you like sitting in traffic. Elliott Avenue and MacArthur Roads, absolutely cactus in both directions. Also slow coming off the Eastern Freeway getting onto Alexander Parade. Expect delays if you're outbound on the West Gate. In case you haven't heard, it's only got one lane open at the moment heading outbound. Delays back to the Balti. It's end of year madness at JB with crazy deals like over $1,100 off the latest Sony 75-inch TV. Crazy deals only at JB. That's the latest SEN Skytrack.
For 57, both overnight batsmen have been dismissed. Mitch Stark has played his role. He bowled for more than an hour from the members' end. The change comes. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Cummins with ball in hand. He bowls to Bavuma, who's on the back foot, riding the bounce out into the gully. The bit about Steve Smith's reaction, watching the replay for Robot Building Supplies, it's a bit like... when this will mean nothing to you, Jonty, but Doremus and Might and Power hit the line in a Melbourne Cup, and Greg Hall celebrated on Doremus, but it turned out Might and Power had got the photo. So if you're watching for the jockey reaction, you go, Doremus has run the Melbourne Cup. When Steve Smith takes the catch, he's on his knees and he throws his head back, at which point I think, well, he hasn't caught it, and I'm looking for it down at third man. Cummins is in. He bowls to Bavuma, who's flashing at it and missing. And he's thrown his head back, and it's all because, Marnus, goodness me, what are you doing? That's come straight to me.
And it looked like it was, you're right, 100%, Joe, like pure frustration. We've even come up and the ball still doesn't carry and it's gone through, but sitting in the breadbasket. And my concern about the clumps is happening, and it's just sustained pressure from both ends. I mean, straight away, new bowler on, asking questions. In Chennis de Brain's defence, Scotty, but that last ball, that delivery did bounce slightly higher.
Cummins bowls. Bavuma opens the wrists, runs it to gully, no run.
Can I ask if you got that Melbourne Cup call wrong then, Jerry?
I wasn't calling it, mercifully. But it's one of the cues that you use in a photo finish. You quickly just check whether either jockey is celebrating, and you are inclined, they know usually, but Greg got that one wrong. And it's a rather significant race for the archives.
So this would be sort of Usain Bolt running in the last 10 metres, kind of looking over his left shoulder. Would that be the similar? Only one winner.
Cummins from the members' end, right arm over the wicket. Bavuma's on 3, and he's nudging the ball out to cover and taking a run. He goes to 4. It's 3 for 58.
I'll tell you what that wicket did as well. Nathan Lyon was warming up. He was going to follow Mitch Stark on to bowl. They've got that wicket. 2 new bats in, and Pat Cummins has taken the lead here. He's decided, no, I'm not going to Nathan Lyon. I'm going to have a crack here. Little moments like that they make a big difference, don't they? You just get through that. A few more balls. Was it the last ball of the over?
Second last.
Second last.
Yeah. Zondo on strike, and he's leaving outside the off stump.
You get through those 2 balls. Nathan Lyon, different kind of challenge. Maybe you'd be more comfortable against him. So little moments like that, you try and ride along the way of your innings. You're probably recognising moments and seeing if you can even just shut it down. But to be fair, I mean, he's standing there defending. It wasn't a poor shot.
A good delivery. But from a point of view with Nathan Lyon, just asking, I see the wind is blowing slightly across. Is there a preferential side for him, Nathan Lyon?
Cummins to Zondo, covers the stumps and defends the last ball of the over. We'll pick it up in a moment. 3 for 58. The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Find the find of all finds and save at Savers during their one-day sale. Save 50% off all clothing. Today only at Savers. Hurry, sale ends 9 p.m.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
This opening session of day 4 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. 3 for 58. Scott Boland is still in operation from the Warne stand ends. Zondo is naught. Bavuma's on strike. He's on 4. And business really is picking up. Bavuma bat and pad together, defends to the offside. So a bit of local knowledge with the breeze. This is a funny ground as a stadium as to where it gets to and what Lion might do.
Yeah, you look at the flags on top of the scoreboard, which sits on top of the stadium, really, and the breeze looks like it's heading towards the city, but and that would suggest that Nathan Lyon should be bowling from the end. Scotty Boland is now. Who knows? I mean, maybe they were going to make a switch and Scotty Boland was going to follow Mitchell Stark. It's hard to know.
Boland sets in. Bavuma's in his sights. Bavuma leaves very close to the off stump. Some gasps out in the middle.
Two types of leaves.
Just looking at Scotty Boland too. He looks like he's flying in at the moment. Bowlers don't always run up at the same speed. It can change a little bit, but right now Boland looks like he's got his tail up.
Nathan Lyon is limbering up at point.
Scotty Boland does love bowling in the second innings.
Yes.
That's for sure. Especially at the MCG.
The 5th over of his spell. He's got Dwayne. He wants Bavuma. He bowls, and Bavuma's beaten past the outside edge.
I think the evolution of Scotty Boland is when he first started, he used to kind of fall away a bit and push the ball into the right-handers, and he'd get his wrist almost to the side of the ball. And why he was probably more successful to left-hand batters, because he would get the ball to move away. But as he's got older and stronger, he's become more upright, and now he gets the wrist and the fingers right behind the ball, so he's developed that ball that seams away from the right-handed batters.
He's on his way in Boland to Bavuma. Back foot punch, can't beat Lyon out of points.
So now he can get right-handed batters bowled LBW'd and caught in the slips, where traditionally, well, when he was younger, he'd more just be looking for the bowled and LBW.
Has he changed his approach? Because he comes from pretty close to the stump. So you think of Sean Pollock in my generation, so successful because he bowled from really straight and had great wrist position. So never fell away, easy runs off your pads. If it was going straight, you'd come into, but then also straighten and leave you from a very tight line.
Boland's craft on display. Bavuma drives him. He beats the dive at mid-on. Cummins came sprawling across but couldn't stop it. It's a well-struck boundary for Temba Bavuma. Rotaflex by Blunston. It's 3 for 62.
It's a lovely on drive. He's just held his shape beautifully. That was angling into leg. It would have been easy just to try and flick it through mid-wicket, but he was good enough to hit that back down the pitch, just next to the stumps at the non-strikers end, and beat mid-on.
What has been interesting is that every time they've erred in length, the Australians, it's been full, which they're quite happy with.
Last ball of Boland's over. Bavuma runs the ball to points.
Over, drinks.
It's going to be the drinks break. 3 for 62. Drinks for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. A couple of wickets of LBW to Stark for 21. Dwayne caught Smith bowled Boland for 28. Bavuma is 8. Zondo is 0. It's 3 for 62. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer from Aitken Partners. I know personally how tough separation and divorce can be. It's daunting, so we keep it simple to help you live your best life. Call us at Aitken Partners, 8600 6000.
Looking to upgrade to the latest phone? Get huge deals on select phones at Optus with month-to-month SIM plans. Head into an Optus store or shop online today. Great value starts with Yes.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now?
Henley has fixed price, completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Who comes forward and leans neatly on it, timed it well through cover.
Into him, and Avaya drives and does get it through. And it'll race its way to the boundary for 4. Stark to Avaya, who jams on a Yorker. There's an appeal for leg before. Do you get bat on it first or pad? They're having a chat. It's got to be out. Avaya is out for 21.
Boland over the wicket to Gray. That left edge through the corner. Oh no, it's caught! It's caught magnificently. I beg your pardon. Total mess of that, didn't I? 3 for 62, South Africa. Avaya and Brain are both out on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. In the wickets that have fallen, I think the most interesting aspect was the exchange between Mitch Starc and Tiernas de Bruin. De Bruin was straying a long way outside his crease at the non-striker's end. Starc warned him twice. This is what was picked up on Channel 7.
You want is it an awkward one on the gloves for him?
It's not that hard.
Oh, here we go.
Line's there for a reason, mate. Stay in your crease. It's not that hard. The line's there for a reason, mate. I like it. Bharat Sundaresan has come in to join us in the experts' chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hello, Bharat.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Bucky.
Hello, Bharat.
You'd been speaking with Mitch Starc about this.
Yeah, there was this game during the World Cup against Sri Lanka in Perth where it was similar. A couple of Sri Lankan batsmen or batters really got under Mitchell Starc's skin because they kept leaving the crease. And this is in a T20 where technically, ideally, he should have run them out. But that's what he was speaking about. With his load up, the way it is.
Cummins is going to begin after the drinks break from the members' end. He's bowling to Zondo, who defends the ball to point.
The way his load up is, what Mitchell Starc is saying is he can always see where the non-striker's bat is. Just where his eyes are. But he's too far into his action at that point to stop and to run the batter out without injuring himself. So he can't do it, even if he wants to. Unless, of course, he gets really annoyed and he slows himself down and very intentionally runs in with that motive of running the non-striker out.
Cummins bowls, Zondo leaves.
And which I'm guessing maybe he doesn't want to do, but he has been very outspoken about this. He's been one of the few cricketers outside of India who's come out and spoken about why it should happen a lot more in cricket. Why should they flout the role? And I've always looked at it in this fashion, whatever format we're playing. It's the most blatant flouting of a law because you're doing it right in front of the umpire as a non-striker. It can't be more blatant than that.
Zondo's yet to score. Cummins in, bowls to him. He plays the ball down to fine leg.
He spoke of a suggestion around you dock the batter a run every time they're out of the crease when the ball is released.
Yeah. Well, I've also heard another suggestion. Start giving the bowler a wicket if he is ready to run someone out. You'll see more of them do that then, for sure.
Like the spinner gets the stumping.
Yeah.
The bowler can get the run out of the non-striker's end. That was a leg by, so Zondo is still yet to score. It's 3 for 63. Cummins to Pavuma. Runs the ball out to point, no run.
And there's nothing in the law that says the bowler has to warn the batter. You should know about it. I mean, you're aware of where you are, I guess, Bucky, when you are at the non-striker's end. I mean, some can kind of go to sleep at times and just get a little lazy and leave the crease without really thinking about, without really wanting to gain an advantage, which you, especially in a situation like this when you're just batting time, you're not really thinking of getting to the striker's end either.
Bavuma's on 8. Cummins bowls to him. Bavuma drives. He won't beat mid-on. Stark gets across the field.
I think what is happening, though, is because there's so much grey area that, you know, we need to normalise this and actually have something in place that resolves this this issue, because it's causing problems.
Yeah.
I mean, Ashwin's been at the centre of all sorts of things around the man-cats he's done.
Cummins to complete his 8th over. He's taken 1 for 4. He bowls, and Bavuma plays it away to mid-on. So just the 1 leg bye in the over. 3 for 63. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Every road trip has rules, right? Like calling shotgun and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Anaconda!
Wickets have been shared so far, and Nathan Lyon is about to get his chance. So Stark 1 for 29, Cummins 1 for 4, Boland 1 for 25. Leading wicket takers for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil. So Lyon's been warming up for a little while. The De Bruyne wicket just saw that put on hold for a moment. And he is bowling from the worn stand ends with the sleeveless sweater on. He's beaten the outside edge of Zondo first up. That's a lovely delivery to start.
I had no idea about that one. Zipped through him.
And that's exactly what he wants you to do, to be pushing towards cover. That's why he leaves cover open. He's only got a mid-off and a backward point in the ring on the offside.
So they crowd in around Zondo, and he's leaving a ball spinning.
And if it doesn't spin, it's the one that goes on and finds the outside edge to Steve Smith, which has been so successful for him.
Partnership that's been. Caught Smith goal line.
I think the smart players at bat is to try to get across and work it towards mid-on.
Line over the wicket. Zondo smothers the spin, punts it away to a short third man. Boland fields no run.
Like Pujara does so successfully. Kind of takes a couple of steps out.
Yeah. Goes the other way, yeah. And you're almost getting your pad behind the line as well then.
Long on back. And backward square also. Zondo plays back, defends from the stumps. They call for the single to the vacant cover region. It's well taken. Smith has to come out of slip to do the fielding. 3 for 64.
That's good running. You have to do that. If you do somehow run that ball 2 or 3 pitches away on the offside, I mean, Scotty Boland's a backward point and Pat Cummins is a bit off. There's an easy single there. Just need to release the pressure.
Line to Bavuma. Knocks the ball away to backward point for Boland to field. So Labuschane's under the helmet. Leg slip is Warner. Regulation slip is Smith. There's a mid-wicket just at the edge of the square. That's Khawaja. He's in quite a straight position. Bavuma leans forward to defend. And see off the over. 1 from it. 3 for 64. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports supervised activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing, stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
SEN Test Cricket's apparel sponsor is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Pat Cummins on a cool day at the MCG. 3 for 64. He's into Zondo, who's not yet settled. And that's hit the outside portion of the bat high up and slewed away to point no run.
Just to finish up on the run out of the non-strikers, and Chris, to what you were saying, I mean, the ICC have normalized it. They've said it will just be deemed as a run out. The spirit of cricket element or aspect around it has been done away with. And I think we've seen some teams come out and say we are going to actively do it, or we are not. Like England have been very vociferous, and all their players or senior players have said, no, we won't do it. In no circumstance will we.
Cummins bowls, Zondo cramped up in defence.
Will be whether it's Anderson or Broad or Josh Butler as captain said before the World Cup, even if it's a World Cup final, I will not encourage my bowlers to run anyone out. We've seen India take the other stance. I remember India-Bangladesh World Cup game in Adelaide. Rohit Sharma telling the Bangladesh wicketkeeper, I remember I picked it up on the stump mic, he was speaking to him in Hindi. He said, I've told my bowler, if you leave your crease again, he'll smash the stump, he'll take it out. So you better stay inside.
Zondo's 1 from 12 balls. Cummins over the wicket to him. And Zondo's forward in defence soundly to the offside.
And there's also the element of should it be called a Mankad anymore, because the Vinu Mankad family often come out and say, our father or Vinu did the right thing. Even Don Bradman said he did the right thing. So why does it always get a negative connotation? So maybe we should stop that. They wanted the Mankad name to be wiped off from that.
I think I think we all have a responsibility to get that name out of it and just normalise it. It's a run out at the non-striker's end. It should just be a regulation part of cricket. Zondo on the back foot defending a rising delivery from Cummins. And then you can have all sorts of solutions. So one that's been sent through for tyre power, summer scorcher sale 0433 98 11 16. Get the third umpire to check the batter is in the crease when they check for a no ball. And if they aren't, call it a short run. And it's much more relevant in T20 where that yard can be the difference in a game. And we don't allow the bowler with his front foot to overstride to get that extra advantage. Zondo on the back foot defends to point again, no run. So in that desperately tight single towards the end, why would we allow a head start? Why would we allow the break at the non-striker's end?
Has it been discussed at Shield level at all?
Not really. I don't think it's been too much of an issue, to be honest.
Last ball of Cummins over. Will it be yet another maiden from the captain? It will, as Zondo stays out of the short ball. That's 7 maiden overs in the 9 that he's sent down. 3 for 64. Dwayne top scored with 28 thus far for Victoria Police. Made for more. Dwayne is coming in.
Wake up to sleep at the 40 Winks Boxing Day sale. Save up to 50% off store-wide, plus an extra 10% off already reduced prices. Hurry, ends New Year's Eve at 40 Winks.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Big appeal, first ball of the line over. Attempted sweep from Bavuma. He didn't get any bat on it, and the appeal is being considered for a DRS review as well. And the DRS timer ticking down, and they elect not to off the opening delivery of the Nathan Lyon over. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. South Africa 3 for 64. And good to have Chris Rogers still with us. And Bharat Sundaresan also sticking around. And this might be an eventful little half an hour or so. Line is in. Bavuma on strike, and he turns this on the onside, but no chance of a run.
I think that was just outside the line. But interesting shot selection, because there's a deep backward square who's about 2/3 of the way back for any kind of top edge off a sweep.
Sure, leg still in, leg slip in as well as Bavuma turns this on the onside down to long on for a single, gets off strike. So two relatively new batters at the crease, Bavuma and Zondo, who's yet to settle. South Africa 3 for 65.
Nathan Lyon wouldn't mind that single at all, Chris. Zondo looked all at sea last over.
All at sea, yeah. But that's the smart play that Bavuma played there, just knocking it to mid-on. Now they're bringing Harris at mid-on closer to shut that down.
Line in. And Zonda, who plays, misses through to the keeper.
Just feeling outside edges coming here, don't you? The ball's skidding on, and it's drifting a little bit away from the eye line of the right-handers, and then it's skidding on. And Zondo just doesn't look like he's lining it up.
Slip, leg slip, short leg. Zondo waits for line and outside half of the bat defensively this time.
But even that, when he's defending with an open face to get it away from short legs. So he's hitting it towards the offside, which means he's not presenting the full face of the bat.
Lyon, who can smell some blood here, in, and again outside half of the bat defensively back down the pitch. And that's the end of the over for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. South Africa 3 for 65.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think picking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Cummins continues. Bavuma on strike. Allows it through to the keeper. The opening delivery of this over. A longer session. The opening session half an hour longer due to rain stopping play last night. Bavuma's 9. Zondo 1. And Fox Cricket's Ian Smith joins Bharat, Sundaresan and I. Welcome to you, Smithy.
Dwayne, how are you?
I'm good.
All right.
Nice to see you. Nice to hear you, actually.
Early start this morning. Guys are up for it.
Hey, you were up early catching, what were the chickens and bacon rolls with Mark Ball, was it?
Well, there's a bit of an issue about those, and he's not happy, Junior, I tell you.
Cummins in. Bavuma on strike. It allows it through to the keeper. You've had your sustenance, though. You're ready to go?
I had a cup of coffee. I didn't go for the bacon and egg rolls because I'm such an athlete, Dwayne, as you can observe. So.
Although Howie didn't let you off the other night when you said apparently there was a souvlaki with your name on it late in the evening. Kebab, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why the food jokes come out when I'm around.
That's all right. No, that's why I'm not going there, even though I've just raised 2 of them. 3 for 65, South Africa. Bavuma 9, Zondo 1.
What's going on, Bharat?
Well, there's plenty to feed on here for the Australian bowlers, if they're good enough. Bavuma on strike and allows it through to the keeper as well. And they have been feasting a little, these bowlers.
Well, I've been aiming for the outside edge, and they've been finding it on a really regular basis, and it's just relentless accuracy. We talk about it all the time. We put pitch maps up, and it's the waiting game, and they don't have to wait too long. This summer they're just continually finding that and creating issues.
It's been high-class test bowling versus mediocre test batting.
Yeah, good sum up there.
Cummins again. Bavuma on strike on 9. And this time inside half of the bat, playing it off middle stump, but no chance of a run.
Especially with De Bruyne, Ian, I'm sure you noticed he looked okay for the first 45 balls, and suddenly his switch went off. He started flashing at deliveries. He didn't look like a test number 3 after those first 40 balls, which kind of tells you the lack of hunger almost. I don't know how many of these batters are used to playing long innings. I know Dean Elgar has a reputation, understandably so. He's done it quite often in test cricket, but the rest.
Cummins to Bavuma. 3 slips, gully, point, and he pushes to that shortish mid-off for no opportunity of a run again, but at least he found closer to the middle this time.
The problem is you're not going anywhere against Australia. I mean, okay, you're behind the 8 ball, the deficit is just so much. But I think as a batsman, you still feel better with the score increasing against your name. You just feel more comfortable in the environment. And that's just how you go about building an innings. You feel comfortable without playing recklessly, expansively, but you like to score runs.
Cummins has 1 for 4. Bavuma pushed back in his crease. He dabs it on the offside. Through for a quick single. It's a direct hit, and he might be out. Again, amazing piece of fielding. I think it's Marcus Harris Amazing piece of fielding, direct hit. The Australians' class shining again. It's Travis Head with the direct hit. And he is out, run out. And he didn't really stretch for the run either.
No, Dwayne, this is just absolutely terrible running between the wickets. There's no other way to describe it. I'm not quite sure how he can be that far out.
Yeah.
It's got me, whether he is not responded at all, but that is just giving it to Australia on a plate. Fielding's good.
Yeah.
Running, abysmal.
So Zondo, why didn't he stretch? Why didn't he go?
His weight was on the back foot. He responded sort of late. He was so far out. Travis Head has underhanded that ball just onto the stumps. It's not some dramatic piece of fielding where he's had to jump at the ball, dive at it and hit one stump.
4 for 65, South Africa, end of the over. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Serious crash up in Somerton. That's on Sydney Road at Cooper Street. The right-hand lane blocked off in both directions there. You can use the Hume Freeway or Pascoe Vale Road instead to avoid the scene. And take care if you're around the MCG precinct. A lot of extra foot traffic heading to the cricket. The Westgate Bridge has 4 of 5 outbound lanes closed until January 4. More than 90-minute delays expected. Seek an alternate route at vicroads.vic.gov.au/Westgate. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
Zondo run out for 1. And Verena, the new man at the crease.
I call it mediocre test batting, but that's low-quality test cricket from Kaya Zondo. He's just Ian Smith and Dwayne Russell. He's just run and seen the ball hit his stumps, and he's not put a dive in. He's not stretched his bat, and no wonder Temba Bauer has put his hand up.
Well, he gave Travis Head just a little bit more time to line things up. But Vuma is he is absolutely nonplussed as to how that came about. He's standing at the non-strikers end, motioning. What was going on there?
Yeah.
What was going on? The simple reason was he did not back up. That's Saturday morning schoolboy stuff.
Line in, and this time Bavuma tries to drive. He gets a square on the offside. It'll race its way toward the boundary. Now, will it get there? It does. So he'll take that boundary with open arms. That boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Well, maybe he wasn't backing up because of the hoo-ha an hour ago between Stark and De Bruyne.
Yeah, but the backing up was just one element of it, Dwayne. Just the lack of effort in trying to make his ground. This is test cricket.
No dive, no desperation. When you think you might be in trouble, you're frantic to get there.
Line to Bavuma, who squares up and plays it defensively.
And let's just put this into perspective. Kaya Zondo is in his early 30s. He's waited a long time to get a go in test cricket. He's not made a great start. This could well be his last chance. And he's just let it slip by.
Bavuma waits. And he missed it. Played at it. And taken by the keeper, who whipped the bails off. Half-hearted appeal for either caught behind or stumping. Neither was there. But this is action aplenty.
Yeah, and that's going to be probably his most dangerous ball, Nathan Lyon. It's the one that really doesn't turn in your play for, and it brings Steve Smith and Alex Carey and the off-stump into play all at once.
Lyon can smell more blood here as well. In he comes and allowed through to the keeper.
It's also the perfect setup for the slider that he started bowling a lot this summer. Where it's more side spin and kind of skids on. He's taken a couple of wickets already this summer with that delivery.
Line in. Bavuma's on 13 and turns it on the onside into the pitch. No chance of any addition to 4 for 69.
Still shaking my head. I reckon Zondo will be sitting in the dressing room still with his pads on, shaking his head as well. He should be.
Well, watching him, it looked as if he thought he was going to make it. I thought he was going to make it, but he had no hope, really. Turned on the onside by Bavuma for a single off that delivery from Nathan Lyon. And that's the end of that line over. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile, 4 for 70.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit wellpool.com.au.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer from Aitken Partners. I know personally how tough separation and divorce can be. It's daunting, so we keep it simple to help you live your best life. Call us at Aitken Partners, 8600 6000.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Cummins continues. Bavuma on strike, defensive. Ian Smith from Fox Cricket still with Bharat, Sundaresan and I.
I'm also a little disappointed personally as well. Twice, I did a lot of research on Kaya Zondo, Ian Smith, before this game. Twice I've been on air when he's been batting. Both times he's not given me a chance to talk about his background. It's a fascinating background. So I'm not going to waste it. You should never waste good research, and I don't know whether he'll play the third test. So I will tell you about it.
I'm all ears, as they say.
Cummins to Bavuma, who's on 14. Verona, the new batsman out there, yet to get off the mark, pushed to point, and Bharat. It's yours.
I mean, I don't know whether there's a contemporary cricketer with a higher profile father. His father's the Chief Justice of South Africa. He's named Chief Justice this year. He's played a huge role in litigation and law in South Africa in the last 30 years, Raymond Zondo. So Kaya's nowhere being the most popular Zondo. Not just in that dressing room, but just overall.
I was going to say, he just took another backward step.
Cummins to Bavuma again, 6-4 for 70 as it stands now. And plenty of opportunities for another wicket or two before lunch is called here.
He played a big role in, the investigation against their former resident and in his ouster. And one of those guys, he said, I don't mind if my life is in danger. Justice is what I stand for. So, it comes from a rich lineage. Still doesn't mean we'll stop shaking our head over that run out.
Trying to work out why I didn't slide the bat. And the desire wasn't there to get the ground covered. Cummins in, played at, and outside half of the bat by Bavuma along the deck to point, no run.
Chief Justice is right up there.
Got to be. Well, I can't think of any higher position in terms of lawmaking or law enforcement than the Chief Justice. It's numero uno, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stat for Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Travis Head's first direct run out in Test cricket on his 29th birthday as this one's flashed that outside off stump by Bavuma. And it does race away forward of point to the boundary for 4. Handy addition to his score. He moves to 18, Bavuma, 4 for 74.
Well, these two came together in the first innings of the series at score 4 for 27. And this is how they played. They took the attack to the Australians. And it worked out at least during that partnership. So maybe we are in for some excitement in the next half hour or so.
Boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move, and this one's jumping at the crease. Had no idea where that was going. Bavuma didn't touch it, through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. Score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. 4 for 74.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. South Africa 4 for 74. Bavuma 18, and Verena now on strike facing Nathan Lyon. Yet to get off the mark. Verena. And he's watchful here off the back foot, poking it onto the onside for no run.
Been South Africa's best player.
Yeah.
Attitude-wise, technique-wise, Verena, and he's got to be that yet again. But if we remember back to Brisbane when he did make a score of substance, he got caught by Steve Smith at slip off Nathan Lyon. This is a very interesting battle unfolding here.
He also went for the reverse sweep very early on in that innings against Lyon.
Short leg in, leg slip and slip. Verona waits, Lyon bowls, and he's defensive and compact and keeps it out.
Lot to like about this fellow as a cricketer. Handy wicketkeeper. Still some work to do on that side of things, there's no doubt about it. But gritty and tough and good at 6.
Lyon into him, and he shuffled across the crease and again pushes it back into the deck defensively.
Does he bat like a wicketkeeper? Ian Healy loves to talk about wicketkeepers batting like wicketkeepers.
Well, wicketkeepers generally are stroke players. They like to see the numbers going up against their name and increasing quickly.
Verona was 0 next to his name at the moment, and there's that reverse sweep, and he hit it delightfully all the way to the boundary for 4. Classy way to get off the mark for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. At 4 takes South Africa to 4 for 78.
It took him 2 balls at the Gabba to go to the reverse sweep. It's taken him 4 balls here. Again, Ian, he looked very accomplished with playing that shot.
Well, he believes in himself. He's in good touch. He believes in his ability, and that's the way he wants to play. That's almost the way he prefers to defend Nathan Lyon, rather than push outside off stump and push and defend off that line. He'd rather hit that line.
Giant gap there waiting for him. If he tries at the end, he doesn't. Turns it on the onside for no run. End of that line. Over 4 for 78. South Africa on the mate. Make the switch to mate mobile scoreboard.
SEN and Bingley are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bingley, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
With fuel price lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
Ian Smith still with us from Fox Cricket. Bharat, Sundaresan as well. And a change in bowling, and the applause probably tells you what I'm about to tell you. Scott Boland has been given the ball on the opposite end to which he bowled earlier today.
Unrelenting, this Australian attack.
It is. It is. And short, sharp bursts this morning. Pat Cummins has managed the attack very well, and he's, of course, very much part of it himself. But he knows that if things don't happen for a while, he's a bowler down, and that's Cameron Green, who got 5 wickets in the first inning. So he has to be a little bit careful. Cooler day to bowl. They've had everything in their favour, Australia, in terms of the temperatures in this Test match.
Bavuma on strike on 18. Boland into him. Full-length delivery. He squeezes it off the outside half of the bat. Fielded by Lyon at point. No chance of a run.
I guess it kind of goes back to a bowler captain as well, right, Ian? We're seeing the trend being followed around the world now. His decision to field first also had a lot to do with him not wanting to be bowling on day 2, which was expected to be hot and was brutally hot, as we know.
Not as big a crowd in Bay 13 to cheer on Scott Boland today, but he's in hard and again playing from the crease. Bavuma defensive, no chance to take off after that one.
Must be tough, Dwayne, to go through life, particularly as Scott Boland, and everything you do. When you know, from the moment you get out of bed, someone claps.
What is it like, Smithy?
I don't know. But, you know, I've got this vision of him perhaps popping out to the mailbox to get the mail, and all his neighbours coming out to clap down the street. I mean, everything he does.
Boland in again to Bavuma, who's on 18, and he allows it through to the keeper.
He did give an interview before this summer, Ian, about how much his life has changed. Apparently, he did go to pick up his mail during the off-season, and there was a kid who knew that was Scott Boland's house, and he apparently looked at the kid and said, "How do you know where I live?" Like, everybody knows in Melbourne where you live these days.
I mean, everyone has their favourites, but this is quite incredible level of support.
Has the rapid rise been part of it, do you think? Just the
6 for 7. Ride. I guess 6 for 7 on your own patch helps, but
yeah, almost out of nowhere to the top rung as this one's driven back down to him. No addition to 4 for 78.
And apparently he was in the crowd during watching an AFL game, and his 2 wonderful, cute kids. We're very surprised why Dad's suddenly being asked for photographs. Everybody wants a selfie with him, his autograph. They were curious. What have you done, Dad? Why has your life changed so much?
One of the beauties of Melbourne, though, there's such a big sport-loving fraternity in Melbourne. There's not many suburbs in Melbourne you can float around and be anonymous if you're Scott Boland, who's in, taken off the pads this time by Bavuma through square leg. I'll come back for a second. Does get back, maybe Brunswick Street, a few of the bars and restaurants in Brunswick Street, but the majority of the places Scott Boland would go in Victoria, they would know him. They would be quite content, the sport-loving public, to make it known that they know him as well. Kindly, without going over the top. How are you going with the restaurant ask of an autograph or a selfie, Smithy, these days?
No,
you don't mind it?
Not even acknowledged, Dwayne. Not even acknowledged.
Boland about to send it down again to Bavuma on 20. And playing from the crease back down the pitch. And that is the end of that Scott Boland Oval. Fairly uneventful by his standards. 4 for 80. South Africa, mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Ian Smith, Bharat, Sundaresan still with us on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's his plus. Nathan Lyon about to continue with Verena on strike on 4. Bavuma on 20. 4 for 80 South Africa. Stark, Cummins and Boland with a wicket each. Lyon yet to get one next to his name. Leg slip. And short leg in. Lyon is in. And off the back foot. Wasn't timed, that defensive shot. He thought about the cut, but it cramped him.
And the whole time that Boland bowled that over, Nathan Lyon was thinking about his strategy and that reverse sweep and this battle with Verena.
They've shut that gap a little. If he does go for the reverse sweep, Lyon in and off the back foot, he prods it straight into his own toe just about.
I think after the dismissal at the Gabba, where he kind of fell over, the bat came well in front of his body where he made contact.
Lyon to Verena, who turns it on the onside off his hip. You heard the yeah. And they quickly get through for a single. That's all.
Seems to be pushing back even further, doesn't he? And that back foot seems to be going further, deeper into his crease.
He's just buying himself a little bit more time. It's only a moment, a half moment, but just wanting to see if he can see the reaction off the pitch, give himself more opportunity to adjust if he has to.
Bavuma waits for Lyon and he plays at it, misses. Little banter around the stumps as well, which is nice to hear. How are you with the banter, Ian? Do you like it or do you dislike it?
I don't mind it.
Because you're a keeper?
I was very quiet keeper, Dwayne. Very quiet.
Line in to Bavuma, who's on 20 and thought about turning it on the onside but couldn't. They've got him tied up at the moment.
You don't need to be a very vocal keeper when you've got Marnus at short leg.
Yeah,
that's true.
Alex Carey is not vocal at all.
No.
Lyon to Bavuma, who off the back foot pokes it to cover for a single. And Lyon takes his hat. 4 for 81 at the end of that over for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search, compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. An industry super fund for all Australians. Scott Boland about to continue. Bavuma on strike on 21. Verena is 5, 4 for 82.
Interesting conversation, a long conversation between Cummins and Boland here. And just talking about, I think, this area around about gully, and in fact they're going to take a third slip out and put him in front of the wicket. Now this is quite an unusual fielding position. I'm guessing around about 15 metres from Bavuma here, and that is Labuschane's gone in there in a genuine catching role.
So Boland into him, and he jumps back in the crease and pokes it on the onside. No run.
Sort of like that fielder that Shane Bond and New Zealand started using to Damien Martin. In one-day cricket, you'd remember.
Yep, I remember that. On the basis that sometimes a player's strength can be his weakness if you block it. Because he's always going to take it on because it's his natural instinct. And you feed it.
The cover moves around a little at short wide point waiting. Boland's in and off the push off middle stump. It's a defensive stroke for no addition.
I also remember hearing this lovely story about Scott Boland from the West Indian camp when the West Indies toured a few years ago. Boland was younger. Curtly Ambrose was their bowling coach. Apparently, two brothers used to come on the push bikes and bowl in the nets. They were the Boland brothers. Apparently, Curtly Ambrose looked at Scott Boland and said, "Why isn't this kid playing at a higher level?"
Two slips, gully. Bavuma on 21, Boland in, and she jumped at him, took him on the finger or the handle and finger at the same time. Bavuma. Some life in this pitch yet.
Hasn't that happened quite a lot in this test? I mean, it is a very, very good batting pitch. But it has wrapped a number of players. The ball has wrapped a number of players and jammed the fingers into the bat handle. Cameron Green will testify to that, and now so will Bavuma. That is most uncomfortable.
Yeah, shorter of stature as well, so it doesn't need a big jump to be jumping at him. Boland is running at him, and off the back foot, the cross bat defensively pulls it around down the pitch for no addition to 4 for 82. Ian Smith departing. Bharat Sundaresan sticking around. Gerard Whateley not far away from rejoining us. Cloud cover here at the MCG, but no threat to the day's play. No rain on the radar. So we look like getting a full day 4 if South Africa can take us through a full day 4. 4 for 82 as it stands right now after starting the day at 1 for 15 with stumps drawn early on day 3. And Boland with 1 for 27 next to his name is in. And Bavuma does get a single to square leg inside half of the bat, turned it off leg stump. Grab that single, one delivery left in the over.
Yeah, just a sign of how much the weather has changed the last 2 days. 2 days ago, we were running to any point, anything that could keep us a little cool. I just saw Nathan Lyon and a couple of the other Australians with hand warmers. It's amazing. Well, Melbourne takes a lot of pride in the weather changing all the time.
Yeah. If you don't like the weather in Melbourne, just wait 10 minutes. 4 for 83. But the beautiful part about Melbourne is you can enjoy a 38-degree day because you know it's probably not going to be 38 the next day like it does in some states in Australia. Boland in and allowed to pass through to the keeper by Bavuma, who's 22, Verena 5, who's the man who left that through to the keeper. 4 for 83. South Africa trail by 303 runs still. That's the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports supervised activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing. Stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
Line to Bavuma, start of a fresh over. Bavuma leaves outside the off stump. 4th, 83 SEN Test Cricket, the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. So 3 wickets have fallen today. Lyon is bowling from the worn stand end, and Bavuma is back and playing it out of the stumps. He noodles it away through cover. He'll get a couple as it rolls down to the city end. He's run nice and hard, but there's no chance of a third as Pat Cummins slid in and did the fielding. Our experts for Anaconda hit someone for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Peter Lalor, welcome.
Hello, Gerard, Whateley. Asking a lot of questions here, Nathan Lyon. He's pressing, isn't he?
He is pressing.
There's a wicket coming.
Bavuma's on 24. He faces up and he's leaning forward to smother the spin. So there's extra incentive for Lyon here, not just to get the job done for Australia, but he still has a chance of being the leading wicket taker for the calendar year.
Really?
He needs 3 to get into a tie with Rabada or 4 to go outright. He's got 44 wickets this calendar year at 29. Rabada 47, Leach 46. Lyon bowls. Bavuma is inching a ball out past Smith, but slip. It's fielded down at third man by Boland. Add 1 to his total, 25. So he's topped the bowling once before in 2017. He needs to get a flurry of wickets here to give himself a sight.
It's a curious position in the team, isn't it, being the spinner? You're not quite a member of the bowling fraternity, are you? It's a little bit like being the wicket keeper, but not quite. It's an individual role. You're out there alone a little bit.
Varaina's on 5. Lyon bowls. He jumps down the pitch, knocks it away to mid-on, goes for the sharp single. The throw misses. We've seen a run out already. Marcus Harris on the job there. I think Varaina had timed it all precisely. It is hard in mouth stuff with South Africa from time to time, though.
There's been some curious events this morning, hasn't there, Jared, around the running? I mean, imagine getting run out by Travis Head, for God's sake. It looked like he was playing lawn bowls the way he went about running.
It is. He had so much time. It was bizarre. Bavuma, last ball of the over, plays it out to the offside. Thought about a run, doesn't go. We'll pick through the events of the morning so far. 4 for 87 in the next over. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Up to 50% off selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King showroom today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Anaconda!
The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. 4 for 87 with Scott Boland down at this members end. Gerard Whateley and Peter Lalor with you in our broadcast box.
David Warner down there telling Pat Cummins and Scott Boland what they should be doing, yes? Gesturing towards that offside boundary. We've got Nathan Lyon at point there. Excellent fielder, Nathan Lyon.
1 for 28, Boland. He's in and delivers. Varaina defies him as he blocks the ball to mid-off.
I love that about David Warner. Yeah. Runs down to the bowler and the captain and beavers his way back to slip. He's got his floppy white on and the baggy green on top of it. Is he giving the baggy green back now?
I think Boland might have handed his to the umpire. He certainly has Nathan Lyons on when the spinner's in operation.
You notice that he wore his cap on the first morning? That ragged piece of cloth that is his cap that he hadn't been wearing the whole summer because it's in such disrepair.
Varaina defending the ball from the off stump out to Lyon at point.
Just jam the bat down on that, as usual.
All right, so what have you liked so far? Ovea out for 21, LBW Stark. An excellent review by the Australians for Biz Cover. Business insurance made easy. A ball that took the toe before the bat, before the pad. It was a very quick sequence of events. It was crashing into the stumps. De Bruyn caught Smith, bowled Boland for 28. When Marnus came diving across Smith, I totally misread what had happened. And then Zondo, just on his heels, run out by the direct hit of Travis Head, who rolled the ball into the stumps. Coming from cover, Varaina swings across the line. He gets it away through backward square. It races across the turf for 4. A counter-attack And a much-needed boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston, 4 for 91.
Poor ball from Boland then. Don't say that very often, but got 2 straight, which essentially means it's angling down leg, just got helped on its way. The LBW, watching it from here, it looked like LB because you could see that his toe was in front of the bat, even to the naked eye. And I think the interesting thing was the reaction of the slips. I think it might have been the first time in history that Marnus Labuschagne never went up. He didn't appeal.
Boland to Verena on the follow-up, and again he's able to get inside the line and glance it down to fine leg. Maybe 2. He's quickly in and out. Stark's throw was right next to the stumps, but there was no denying a couple for Verena, who's 12.
But that's one of the ones where the slips aren't going to know anyway, are they? I mean, they can tell the line, but they're not going to know. And it was a big bat sound, and only the finest touch on the toe and the pad. So that was curious. We've already addressed the run out. I was standing next to Jonty Rhodes out the back when it happened. He just rolled his eyes. Travis Head's getting run outs now. Everybody's doing it.
That was just so negligent by Zondo in his application to his innings, really. 2 slips in plays. Boland's to Verena. He turns him to a short mid-wicket, no run.
And look, the South African bowling innings was disappointing because one by one they dropped off, with the exception of Nortje, who was just magnificent. I think it was one of the great bowling performances in some ways, not because of the results, but because he went alone and because he kept his pace up so high through all that very, very hot day and then deep into the next day. David Warner called some of that spell some of the fastest bowling he's ever faced.
Boland to Verena, who nudges the ball out of the off stump. So 6 from the over, 4 for 93. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
So, Santa was too square to give you what you really wanted? No problem. Starting Boxing Day, Sexyland has up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. Something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight, 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot, cool man. Take me now, Sexyland.
Sexyland.com.au.
This opening session on day 4 for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Peter Lawler mulling over the events of the day so far. Simon Katich can do the same for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Welcome back, Pete. Welcome back, Kat.
Thanks, Gerard. Pete.
Bavuma's on 25, 4 for 93. Lion bowls term. He sweeps the ball well through square leg for 4. He has had his moments of attack, Bavuma, in this innings, and that's one of the better of them. A Rotaflex boundary by Blunston.
Yeah, nicely played there by Temba Bavuma. At times against Nathan Lyon, he's got caught on the crease a little bit, probed outside the off stump, but on that occasion there, got a good stride in and caught the ball on the full, I think.
Line on the follow-up, Bavuma leaning forward and defending.
So to pick up on what I was saying before, I thought the South African bowling, with the exception of Nortje, was disappointing because one by one they fell off like fielders in the chase for a ball. But there's a chance for batsmen here to prove something, to gain something for themselves.
Line over the wicket, Bavuma plays back and defends to Smith at slip.
If not the team, I mean, I don't really, can't do very much for South African cricket in this instance, but they can do something for their own careers and make a little bit of a statement and hang around, 80, 100 here. It's going to be a significant effort.
Very much so. Every innings you play is so important in Test cricket.
Bavuma's on 29 and he's back and knocking the ball to cover, no run.
Particularly for someone like Bavuma, who I think this is his 53rd Test now, and he's only got 1 Test 100. 1950s. So it's a big knock for him.
He is well in. Lion bowls to him. He drives back to the bowler.
And it's at a point we're asking a lot of questions about where South African Test cricket goes from here. And you put your hand up and say, I want to be part of it. It can start with me to a degree.
Last ball of Lions over. Bavuma from the crease, back, across and defending. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile, 4 for 97.
With Afterpay in your corner, the Boxing Day sales don't stand a chance. Download the Afterpay app to split the sales over 4 interest-free payments. T's and C's apply. Visit afterpay.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high-voltage electricity cables and high-pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Our apparel sponsor at SEN Test Cricket, Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. 4 for 97 is the score with a change of bowler. Mitch Starc is going to take it up from the members' end. The Player of the Day honours are very much up for grab thanks to Bingley. The honours are shared. Starc 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29. Pat Cummins 11 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 8. Scott Boland 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34. And Lyon 7 overs, no maidens, none for 21.
We had so many mixed messages about this Starc injury. At one point he wasn't going to bowl. At one point he said I couldn't feel and I'll have to bowl with... I think McDonald even said at one point he wasn't going to bowl. But he seems to be getting through his work very well.
Yes.
Beware the wounded warrior, Gerard.
It was the word limited with how he would be let loose, Starc, but he has defied that. He's bowling to Verena at the start of a new spell, and Verena's a bit jumpy in defence.
Flem made
the leg side.
Sorry, Gerard. Flem made an interesting point before about the fact that his grip has loosened because of that injury, and it's enabled him to swing the new ball more.
Only Flem would know that.
Correct. I had to ask him that question. I certainly didn't know. But what's been interesting watching him this summer is just, I think his control's been excellent. But I think that scrambled seam ball that goes across the right-handers and back into the left-handers has been, a big plus for him and his weaponry.
3 slips to support him. Starc bowls. Verena jags down on a ball that ends up on the bump at 3rd slip. Knocked down by Khawaja, who's knocked off his feet in his endeavours.
Because I think we've seen it, particularly in this series, it's posed problems for both the left-handers and the right-handers. I mean, we saw Bavuma get knocked over up at the Gabba, and then off the inside edge, he was sort of trying to nullify the ball going away from him after a couple of cross-seam deliveries. Something's on the ground. Deep mid off. Pat Cummins is now picking up.
A little bit of paper on the grounds hold the game up. Distracting to the batsman.
Well, it is if it blows up in the air and it's right behind the bowler, which it looked like it was, judging by the line of it.
Wouldn't you be watching the ball, not bits of paper on the ground?
Yeah, but it's in your sort of peripheral vision, unfortunately.
You must have pretty good peripheral vision.
Starc has the crowd warmed up. He bowls and Verena jabs the ball out to point, knocked down by Lyon, not cleanly fielded. Labuschagne and the gully throws it into Starc. He just keeps it out of his left hand, fields it sort of with the backhanded on the right.
There's really good intent in the Australian fielding, isn't there? From the get-go last night. They're having fun out there. They're hunting. They're up and about for it. You see the way that they're running in packs down to the boundary. They've sort of turned it into a bit of a game. Now it's three of the slips are running to the boundary. The one absenter is Davey, who's usually the first out. He loves the race, but he must have pretty sore legs, I reckon.
Yeah, funny replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it, and then it played a dynamic in what happened in the De Bruyne dismissal, because they just had a run down to the boundary with Smith had beaten Labuschagne too. Starc strides out and he bowls. Expansive drive by Bavuma, who got that superbly off the back face and sends it flying away for a boundary at backward points. A rotoflex by Blunston boundary. Bavuma's 33.
Yeah, I don't mind that from Bavuma because he's fully committed to the shot and the line's wide and he doesn't try to keep it down. He just slashes it backward a point. But I think that the main thing from his perspective is when he's gone hard, he's committed to the shot. He's done that a number of times now because he knows there's that catching man just in front of point. So rather than try and keep it down and then slash one to him, he's just decided to really release the bottom hand and slash it up in the air.
Stark on the follow-up. Bavuma more circumspect, defends. Yeah, so after the race to the boundary, then the next ball from Boland takes an edge, and Labuschagne, having been beaten by Smith, comes diving across in front of Smith. He just takes the most regulation catch in front of himself, and then he's on his knees with his head thrown back. Oh, Marcus, what are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing?
It's still that kid on the beach. Throw me the ball, Dad.
It does make for a funny replay for Robot Building Supplies. 2 slips and a gully. Lions just pushed a little further back at points. Stark bowls. Bavuma defends to cover.
But personalities like Marnus.
Hang on, 1 tick off, miscounted there. So 5 from the over. We'll pick up in a moment. 5 for 102. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate 5G.
A serious crash causing issues up in Campbellfield. The intersection of Sydney Road and Cooper Street is closed. You'll have to use Pascoe Vale Road or the Hume Freeway to avoid the Westgate Freeway as well outbound thanks to the works approaching the bridge. Just the 1 lane getting through. Use Footscray Road or Dynam Road. Bunnings can help you make the most of your outdoor space. Shop great value on a wide range of outdoor furniture, cushions and accessories online or at your local Bunnings. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate 5G. 4 for 102. Lyon is bowling. Verena is reverse sweeping for 4. Smith just twitched at slip, wondering if he might be in the game, but the ball was safely away from him, and it rolls down to the boundary. So a nice little counter-attack. A stylish stroke from Verena, which looks good on the Robot Building Supplies replay. Robot's got it.
Yeah, this is one of the pluses for South Africa to come out of this tour so far, is the pluck that Kyle Verena has shown, particularly with the bat.
Faces up to Lyon, and Verena strokes the ball to mid-off. Oh, to mid-on, no run.
He's played that reverse sweep a number of times, got off the mark with it today, and then that one was a finer version. And he's mixed up playing. He generally likes to play back to Nathan Lyon, but he's come down the wicket a couple of times to him as well.
Verena's 17. He's back and knocking the ball to a vacant mid-wicket region. Stark comes in from the deep and keeps it to 1. 4 for 107.
Whilst he put down Stephen Smith on day 2 off Marco Jansen diving down the leg side, generally been pretty good behind the stumps, but it's been his batting, that rearguard action in Brisbane in the first innings, and here again today.
Bavuma's on 33. Lyon bowls to him, and Bavuma blunts the spin.
Not to mention his knock in the first innings here, where he and Marco Jansen were excellent through the middle of day 1 after South Africa found themselves 4 down at lunch. And that's what these two need to do. They need to replicate that first innings partnership in Brisbane again.
Bavuma sees Lyon at him. He's back and across and defending to the offside.
Well, that's that point I was making earlier, isn't it? I mean, he's 12 tests into his career, but if he can come back from a tour of Australia where they've been monstered, he's already got, what, 2 half-centuries on his belt. 3.
Last ball of Lyon's over. Bavuma's on the sweep. Knocked it straight into Labuschagne, who's rubbing his left leg in the aftermath. On the ricochet, they pinched a single to finish the over. 4 for 108. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate 5G.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Ten minutes out from the lunch break for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. There'll be a quiz. The theme is 2022 in Test cricket. Stark is in from the members' end. He's bowling to Bavuma, who pulls out just as Stark was launching into his delivery stride.
What's that, another lolly wrapper, Simon?
No, I think someone might have been moving close to the side screen by Just looking at Bavuma's reaction.
Stark none too impressed by it.
I think there was a man there in a white shirt near the edge of the rope that sort of cordons off the area that you can't sit in, and he's right on the other side.
Looks like a chef.
All right, chef.
Been sent away. Bavuma's on 34. He's ready for Stark now. Bowls to him. Balloons his defensive shot to the leg side. There's no bat pad in place, so it's all safely done and a single taken. And our interaction for Tyre Power, Summer Scorcher Sail, 0433 98 11 16. Ryan in Caulfield's got the rhythm of the first session. Some say Test cricket is boring, but with all the bird noise coming through from the G, I'm finding it damn relaxing. It's been a really different soundtrack to the first 2.5 hours of the day than the rest of the Test, where there's been that hum and buzz of big crowds, but it's been the birds. Been chipping and chirping away all morning.
A few twitchers listening, haven't we?
Yes. It's twittering away. Verena's on 18. Stark bowls to him. He pulls across the line powerfully out into the deep at mid-wicket for 4. Verena is 22. He ticks the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate 5G along to 4 for 113.
Well, you know you're seeing the ball well when you're picking up someone of Mitchell Stark's pace and putting it over wide mid-on. That was a powerful pull shot from Verena. He saw it early, swiveled and just released his hands through the ball beautifully. Powerful shot.
It was short and didn't get up that high, did it, that ball? So the ball's getting a bit older.
Stark tries again. Verena lets it pass. This is the 39th over with this ball.
So they moved the third slip out into a gully position, have they? And that's Khawaja. I've lost my binoculars. I can't see that far.
It's Khawaja at gully. Line's a bit deeper at backward point, and Labuschane's at the cover point. He's still rubbing the back of his left leg where he wore the sweep from Bavuma. Where'd it get him, Kat?
In the rump.
Right on the rump.
It's where the Morris brothers used to get you with a cane.
A nasty replay for Robot Building Supplies. Stark again. Verena, full ball, wristy drive, out through extra cover. It's been pursued by Harris. He'll get there and keep it to 2. 4 for 115. Verena's 24. What did you think of Stark de Bruin?
Loved it. Yeah. The line's there for a reason, mate. Yeah. Very good. Stark said in the past, hasn't he, that I won't run out a non-striker. I don't know why.
I just think it's not how we play our cricket. But when you're within the rules, I think it's always been that taboo topic about it. You know, if the batsman keeps doing it, the bowler's well within his right. So,
50-run stand between these two. Stark bowls and Verena off his pads. Busy knocks it away to mid-wicket. That's actually Harris who does the fielding there, and he tumbles away to his left as he does so. So there is a question. So what would the national reaction be? So if Stark... So I'm all for... Stark's given him 2 warnings, and the next time I'm all for running him out. I just think that it's just blatant cheating by de Bruin. I don't know whether that's the minority or the majority, but it would be an inflammatory national debate.
Yeah, no doubt there'd be mixed opinions on it, but I think, you know, from de Bruin's perspective, how come he hasn't realised after the first warning? He kept doing it. It's crazy.
Verena flashes out a drive. It ends square with Labuschagne, who collects it on the bounce. End of the over, 4 for 115. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to mate 5G.
Oz Design Furniture have extended their sale for 1 week only. Spoil family and friends with 25% off almost everything. Ends Monday at Oz Design Furniture. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded? Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high-voltage electricity cables and high-pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
10,788. The crowds thus far on day 4 for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 4 for 115. Bavuma 35. Verena 24. Simon Katich, Peter Lalor on the way to lunch. Lyon is bowling from the worn end, and Bavuma has the strike. It was just, was he given padding or was he taking padding off? No, he was given padding.
He's putting it on to go to square leg.
Maybe he'll end up at silly points in this over. Lyon over the wicket bowls, and Bavuma defends right there where head might end up. How do you think the national debate would go, Pete, if an Australian affected the run out of the non-strikers?
Maybe it was the mention of the Maris brothers previously, but...
Lyon lets fly. Bavuma is back and defending.
I could see Mitchell Starc saying, this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you, but it's for the good of the game. Whack! They're out. Your mate Robbo went to Maris Brothers too. The same one that I went to in Bendigo.
Lyon bowls. Bavuma is forward and defending.
They bulldozed it when we were finished.
Right.
Nobody wants to...
How far can these two take this South African innings? It's a lunch with an ounce of luck for them, and Bavuma's seen his way to that. Player of the Day honours thanks to Bingley. 35 Bavuma, 24 Verena, 28 De Bruyn is out, and Avea made 21. Lyon bowls, and Bavuma is playing for lunch here as he's got bat and pad tightly together, defending to the offside. Touch and go whether there's another over after this ball. Lyon to Bavuma, back playing from the stumps. He knocks it away through forward points. He's got a couple as Boland gets there to do the fielding. So two more, 4 for 117. The clock is about to tick over to 12:30. It's just all about whether Richard Kettleborough makes his tipping of the bails before Paul Rifle gets to his position. Rifle arrives now, and that is 7 seconds before the clock ticks over. So we'll get one more over.
Very nicely done by Richard Kettleborough then, wasn't it? Just took his time.
I like Ray's got a nice interpretation from Mooney Ponds. 0433 98 11 16 with the social interaction for Tyre Power Summer Scorcher Sale. Gerard, the first warning is mate, what are you doing? The second one is mate, you're just taking the piss now. And the third, there is no third warning. I'm with you, Ray. You and I are right.
Yep.
Are right on the same wavelength. Starc will get one last crack at things in this session. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 41. He has looked untroubled by a finger injury that's going to keep him out of cricket for the next 6 weeks. He's got a third man and a deep backward square in position. Verena's been prepared to go at him. Starc bowls, and Verena under edge past the stumps, ever so close. It was a bit of a wafty cut, and he's lucky to live to tell the tale.
Yeah, he likes playing off the back foot, Verena. There was not really much quick footwork there. He just sort of used his hands and didn't really get in a powerful position, chopped down on it.
He was already in the queue for lunch.
Oh, that was a bad dismissal.
That'd be terrible before lunch.
The technique to work on that replay for Robot Building Supplies. Starc might fancy his chances. He's in and he bowls to Verena, who leaves. It's more judicious as it passes outside the off stump.
Just feels like he's sweating on something short here. We saw that a few overs ago when he pulled Mitchell Starc to wide mid on for 4. And then now that deep point's back, he's potentially thinking of just playing a shot out there to get down the other end. Deep backward squares out as well. That's what Starc probably wants him to do here.
So Harris is deep backward square, and Boland is at fine leg. Lyon is at the square third man. Verena defends the ball from the stumps. Well pitched from Stark.
But just going back to your comments earlier, Pete, around South Africa and their Test cricket from this tour. One of the interesting things about their domestic structure now is they're actually reducing the amount of first-class games, which has happened this season. And a lot of that has been brought about by the new SA20 League, which is going to take a window in January through to early February, and it's been blocked out. Well, the FTP's been blocked out for their international players to be able to participate in that for the next 10 years.
Starkey and bowls. Verena leaves outside the off stump.
When you go through the record of some of their first-class players who they've brought on this tour, or you go through the first-class record of players they've brought on this tour, they haven't played a lot of cricket in their careers, not a lot of first-class cricket. And what you're saying is they're going to play less. They're putting all their money on this T20 league in the hope that, there can be a trickle-up effect, can't there? But it's not going to happen, really, is it? There's no return to South African cricket for about 3 or 4 years, I don't think. And you'll be seeing it all up close and personal soon, Simon.
We'll get a little flavour of that before our day is done. Stark bowls. Verena on the back foot, punches the ball through cover. He'll get runs on the way to lunch. Labuschagne sets off in pursuit, had a quick glance over his shoulder to see what they were doing, slides in, does the fielding, but realises there's no chance to affect a run out. 3 for Verena.
Classic Marnus there. Am I in this? Am I in this? Yep. They're going to go for a third. And that slide, he's been working on that little bit of fielding in that sort of point to cover region for ages. So that run out that he got earlier in the game, they don't come by chance, do they?
No, not at all.
It's really hard on them.
And that hook slide, when you perfect it and get it right, like Marnus Labuschagne does so well, it creates an element of doubt with the two batsmen that are running. And if you get that decision wrong, it's a split-second decision, the hook slide causes run-outs, and the judgment gets impacted by the fact that you're not sure how quickly the ball's going to come in, but the guys that do it well and then anchor their back leg when they're throwing can get a lot of power out of it.
For the last ball of the session, Warner's gone to the leg slip and Head's come into bat pad. So maybe a little plan being hatched by the Australians. The mate scoreboard make the switch to mate 5G. 4 for 120. Verena gets to lunch on 27. Does Bavuma get there on 37 or more? Anticipation for one last fling. Stark is around the wicket. Bowls. Bavuma keeps the Yorker out. He got it down to mid-off. Oh, Marnus, lovely dive. And no run added. A long 2.5 hours, Australia picked out 3 wickets. South Africa 4 for 120. The most promising partnership that they have had is at the crease right now. Bavuma 37. Verena 27. All our stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Mitchell Stark just standing there at the end of his mark, talking to the umpire. He wants a little bit of gardening done, as he often does.
Just one step back from the pitch.
Where he starts his load up there, and must be a bit slippery.
So dug up a little bit, so he just wants a little bit of an inspection from the umpires and direction for the ground staff. How did we see that 2.5 hours of play, Simon Katich, Pete Lalor?
Yeah, it was a great contest early on. I think South Africa tried their best early on, particularly Ervea and Dwayne, to get through that new ball, but ultimately the class of the Australian attack wore them down, and in the end it was a brilliant piece of bowling from Stark to get rid of Ervea. LBW, where it showed that it just clipped the boot before it went into his bat. It would have gone on to hit the stumps. And then Dwayne, he had a bit of luck along the way. There was a lot of balls that were flying through slips or just wider slips, and in the end he held out to Steve Smith at second. And then the run out of Zondo. I mean, Travis Head, it's his birthday today, and he couldn't believe his luck at mid-off getting Zondo the way it was done, with Bavuma just selling him up the river. So Australia very happy with the position they're in. South Africa will be disappointed, but they're buoyed once again by this Bavuma-Verena partnership of 55 so far. Both of them are digging in, and will look to do so after lunch break.
Yes, yeah, it is. It's been a good little fight back, and as we said earlier, that a chance for these South African batsmen to put a peg in the ground and say, I'm taking something home from this tour. There is still another test left in it. Well, not for you, Simon, because you're heading off. But some very good cricket from the Australians. It feels inevitable that they're going to get there, but they have to work hard to do it. And they're up and about. They're ready for it. They'll enjoy this break. And I think they'll come back refreshed and probably look to make some early break. Well, obviously always looking to make early breakthroughs, but they'll have a belly full of lunch and some rested legs, and they'll go for it.
Peter Lalor and Simon Katich. The fall of wickets for Valvoline, which oil is the ideal all-rounder. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil, at 0. That was yesterday when Elgar went. 47 when Avaya departed for 21. 57 when Dwayne was dismissed for 28, and 65 when Zondo was run out for 1. Now the quiz theme is 2022 on SEN Test Cricket. I think I saw a note that I've been enlisted to play the quiz today, so if you want to go head-to-head with me, I have a slightly different approach to the quiz than Simon, so there's a $100 7-Eleven voucher up for grabs. I'll probably give you right of way on each of the questions. Unless the competitive instinct just suddenly arrives. We've called 15 test matches from around the world in the calendar year and some of the most memorable moments. That's where the theme is. The quiz 2022 on SEN Test Cricket. Before then, Dwayne and Chris Rogers will take you through where this test match sits. South Africa 4 for 120. This is the lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
With Fuel Price Lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Money Shot, Freeway, BBW are all available at Lawn Hub, the home of hardcore products to transform your grass into the most splendid looking green pristine lawn you've ever seen. Lawn Hub quality lawn fertilisers, wetting agents and weed killers come with cheeky names but world-class results. One morning, on any good keyboard the L is very close to the P, so when typing Lawn Hub into your search engine, watch out for fat fingers. Grow yours with Lawn Hub.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom.
The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Neatly on it, timed it well through cover.
Stark into him, and Avaya drives and does get it through. And it'll race its way to the boundary for 4. Stark to Avaya, who jams on a Yorker. There's an appeal for leg before. Did he get bat on it first or pad? They're having a chat. Yeah, it's got to be out. Avaya is out for 21. Cummins has 1 for 4. Bavuma pushed back in his crease. He dabs on the offside. Through for a quick single. It's a direct hit and he might be out. Again, amazing piece of fielding. This one's flashed that outside off stump by Bavuma, and it does race away forward and point to the boundary for 4.
Rainer swings across the line. He gets it away through backward square. It races across the turf for 4. Stark strides out and bowls. Expansive drive by Bavuma, who got that superbly off the bat face and sends it flying away for a boundary at backward points.
The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
Great to have your company on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. It is the lunch break for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Chris Rogers is with me, part of the call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Lunch with South Africa 4 for 120. They started the day 1 for 15, so moved to 4 for 120. The men out. Well, it started with Elgar last night. He was out. Caught Kerry Bowl Cummins for a duck off 3 deliveries. And the wickets today. Avaya, LBW Stark for 21. And then De Bruyn, Court Smith, Bob Bolam for 28 off 68 deliveries. And Zondo, that crazy run out from Travis Head's direct hit where he didn't really extend to try and make his ground. He almost gave up on it. He was run out for 1. The not-out batsman at the moment, Bavuma for 37 and Verena 27. So Bavuma on 27, Bavuma on 37, Verena on 27. 4 for 120. And Chris Rogers is with us, and I'm just reading. This might be the last time ever, Chris, that we take lunch at this time, because Gerard Whateley might get his way. The big story of the day might be the movement of the start time for the Boxing Day Test to a midday start for all 5 days if we get 5 days. But let's talk about the cricket first, I suppose. Welcome back to you.
Thanks, Dwayne. Yeah, I know Gerard was talking about this a couple of weeks ago when I was speaking to him in Adelaide, so it seems to have got a mind of its own at the moment, isn't it? It's catching fire. But as for the game itself, yeah, it looked like Australia, when they got that 4th wicket, that, you know, they were going to press home their advantage. But there's been a bit of counter-attacking by Bavuma and Vereen. they've put on 55 off 84 deliveries. So, it just seems the pitch is flattened out a little bit. The ball's got a little bit older and batting conditions are pretty good.
So who has the free-thinking player of the day so far for Liberty? Loans for free thinkers on and off the field.
Oh, Travis Head, no doubt, with that excellent piece of work from mid-off to run Zondo out.
And there has been a few nice bits of play as well today. The interesting one for me was Mitch Starc warning Dwayne about leaving his crease too early. It seemed to rattle the cage a little, seemed to get the Australians up and about, and South Africa were taking the game on at that stage, and it seemed to rattle Dwayne a little.
Yeah, and he was out a little bit later as well. There was just, that little bit of byplay. I'm not sure if the batter was taken out of his bubble. Perhaps he would have made that single that Bavuma called Zondo through for.
And Liberty, loans for free thinkers. We love free thinkers on and off the field. Liberty.com.au. GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Who needs to be up for the challenge for the rest of today's play? Which of the South Africans can actually get a big number next to their name, perhaps, and keep Australia out there, if not for the rest of the day, maybe a little bit of tomorrow?
Oh, definitely these two batters at the crease. That there's they've both got starts now. It's time for them to go on with it. Take that responsibility.
And outside of the two at the crease now, do they have a chance to extend it? You mentioned the pitch flattening out. Is there a chance that the Australian bowlers will fatigue a little as well? Starc looks like he's still sending them down at a reasonable rate, even though he's got the finger injury to worry about. No Cam Green. Lyon's going to bowl a lot of overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one factor, isn't it, that Cam Green isn't there to just fill in and give them high-quality overs when they need to. So that means that the quicks in Starc, Cummins and Boland are going to have to be rotated from one end while Nathan Lyon operates from the other. So there will be a lot of responsibility on those guys. Perhaps we'll see either Smith or Labuschagne sends down some filthy leggies as well, but you'd think that the responsibility are on those four main bowlers, so there's a high workload to carry.
GWM Ute up for the challenge. 1 tonne payload and 3 tonne towing, backed by a 7-year warranty. Check out GWM Ute for more information. Chris Rogers still with us. Okay, Chris, so what else have you taken from the day and the test so far? We know that there's going to be changes in the bowling lineup for the Sydney test. You were out there with myself earlier when we had a chat to Josh Hazlewood. What have you taken out of the day information-wise to take to Sydney?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a few changes. Obviously, with Cam Green missing out and Mitch Starc, there has to be. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hazlewood comes in. Michael Nisa probably might play a bit of an all-rounder role, and it might give them the option to play a second spinner. So Scotty Boland actually might miss as well. So there might be some big changes in the bowling department.
Do you think Andrew McDonald maybe knew that yesterday when he spoke to us, and he mentioned that Morris might come in? Obviously, when we were down there today, they were trying to let us know as well. We beat that up a bit too much. Hazlewood's going to come in as well. Maybe they knew that Boland was going to be rested. Hazlewood comes in, and that Morris replaces Starc.
Yeah, it's how do you fit them all in? I do think that they'll want to play Hazlewood because they need to get some red ball cricket into him. But I just think that they want to keep him a part of it as well. So you suspect that Cummins is going to play as well, and then if they want to play the two spinners, I mean, potentially they could go Agar to be a bit of to offer something with the bat as well. But, I don't know how well he's bowling, to be honest, and whether he deserves that spot. So, it's going to be a tricky little one. I guess then it's whether they do opt for Nisa to bat 7. If they're going to play the two spinners, then I suspect Morris might miss out.
And where are you with the Swepson versus Zampa in the queue if they do get an opportunity? And I'm thinking of maybe Mitch Swepson as an option, or you don't think they are at all?
Oh, it's really hard to know. I mean, are they going to use this with the World Test Championship, do they just want to win every match, and make sure they're there at Lords in June in the final, or are they projecting to what they think's coming against India as well? And I mean, the other one is Todd Murphy. His statistics are outstanding, and the argument is that you need someone who can spin the ball away from the right-handed to complement Nathan Lyon. But if you look at Todd Murphy's statistics, he actually averages less bowling against right-handed batters against left-handers batters. And both, it's about 23 versus 23.5. So they're excellent statistics. So he could be in the mix as well. But yeah, it's not a clear-cut decision, I think.
And what do you make of current white ball form then? Because Nisa, you mentioned his name. You sound like he would be a pretty valuable option and might do well if he is brought in.
Well, I mean, he bowled well in Adelaide against the West Indies. So what was that, about 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago? So he's still, he's got that workload behind him as well. And I think that they'd be pretty comfortable with what he's going to bring. Interestingly, the One Shield game that was at Sydney did spin as well. So they're probably looking to bring in another spinner to play, and then it's just how do they fit the pieces in around that.
And is there a chance that they might play an extra bowler, do you think, or not?
I think Carey will go to 6, and then so they'll play it'll either be Nisa or Agar at 7, I think. It's hard to know, isn't it?
Yeah, it is hard to know, but that's the beauty of it, I suppose. The other question is, if it's a dead rubber, which we presume it will be, how much is it about winning that test, or how much is it about looking forward?
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing. It's I think that they'll think that they're now, an almost certainty to be in that World Test Championship, and that's what they're aiming towards. But you've got to make certain of it as well, and you wouldn't want to lose that game in Sydney, then go to India, lose 4-0 and just miss out by some miracle. But that's a possibility.
And before we take a break and we bring the boys back for the quiz, your thoughts on what might transpire today? Is there any chance we'll be here tomorrow, do you think? These two look a little more settled than any South African batter has so far.
I mean, I think it's unlikely. There's still a lot of overs to go today because we're making up time from the rain from yesterday. So, I think there's still, there's probably still 70 overs or so to go today. So it's going to be a challenge for South Africa. And it's you feel if you're Australia, you're 1 wicket away. You've got Jansen coming in next. Yeah, we know he can bat a little bit, but is he going to stick around for 3-4 hours? Probably unlikely. So and then it's the bowlers. So I think Australia will come back out after lunch, breathing fire, thinking if we get 2 wickets here, we could knock them over in one session.
I'll let you get some lamb. I'll talk to you soon. Chris Rogers departing today as local club legend for Traveller. Like beer, drink Traveller. Is David Brennan from the Altona Sport Cricket Club. Dave, they call him Donkey apparently, debuted for the club in 88, still currently playing today, which is great news as well. Currently captains their 5th 11, helping develop the next generation of cricketers, and only a few games away from playing his 400th game for the club, in which he'll be the first person at the club to reach that milestone. So congratulations to you, David Brennan, today's local club legend. Thanks to Traveller. Like beer, drink Traveller. Low carbs, mid-strength, great taste. Try a Traveller today. It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for environment. South Africa's 4 for 120. The not-out batsman, Bavuma, 37. Verena, 27. Started the day at 1 for 15. 4 for 120 right now. And up next, you want to jump on the line, 1300 736 736. The lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven, 1300 736 736. Join Colo, Bharat and Gerard Whateley, I'm told, is going to go head-to-head with you. So jump on that line now and back after this break with more SEN Test Cricket from the MCG.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Businesses needing lubricants for all farm equipment, they know. Farmers with harvesters and pickers, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
So, Santa was too square to give you what you really wanted? No problem. Starting Boxing Day, Sexyland has up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. Something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight, 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot cool man. Take me now, Sexyland.
Sexyland.com.au.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances using patented 6 Sense technology. Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. Forgot to wash the kids' cricket whites in time for the weekend? With a Whirlpool washer and dryer, they're perfectly washed and dried, no worries. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
At Blunston, we put thousands of hours into our revolutionary new Rotaflex series. That's hours of researching, hours of pressure testing, serious pressure testing, hours of pushing things harder. Then hours of refining, creating the best and most comfortable fit. Because the more hours we put into perfecting these boots, the easier every minute on the job will be. Put our innovation to work. Rotaflex by Blunston.
Serious crash causing delays up in Campbellfield. The intersection of Sydney Road and Cooper Street is closed. Use Pascoe Vale Road or the Hume Freeway instead to avoid the Westgate Freeway too, thanks to those works on the Westgate Bridge outbound. Use Wurundjeri Way, Footscray Road or Dynam Road. Ready to play by your own rules? Powerball's massive $100 million draw is on tonight. Enter in store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
For 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Call now on 1300 736 736.
It's a lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances with South Africa. 4 for 120 in their second innings. They still trail by 266 runs. Verena, they're on 27. Bavuma, 37. They've put on 55, and that sting means it is time for the lunch break quiz thanks to 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. As ever, we have a $100 voucher to give to the winning contestant. Head-to-head with Gerard Whateley. Hello, Gerard.
Colo, I live in fear of not being able to remember stuff that I called myself in the calendar year, so with a great sense of trepidation, although I do love a Coke Slurpee on a hot day, so I'm in it for the kids. I'm playing for my kids today to get that voucher.
I like that a lot. There probably is a bias to the stuff that happened when you were sleeping too, Gerard, although I know you keep a keen eye and keen ear on these matters. And our contestant, your competitor today, is Adam from St Kilda, a veteran of other quizzes that Bharat and I have done before. Are you there, Adam?
Yes, I am. I enjoy hot pies and donuts from 7-Eleven.
This should work well.
Adam, that's the question.
This should work well. So it's a simple buzzer system we've reverted to this week for the Melbourne Test match. You buzz in with your name, Adam. Gerard will buzz in with Gerard. The contestant with the most points will win. It's as simple as that. Bharat, you there? Ready to roll as well?
Let's do this, Adam.
Okay.
Yes,
Question number one. Question number one. To start 2022, Jimmy Anderson had 6 balls to survive at the SEG to save the test for England. Which Australian sent down the final over of that test?
So I'll go Adam. Adam, what was it? Was it Pat Cummins?
It wasn't Captain Pat. He started chucking the ball around. I reckon Gerard will remember. He had a fun piece of commentary at the end. Gerard?
It was Steve Smith.
It's too dark for Pat Cummins.
It was. He had the hot hand too, didn't he? He got Jack Leach out, and then he ended up bowling 4 overs at the end. But only bowled one other time in 2022, Bharat, that awful day in Rawalpindi when everyone got chucked the ball in the second innings.
They did. All right. Moving on to the second question, Gerard and Adam. In June, just the month of June, how many centuries did Johnny Bairstow make in the space of just 3 tests? It's New Zealand and
India.
Adam.
I'll say three centuries.
Adam.
You're ever so close. I mean, he played 3 test matches, but he didn't hit 3 tons. Gerard, how many tons for Yorkshire's Johnny Bairstow in the space of a month in June?
So, do I do the right thing or the wrong thing? He hit 4 centuries, Colo.
He did, 130. Yeah, that's right. 106 and 114 at Edgbaston after his mercurial 162 at Leeds when they were 5 for 50 at one point, and 136 at Trent Bridge that got Bazball up and about. Question 3, Gerard's up 2-0. When Pat Cummins bowled Naseem Shah to win the Test and the series at Lahore, another momentous achievement took place in Australia 30 seconds earlier, also on SEN. What was it?
What was going on? That Australia going to win a Test series in Pakistan.
No, I'll give you a clue here, I think, Adam. It wasn't cricket. Something else was going on in Australia. A historic moment in Aussie sport at the SCG. At the SCG, as a Hawthorn supporter, myself, it nearly brought me to tears when I realised this had happened.
Was it Sydney Swans beating Hawthorn in a football match?
It wasn't. It was a Sydney Swans footballer kicking 1,000 goals. It was Buddy's 1,000th goal. Gerard was there with Hutto calling that. Gerard, your memories of trying to balance the two things out, watching the cricket, following that on one screen and seeing Buddy on the other.
It was so great that they happened almost simultaneously. And, yeah, there was so... And they were both... I mean, the way Cummins finished that test match, splaying the stumps everywhere, and then Franklin surrounded by so many people. It was a glorious night of sport. And, we had a great sense of pride that the station was at both events, sharing them with you.
Absolutely. So that's I'm going to keep that at 2-2 to keep the contest alive. 2 to win. Then we have the tiebreaker if required, which we'll make up on the fly. Baz, question 4 is yours.
Yeah, I'm still shaking my head for this one, but in the final half an hour of gripping Karachi Test, Usman Khawaja dropped an easy chance at cover. What was unusual about that drop, making Colo and me so angry on commentary at the National Stadium, we are still seething. There was something unusual about what Usman Khawaja was doing while he dropped the catch.
Was he adjusting his cap?
Oh, okay, take that a little bit further.
I was going to say...
It was adjusting his shirt.
No, Adam, I'll give you this much. He was fielding it short-legged the ball before, and then he went back to cover, and he didn't change something.
Oh, he didn't take his helmet off.
Yes. Well done,
Ding,
Adam.
ding. Ding, ding, there it
Brad.
is. 2-1. 1 to win. That's right. Usman went back to cover, and for reasons that we could never quite work out, didn't take his lid off and dropped the most
That's an
straightforward
unusual
chance.
situation.
It was unusual. All right, last question. Who took 4 wickets for Australia in the second innings of their test win against Sri Lanka at Gaul? They won inside 2.5 days on a snake pit. Who took 4 wickets?
Adam, was it Nathan Lyon?
It wasn't Nathan Lyon. The carryover, the pass goes over to Gerard to win the comp, to win the quiz.
It was Travis Head.
The birthday boy. Travis Head, 29 today. We've ended with him. He took 4 for 10 in 2.5 overs, including Bharat, the wonder ball to Dinesh Chandimal. Ball of the century.
Ball of the century.
Adam, 7-Eleven vouchers are better spent on pies and donuts than they are on Slurpees. So it's all yours, Adam.
Oh, thanks, Gerard and the team.
Enjoy it, Adam. Thanks for calling up and being part of our lunch quizzes. This might be the last one of 2022, Bharat. We'll see if this test goes into day 5. We'll be back tomorrow. If not, we'll be doing it again at the Sydney Cricket Ground lunch every day of the series. Thanks to 7-Eleven. This has been the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment. Gerard Whateley winning the quiz, and he'll be back on commentary after the break to start the middle session of day 4. South Africa, 4 for 120. They trail by 266.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Bingley's biggest Boxing Day sale ever is on now with huge deals on TV, tech, fridges, laundry, cooking and more. Head to bingley.com.au. Better living every day.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Harvey Norman Super Deals on now. Up to 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save a massive $700 on Samsung 75-inch QLED 4K Smart TV. Now only $1,795. Purchase a selected Australian-made queen-size mattress and for $1 more, upgrade to a king-size. Everdure Furnace 3-burner barbecue for $999. Plus bonus cover and warming rack valued at $129. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Harvey Norman Super Deals on now.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline. The original engine oil.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's all we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Great athletes need great coaches to be their best. It's the same when you're looking for work, and that's where MEGT can help. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching gives you a front row seat for local jobs. With new offices in Footscray, Altona, Werribee, Sunshine and Melton, they've got the West covered. MEGT's helped nearly 1.5 million Australians find work over the past 40 years. So call them on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today. This program is funded by the Australian Government.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Striga Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Striga Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StrigaMarine.com.au.
Booked a summer holiday? Get prepared before you travel by booking your airport parking online now and save. Nothing beats the value and absolute convenience of Melbourne Airport's Terminal Undercover Car Parking. Located directly opposite Terminals 1, 2, 3 and Terminal 4, Melbourne Airport's terminal parking offers ultimate ease and value, and it's only a few minutes walk to the terminals. Park with ease and peace of mind with Melbourne Airport. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au.
Kicking a goal might get you strut on. Getting the stuff you want gets your snaffle strut on. Get what you want when you want with Snaffle and pay over 1, 2 or 3 years. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Lawn Hub. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser.
A fighting session-long stand or a clutter of wickets that might hasten the end of the test match? What awaits us in this middle session of day 4? South Africa 4 for 120. Bavuma and Verreynne are well established at the crease. Bavuma's 37, Verreynne is 27. This second session is for Lawn Hub fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser. It is an overcast day in Melbourne, which is a bit on the cool side. It's 19 degrees. We might get to a top of 21. There's the suggestion that the sun might break through late in the afternoon. The weather update for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Gerard Whateley with you for the start of this session's play. Our experts for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Jonty Rhodes. Jonty, welcome back.
Thank you, Gerard.
Chris Rogers is in place.
Hello. Hello, guys.
12,500 in at the MCG. What do you reckon, Jonty? Time for a big stand.
Well, it's long overdue, and these two have certainly applied themselves in the session leading into lunch. So it'll be very useful if they can. My big concern has always been, at the end of a decent partnership, we have lost wickets in clumps and bunches, and that's a big worry because the tall Marco Jansen is next, and even though he did get runs in the first innings, he certainly looked like he bowled himself into the ground on that really hot day. He wasn't quite the force in the third morning that he came out to bowl. So I really am hoping that these two bat a lot longer, because not only, someone, Carl Verreynne, he's a young player, and when you score runs against Australia, it does a lot for your career. So regardless of the outcome or the end result, so for him personally, he's a young guy, 26. He's got a good first-class average and a great future ahead of him. So if he can get some runs and not just 30s and 40s or a 50, but convert to a 3-figure score against Australia in Australia, even though it's a slightly depleted bowling attack, it'll go a long way to assisting his career.
And Temba Bavuma, he gets to 50. He's found that next step in Test cricket devilishly hard over the years.
Well, he was first black African batter to score a Test 100 and hasn't been able to at the early start of his career, and hasn't been able to convert since then. And often an issue was he was kind of batting down the order or 5 and 6, and it would often run out of partners because his strike rate has been notoriously slow. So under 50% strike rate and generally getting up to 60 or 70, and suddenly he's batting with a tail. So if someone like a Carl Verreynne can stay with him for a long time, and again, scoring a second Test century would do a lot, especially against Australia in Australia, to kind of release him from that, expectation, or is he good enough? We know he's good enough. He certainly has been South Africa's top performing red ball batter in the last 2 seasons, but it'll go a long way for he emotionally and mentally came back really drained from the T20 World Cup, and it'll go a long way to picking him up and taking him forward.
From an Australian perspective, back is Scott Boland is going to take up the attack first up. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34.
Yeah, he was actually a little bit expensive
wasn't he, at the beginning of his first spell? I think he's conceded over 20 runs in his first 4 overs. But he managed to get a wicket. Dwayne nicking to Smith at second slip. And you expect him to be right on the money here as well.
So going through his warm-ups, he's got this lovely habit where with his baggy green on, his first warm-up is to run in, and then he hands his cap to the umpire and heads back to the top of his mark to do it for real. Given the all clear to play, Carl Verreynne is on 27. He has the strike. Scott Boland looking to get through. He's down the leg side to start, and he's glanced down to Stark at fine leg. A single taken. Verreynne is 28, 4 for 121.
Probably the worst first ball of his spell in the Test summer, I reckon.
That's true. I mean, he was even out before the start bowling to one of the coaches, so he does take that first delivery very seriously, and I think it's been a hallmark of the Australian attackers that they've bowled so well from both ends, not letting up pressure at all on the South African batters. And we saw with South Africa way too often the strikers rotated easy ones to the square leg mid-wicket area.
Boland is over the wicket. Bavuma in his sights now. He strokes the ball on the back foot out near point. Labuschagne dives away to his left and does the fielding and prevents a run.
It's interesting you notice that, Jonty, that in the breaks for Victoria, he's well known to be out there, always making sure he's bowling some balls in preparation to go and bowl out and in the session. And a lot of the younger guys are kind of looking at it going, oh, right, I didn't even know that's what you were supposed to do.
Boland muscles his way in. He bowls to Bavuma, who jams down on a ball that was coming at the stumps.
But just the other professional. And you can see from the fact that, he rarely misses. He always puts the ball in a pretty good area. And that comes from knowing your game so well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he keeps it pretty simple. Nothing too fancy about it from a technique. Some bowlers rely heavily on rhythm, and if they get it wrong, they're not too sure how to fix it. I think he would understand his bowling technique really well, be able to make adjustments if he felt something wasn't quite correct.
Bavuma awaits him. Boland to him, close to the off stump, taken low down by Carey.
I think with some bowlers too, that there's no ego to them, so it doesn't matter if they get pulled for 6. It's okay, well that's okay. Next ball is going to be on. It's not okay, I'm going to try and bowl the fastest ball ever. It's just back to business, and he's definitely one of those characters.
Warner at first, Smith at second, Khawaja in the gully, line at backward point, Labuschagne at cover points. Harris is at mid-off, Cummins at mid-on, Head at mid-wicket. Boland to Bavuma, who lets it pass, and Stark down below us at fine leg.
It'd be interesting for me to see now, because Marnus Labuschagne is just I wouldn't call him a cover fielder, but he'd be cover point. And generally he fields at mid-off, and that's because of the length that the Australian bowlers like to bowl. They do like to go slightly fuller. So someone like a Scott Boland, if he gets punished, if he does bowl slightly loose, it'll be an over-pitch delivery, because he's always trying to be in that in-between lengths. But there's generally, if Marnus Labuschagne's involved in a field position, it's usually because he wants to be in the action, and possibly the length is slightly back of a length now.
Boland to Bavuma, who drives wide of mid-off. He'll get runs as Harris heads back into the deep. They have 2 as Harris arrives, and Bavuma wants the third. Oh, he was sent back. It was clearly there. Harris tumbled over with ball in hand. So they leave a run out there. Bavuma 39, 3 from the over, 4 for 123. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Well, it is bad running that, because the person who called no was Verreynne, and he was actually running to the safe end. So Bavuma was running to the danger end, and he was going to make that comfortably, even if Harris hadn't slipped. So just little 1%ers that they miss out. I mean that probably refers to that run out where Zondo just wasn't backing up, was he?
Well, you can't back up. Mitchell Stark certainly proved that, but you can be in a position to take off, and he's not very upright, no movement at all. So, yes, the awareness of the South African test batters, and it's not just about, you know, not understanding the game. It's often the ebb and the flow of the game. Sometimes you have to absorb that pressure, and as a batting partnership, you have to work really hard together.
Pat Cummins in from the members' end. Verreynne jags down on a ball out wide of mid-off. He takes the single and moves to 29. 4 for 123. Runs off Pat Cummins have been rare. 11 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 8 before he started there. Our stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
And yeah, I think that's an indication of why they are, you know, obviously a strong batting lineup, but their bowling unit bowl as a unit and not just as a, you know, as a partnership. All 4 of them or 5 of them, when they are fit and 5 of them playing, they're just always at you, all of them.
Just fine leg back, although Lions pushed a little deeper at backward points. Bavuma faces up and he defends Cummins to the offside.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa are in Australia playing an exceptional side as well. If you look around, I was surprised. Travis Head, he's turned 29 today, and I kind of thought he was more around 26. But Cam Green's the youngest in this side, but most of this side has a lot of experience behind it. They're 30 and beyond. And with that has come, you know, real expertise, understanding of the game.
Cummins bowls. Bavuma edges short of first slip. Warner takes it cleanly.
Pat Cummins bowling really good areas, always asking questions. The stats of his are incredible. Not giving anything away. Temba Bavuma does play, defends with soft hands. It's a real asset of his. He doesn't move far from the crease, but only concern there when he does look to drive, he still drives from the crease. So if it's overpitched, he's played a lovely shot back down, straight back down the ground. But if he's looking to reach for the ball, he couldn't get into trouble.
Bavuma faces up and he's beaten past the outside edge.
I want to know, Buck, if you talk about, you know, the guys know their game really, really well. Someone like Alex Carey has been in and out of setups. He was trying a different sport. So, you know, you almost, you've lived an experienced life. So even if it's not cricket experience, it's almost an understanding or an appreciation of the game and of the opportunities that you get, because he's not a young player. I mean, he's not a young guy. He doesn't have a lot of, you know, from an experience point of view, he's been in and out of setup, but when he gets an opportunity, he takes it with both hands.
Cummins is challenging Bavuma in behind it, defends the ball out near point. Labuschagne Fields no run.
So sometimes you need more than just cricket skills, don't you? I mean, a lot of the game is played from between the ears or above your shoulders, and headspace is such an important asset if you've got good headspace as a cricket player, whether you're a batter or a bowler.
Yeah, I mean, balance in life as well. Just, I mean, I just felt like Test cricket was like a roller coaster. You know, the great days were amazing, the bad days were horrible, and if you rode that roller coaster too hard, it just took it out of you.
Cummins to Bavuma, threw it up outside the off stump. It was left alone. We'll pick this up with Jonty and Chris. 4 for 124 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty Loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
SEN Test cricket, this session of play for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. 4 for 124. Bavuma 29. Verreynne is Bavuma's 39. Verreynne is 29. Scott Boland is into Verreynne at the start of a new over, and it's left alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can play first class cricket. And you go under the radar a little bit. I mean, you can make poor decisions and have bad performances at times, and no one really criticises you But then you go to international cricket, and even being able to deal with that adversity about, you know, when you do perform badly and people are highly critical of you, that takes something else. That takes, you know, being a well-rounded person as well.
Boland to Verena, who cuts. He beats the dive of Lyon. That was in the air. Lyon threw himself at it at backward points. I think he's hurt himself, Lyon. He's crumpled in the aftermath.
I think what's happened, he fully extended his left arm, and when he landed, he's almost like popped his shoulder.
Slow to rise. He's clutching. Well, the left arm is limp, and now he's clutching at the shoulder.
Yeah, I think he'd be okay. It's also a case of the outfield is fairly, it's not thick grass, but it's quite softer, the outfield. So when you land, you'll see a lot of guys, if they slide, they'll slide with their knee, and the knee sometimes digs into the ground. So because he's gone full stretch, one hand to his left, he sort of landed on and almost put all the force back up into that shoulder area.
Yeah, you almost hyperextend that shoulder, don't you? He's going off. I'll have a look at that.
So the medical woes for Australia grow, and it's their spinner this time, Nathan Lyon. After a fielding mishap, a wholehearted effort to haul in what would have been one of the greatest catches you've ever seen. It was just beyond his reach.
And it was interesting because it was good field placing, because he's not a conventional backward point. And I've heard a lot about this youngster coming on the field.
This is your portfolio, Buck. He's under your care.
Who was telling me this morning? Justin Langer or Damien Fleming, saying how good in the field this guy is. A bit of a gun fielder. So
he's been subbed out.
Oh, he's too good.
Ash Chandrasinghe, yeah. It was he was coming on.
Is he allowed to be on? Is he a part of the squad?
Well, he was. Victoria were asked if there was anyone who could, you know, help out with 12-man duties, and we put his name forward because he's not in the BBL. Right. But then I know Mackenzie Harvey was brought in, and he's an amazing fielder.
So Lance Morris has come on instead. Boland to Verena, who leaves outside the off stump.
And I think he came on for an over or so last night, but the officials say that wasn't in the spirit of the game, just bringing him in to be a specific substitute fielder when they've already got Marcus Harris and Lance Morris there.
Okay. Fair enough. South Africa chipping away through the bowling attack.
Yeah, might be nobody left for Sydney, Jonty.
Suddenly, Jonty's got a spring back in his step and a bigger smile on his face again. Who else could? Oh, Marnus Labuschagne can bowl.
Verena's on 33, Boland to him. Defends the ball from the stumps to the offside. So, yes, it's such a dive when you look at the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. He left nothing there and was most vulnerable on landing.
Yeah, 100% committed. And usually when you go 100% committed, there's less likelihood of getting injured. It's when you go half-hearted that you land heavy. But I just think there was no momentum as he hit the ground, because he did land and stop, no slide.
Verena wrapped on the pads by Boland. They're up and asking, and he's out. Verena immediate with the review.
Verena thinking possibly there's bat involved, but is it pad first, then bat?
Richard Kettleborough has given him.
I've checked the front foot, speed delivery. We go to front time when available.
Chris Gaffney's doing his work with the DRS. Biz cover, business insurance made easy.
I wonder if he's decided to do that because he's the last recognised batter, and it's potentially high as well.
Well, the only thing is umpire's call, so even if it is high and clipping the stumps. But you're right, he is the last of the recognised batters. It does look in front. It's above the knee roll, but he hasn't got a big stride in. We know the South African guys do get caught on the crease often.
There's a couple of marks already before the ball gets there. There's nothing obvious there. Snicko win free things.
His body language wasn't good when he walked down to Bavuma.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, flat line, no bat involved. You go to bull track when available, please.
Height will be an issue here.
So here we go.
Yeah, Richard.
Verena's
Pitching
fate
outside
hangs in the
and
balance.
back line, wickets.
Out.
Beckham's bringing you stay with your original decision of out.
Top of middle, no umpires calling that. Boland makes the breakthrough. He's got his second. South Africa now 5 for 128. Verena departs for 33.
Well, just relentless bowling by Australia, and Scotty Boland just making the batters answer a question every ball, and that one just on a good length, nipping back at Verena, and that's an excellent delivery, hitting the top of middle stump. And that's what he's there for, isn't he, Scotty Boland? Just to nag away, a little bit of movement. And he's found the front pad, and that is plumb.
That really was top of middle stump. You're correct, Gerard. It wasn't even umpire's call. Under the bails. It did look out, though, and you're right, the body language of Verena told you a story as he kind of walked towards Temba Bavuma.
I think Jonty, you had the finger up straight away.
I did.
Yes.
Sadly.
Good shout. So Boland with 2 is the leading wicket taker in the innings for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. He might just be getting started now.
I mean, it's not like that ball has done plenty. It's just the fact that he's just always there. And as a batter, you can sometimes just make a mistake, just miss the ball, can't you? And if you're trying to, work the ball off the stumps enough times, the chances are you're going to eventually miss one.
And particularly with a few of the South African batters, there's probably, you can count them on 2 fingers of your one hand, the players who actually have a good stride in with a forward or back. Verena isn't one of them. He's had some attractive innings, but most of them have been playing from the crease. He's played uppercuts and pull shots and sweeps and reverse sweeps, but nothing really down the ground, off the pace or through the covers, off the seamers. And that's often an indication that you are stuck in the crease and you don't have a great weight transfer. You're comfortable off the back foot because you can rock back, but not a big stride in. Temba Bavuma's played some great shots down the ground. Tennis to Brain even got a few good ones in.
Marco Janssen faces the test of Scott Boland, who's at him, and he defends the ball to the offside. End of a successful over. 5 for 128. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Now at Target, hot deals you won't want to miss, like up to 30% off electrical brands like DeLonghi, Sunbeam, Russell, Hobbs and more. Conditions apply. See online and in-store for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Scott Boland collects the great applause down in the worn stands at fine leg, and after taking the wicket of Carl Verena for 33. Pat Cummins is in operation from the members' end, 5 for 128. Bavuma's on 39. Cummins bowls to him. He's forward and defending to mid-off. Simon Katich has come in to join Jonty Rhodes for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Welcome back, Cap.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Jonty and all our listeners.
Scott Boland gets through.
He's the master, isn't he?
He is.
The master of the MCG.
Just the master of the nagging length. Never leaves there.
2 in the deep on the leg side with Bavuma on strike. Cummins pitches up and he drives, takes the invitation out through cover and sends the fielders scuttling in all directions. Labuschagne will get there first. Hook slide, picks up, throws in one motion into Cummins at the non-strikers. 3 for Bavuma. He goes to 42.
And you mentioned it earlier, Gerard, about his second innings record here. They get one more wicket here and they're right amongst the South African tail. Because I thought Janssen handled himself beautifully in the first innings. He showed that he's certainly capable with the bat. I know we mentioned it last week that he started as a junior, as a opening batsman. So he's got a bit about him. But this is a totally different kettle of fish in a test match.
Yeah, he certainly displayed adequate batting technique and skills, but it's more the mindset. You know, he's, I think, somebody he spent a lot of time in the field. I think his body and his mind possibly is a little bit weary from long spells of bowling in the heat of day 2. See how he does bounce back.
He's the leading run scorer in the first innings for South Africa for Victoria Police. Made for more with 59. Janssen faces up to Cummins, who pitches up, and it's defended to the offside. They've gone with head under the helmet at bat pad. The 3 slips in the gully at the start of Janssen's innings as Australia they went short to him. And he did look susceptible, but he worked his way through that period.
Yeah, look, it's hard for a man of his height to be able to avoid bounces or to play it, you know, aggressively, particularly someone like Pat Cummins. But the one thing I noticed with his technique was his front foot has a tendency to sort of stay on leg stump line rather than get across to the line of the ball.
Cummins to Janssen, bouncer got underneath it.
And that's going to be the challenge for him here, because I think Cummins will certainly soften him up upstairs and then eventually throw one out and that's pretty much how he got him out in the first innings. I don't think Cummins got him out, but he went wider and he ended up feathering one. Might have been Green, I think. Green got him.
Green.
And it felt like he was much more comfortable when the ball was sort of closer to him and on the stumps because he's got good reach. But as soon as it started to get out into the channel around that 5th, 6th stump line, because his front foot stays on leg stump line.
And bowls to Janssen. He's on the back foot, fending the ball out to gully, no run.
Yeah, because in his address, I mean, he does take a bit of a trigger, but he starts way outside leg stump and gets towards leg.
Which is fine when the ball's straight, because then you can access it through mid-on and mid-off. But the problem is, as soon as they start taking you out to that, trying to go through the cover region, you're then a long way away, your front foot, and then even because your left hip as a right-hander and your left shoulder is pointing towards the leg side, it's harder to get it across to the offside where you want to hit it.
Cummins to Janssen, who drives straight to mid-off. No run. And
that's right, that sort of straighter line is where he's comfortable.
We'll pick that up in a moment. End of the over, 5 for 131. Nathan Lyons coming back on. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus.
With summer here, the forecast at Chadstone Mitsubishi is looking brighter than ever, because right now there's stock available for immediate delivery. Find great offers across the Mitsubishi range, including the bold new Mitsubishi Outlander and the tough Mitsubishi Triton. With expert service plus finance options, the Chadstone Mitsubishi team are just so easy to deal with. Stock is available for immediate delivery. To secure yours, go and see the champion team today. ChadstoneMitsubishi.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Great to have your company for SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Nathan Lyon back out there, which is another good news story. 5 for 131. South Africa, Simon Katich still with us. And a little bit of cloud, overcast, but good seeing conditions. And it's going to be interesting to see what Bavuma does from here. He's on strike, 42. And he waits. And Boland sees him poke it along the deck to Nathan Lyon just to test that arm in that backward point position. No addition to the score.
Good afternoon, Dwayne. Yeah, Nathan Lyon, that was a nasty landing because all the weight went through his left shoulder. He didn't quite get the landing right. And when that force goes through the back of your, particularly his left shoulder, even though it's his front arm with his bowling, not his bowling arm, it's still a cause for concern being able to get it up.
It doesn't take much to pop it out for a split second. As this one fended out and an appeal, half-hearted. Bavuma threw the bat at it. He's walking away, and they're considering this. Boland, Carey, discussion. Boland, little nod of the head. He thinks he heard something, and they are going for the DRS. So Bavuma on 42 now has to wait, as we do, with you. 5 for 131.
For Corbine. Original decision is not out. Check front foot speed delivery, go to front time when available, thanks. Thank you. Okay. Looks like it's gone past the bat. You got hot spot offside, please.
Doesn't appear to be anything on hot
spot.
spot.
Just Snicko, just to confirm. Thanks. Running went through flat line. Just run that past.
How's the reading of the technology,
one
Simon?
Past.
Looks
Yeah,
like to be
nothing
given
there.
not
I'll
out.
go back to Kits on field. Richard, you can stay with your original decision of not out. So, yeah.
Richard Kettleborough given the indication that his decision of not out was the correct decision.
He's a very good umpire, Richard Kettleborough. You're a game man taking him on. I remember a couple of years ago, someone had the stat on taking him on with the LBWs, with the DRS, and he was 100%.
Yeah, they get criticised quite heavily in all sport when they get things wrong, but they had to give one or two a pat on the back when they get it right. Boland in, and Bavuma fends this along the deck through. Gully. Not sure what happened there, but Osman Khawaja having a little giggle about it. Didn't cost a run, still 5 for 131.
Yeah, lucky Nathan Lyons quite fine there at backward point. He was able to clean up the mess. Khawaja's a little bit tight in his lower back or hammies, because it was a routine ball that just sort of didn't go to him that quickly, and didn't get down to it quick enough.
No, he didn't spend a lot of time in the middle with the bat. He's the kind of guy who looks like maybe many of them. They need a day off tomorrow. Boland in, and this one's driven, but along the deck on the bounce to cover. No addition to that 5 for 131. Bavuma's 42, by the way. Janssen, the fresh man in, yet to get off the mark as Bharat Sundaresan joins Simon Katich. And welcome back to you, Bharat.
Hello, guys. Sorry, as always, I was just chatting away with someone. Nothing important.
Any new Zondo stories or anything coming your way?
No, every time I think of background story, the batter gets out.
You don't get a chance to give us the pearl. After all the research, Boland in and turned on the onside by Bavuma again. No opportunity of a run. He's still mostly sprightly in the field. 42 Bavuma, Janssen yet to get off the mark, and it's a precarious patch of play coming up here for South Africa. They've got one guy at the crease who does look like he's seeing them okay, but it can fall apart quickly for South Africa.
Yeah, we've seen that throughout this series with the amount of collapses they've had, and this is the man that he can spark it.
And it would be good for their confidence heading to Sydney if one guy got a big score, if not two, as Bavuma drives this along the deck, though, and fielded at mid-off. No addition to the score. End of the over 5 for 131 at the end of that over. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Celebrate the new year at Coles with $10 off click and collect orders of $150 or more. Enter code NEWYEAR at the checkout. T's and C's apply. Offer ends January 3.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Liberty Loans for Freethinkers score. South Africa 5 for 131. Bavuma 42. And Janssen yet to get off the mark, and about to face Pat Cummins, who'll continue as this cross breeze continues to blow across the overcast MCG.
Bavuma's faced over 50 balls in 3 out of 4 innings. Some positive for South Africa.
So what will Janssen deliver? Cummins into him, and Janssen rocks back in his crease and plays it defensively.
Yeah, they have to get something out of today here. These two are obviously their last real hope of a big partnership. Although Maharaj can handle the bat. I mean, I think he averages about 16 in Test cricket. It's probably dropped after these last couple of innings, but he's certainly capable. But he hasn't shown it on this tour so far. He's been disappointing with bat and ball. And, I mean, his bowling here has been largely ineffective. It's hard to judge him because he didn't bowl much at the Gabba.
That first delivery, a no ball from Cummins, is in and full and driven through cover nicely from Janssen. He'll get off the mark with that stroke with a couple. Outside half of the bat, but it looked like he had an attacking mindset when he saw that one. 5 for 134, Janssen to 2.
I think for me the most disappointing thing about Maharaj has been his batting. I mean, the way he's just come and thrown his wicket away. For a senior player, guy who's captained the country in other formats recently, this year, a little more application at least, even if your bowling's not working out for you.
3 slips, gully, point in, waiting for Cummins in, and he lets that pass over off stump. Nice leave, tight leave, but looked stylish the way he withdrew the bat and knew exactly where it was going.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, mate, because just looking at the body language of some of these South African players, he's one of them, Rabada's another. I just wonder whether there's a bit going on behind the scenes, because we know there's always a lot of things happening in South African cricket politically and with selections and even this squad that they've brought. It's a lot different to the one that was in England only earlier this year.
Cummins to Jansen, who pokes this on the onside. It was a little bat handle, perhaps, if not splice. And he fends it away to fine leg for a single. Gets himself off strike. 5 for 135.
Yeah, someone like Rickleton has been very vocal about being left out. They said he might not be fit to be brought on the tour, and then he makes all those runs in first-class cricket. And he hasn't held back. He's gone out and said, well, if I can do this here, why not in Australia?
He was desperate to come here. He played the last test at the Oval when they lost, but couldn't believe he wasn't on this touring party.
Verma's on 42. Cummins in short to him and fends it to the onside, but he had control of it as he fended it down.
Yeah, but it's a concern when, I guess, 2 of your more senior members in terms of test played, both Maharaj and Rabada. I mean, Rabada fired a shot in that second innings at the Gabba, but the game was pretty much dead and buried. But other than that, he hasn't been anywhere near his best, and he's world class. He's the leader of their pack, but he hasn't really been in this, particularly here. Norkia led the attack.
Verma, 42 off 102 deliveries. Cummins into him, and he, from the crease, pushes it along the deck to cover. No chance of a run. Well, leadership is your space, Zalman Katich, and it's interesting the dynamic. Australia has so many leaders, and yet when it comes to the crunch, they can all grab games by the scruff of the neck and be the guy, whether it's in the field or when there's a lift required.
Yeah, they certainly do. There's plenty of leadership out there, and the man with the ball in his hand has been superb.
Yeah, and a period of change for Australian cricket. Cummins in, and that's allowed to pass through to the keeper. End of the over. We'll let you explore that a little more shortly. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty Loans for free thinkers. 5 for 135, South Africa in their second innings.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Simon Katich still with Bharat, Sundaresan and I. And they do have guys with level heads and experience and leaders who are not leaders anymore still to lean on.
Yeah, correct. And I think, you know, whilst we talk about how disappointing South Africa have been this series, the Australians deserve a lot of credit because this is a very, very good Australian Test team. I think if you had the opportunity to play in this team, it would be very enjoyable with the way they're going about it at the moment, with this attack, with the way they're batting, and the way they're enjoying themselves out there in the field.
Boland, 2 for 41 to his name. Jansen on strike. Pushes to cover, no chance of a run.
And I think 2022, nearing the end now, could be the last day of cricket for the year internationally. It's been a significant year for Australian cricket, Simon. I mean, we didn't know what to expect when Pat Cummins took over as captain 12 months ago. The Ashes was one thing, but then to win that series in Pakistan, to win that one test in Sri Lanka on a raging Turner, and then to back it up this summer.
Bowling in. Jansen's on 3, on strike. Fresh batsman in, and he plays it through cover for, well, they thought about a single and then was sent back. So no addition to his 3.
And even if you break it up individually, Usman Khawaja's had a dream year. Warner's made up for his year with his double 100. Everyone seems to have become a better cricketer. from where they were 12 months ago. And Pat Cummins, not just as a cricketer, but as a leader. Marnus, Steve Smith's gone back to his old technique. He's making runs. Travis Head, Cameron Green, Alex Carey.
Boland to Jansen again. Jansen fends this on the onside, but straight to the fielder. Again, no addition.
Yeah, and this probably doesn't get spoken about enough. And I know there's obviously been a lot of upheaval off the field with the support staff, and given the way that the Justin Langer situation played out. I mean, he obviously has put this environment in place after what happened in Cape Town. So there's no doubt there's an element of that structure that still is within this group. But then obviously with Andrew McDonald taking over and obviously some very experienced coaches supporting him, they deserve a lot of credit for the environment they're creating in the cricket that Australia are playing.
Boland to Jansen. And Jansen does push this through mid-on for a couple. He'll stroll back for his second. He's got 5 for 137.
One thing that's really stood out for me this summer, Simon, and I'm sure as a coach you would appreciate it, is how, as a coaching group, if you kind of tell your players that we are open to learning, that kind of feeds, and the players can feed off that, because every venue they've gone to, they've brought in some local hand, whether it's Mark Cosgrove in Adelaide.
Boland with 2 for 43. Continues. Jansen on 5. And he fends at it. Misses through to the keeper. Stays 5 for 137.
So Lockie Stevens was helping them out. Former WA coach Andre Adams has been with the side. So it's not just Andrew McDonald and his coaching staff. They're open to new ideas. They're open for their players to reach out to their own coaches and kind of work things out for themselves.
Yeah, and that's something I think that definitely was part of the Justin Langer reign, particularly from a batting perspective, because, I mean, we both grew up in an era where a lot of the guys had their own personal batting coaches around the country, and Justin was a big believer in that. And
last delivery of this Boland over and allowed through to the keeper. 5 for 137. End of the over. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Simon Katich to continue talking about the leadership change and how the guy with the ball right now, Pat Cummins. There was a lot of public scrutiny on Pat Cummins when Justin Langer was replaced.
Oh, huge. He wore a lot of it, obviously, and bore the brunt of it because he was probably the spokesman for the playing group.
And in he rolls now. Bavuma on strike and pushes that through the vacant gully for 1.
And he was put in a very awkward position, obviously, given he was captain of the team, when, you know, it wasn't just about, you know, the players wanting that decision. There was other people involved in that decision-making process. And it's not an easy decision by any means, given that, you know, 8 years in international cricket is a long time for one person to be in charge. And 4 years, a lot changes in international cricket, and it's a tiring role that can wear people out, particularly in those highly stressful roles. So it was just a really nasty situation in the end, the way it all played out and the way that Cricket Australia handled it.
Yeah, Cummins has been fantastic in the face of it all. Jansen waits for him now and just a defensive prod for no addition.
And I think the way that Pat handled it, particularly with his statement about standing up for his playing group, given that he was copping a fair bit of flack from some of Justin's mates that are past players and working in the media. And I think the only way they can answer it is the cricket they put on the field, and they've done exactly that. They've responded in the best possible fashion against all these different challenges, as you rightly say. Bharat, you know, Pakistan was amazing. It was a phenomenal series. They worked so hard for that victory and deserve a lot of credit for the way they went about it. Obviously, Sri Lanka was 1-1, but it's still not a bad result in that part of the world, given how tough it can be.
Short leg in now as Cummins into Jansen and playing from the crease. Still 5 for 138.
But yeah, this man's shouldered a lot of the load, but he's been well supported because it's a very experienced Test team now. When you look around that team, huge amount of experience in that top four, the engine room with Warner and Smith and Khawaja, and then Labuschagne becoming a real force at Test level. You know, he's coming into the prime of his career and probably not even reached his peak yet. Nathan Lyon's highly experienced, Stark's highly experienced.
Jansen waits for Cummins. It's short. He ducks out of the way.
It's a mature team as well, right, Simon? I mean, even away from the field, a lot of them have become parents in the last couple of years, couple in the last few months. And I'm sure that feeds into it as well. It gives you a different perspective, and which all then comes together when you are in tough situations on the field.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I think that dynamics played a huge part. And even we heard it before this series started when everything was brought up about Cape Town and playing the South Africans for the first time since then. You know, that dynamic's changed a huge amount.
Cummins to Jansen, who's defensive and compact, pushes to cover no run.
I think it was mentioned publicly by a number of the players when they were questioned, because they were all being asked about it. And I think it might have been Usman Khawaja said, you know, we've all moved on, but we've all matured and learned a lot from that whole experience. And I think that's something that, you know, when you go through the depths of despair with a situation like that, there's only learning that can be had, and they're better for it. It was obviously a horrible experience and something that they all truly regret, given how dark a day it was for Australian cricket. But all you can do is move forward and be better for it, and people make mistakes.
Change of approach here from Pat Cummins in his line of attack to Jansen, now coming around the wicket. Jansen fends at it, nearly touched it, but didn't feather it to the keeper. And a nice finish to the over. 5 for 138 South Africa on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Visiting the city this New Year's Eve? Large crowds and delays are expected. Plan ahead and check transport and crowd movement changes. Search Melbourne New Year's Eve for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high-voltage electricity cables and high-pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time, and never dig blind.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Bharat Sundaresan versus Simon Katich and I. South Africa 5 for 138. I'm talking a bit about Pat Cummins' ability to be able to perform despite the scrutiny, change of coach, public scrutiny as well, as Bavuma pushes this away from Scott Boland's first delivery. And what about Dave Warner's ability to be able to perform despite what's been an amazing, what maybe not so amazing in some people's estimation, but has been amazing to think that the repercussions of what happened in South Africa, and now his challenge to get an opportunity to lead again, and yet under all of that he's been able to perform with 200.
Yeah, quite remarkable. It shows the mental fortitude to be able to block out all those commentary and scrutiny about it all.
Bavuma on 43 pushes this along the deck to point, no addition.
Particularly coming into this Boxing Day Test match where he was short of runs by his own admission and hadn't spent the time at the crease that he would have liked against the West Indies, and particularly at the Gabba Test match, and then against the quality of this South African attack. He was able to get out there when it mattered most and go back to what he does best, which is being busy at the crease, being proactive, getting to the bowler before the bowler gets to him. And we saw David Warner at his best here, and that 200, I think, was his finest Test knock.
Yeah, when you add the storylines around it, you're probably right. Bavuma waits, pushes to gully, no addition to 5 for 138.
And I think also finding something to motivate him further. Of course, there was enough incentive, 100 Test, all the criticism, but just leading into that 100 games, started talking about how coming from Housing Commission and his background and how it matters so much to him and how he represents others who come from there, his friends who grew up having the same dream of playing Test cricket for Australia but couldn't. Just keep adding those motivational factors around you just to get you going even more.
Almost as if he'd liked the pressure cooker when he was out there a couple of days ago in 38-degree heat, as this one's allowed to pass by Bavuma through to the keeper.
I think he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Knowing him and having played with him when he was a kid at New South Wales when he first came on the scene, he's one of those guys that you just knew loved the contest and loved having his back against the wall or being doubted. And you're right, Bharat, a player in that situation, he knows every step of the journey because he's lived it. And he hasn't forgotten all the tough times and all the good times to get there. And that's why I don't think it was a surprise to see him do so well on such a historic occasion for himself, because it means so much to have achieved, because not many have done it. What was he, the 8th player to do it for Australia? So he's in elite company. And then when you look at the guys that have been able to do it in their 100th test, as we, someone's standing up behind the side screen, being a distraction for Bavuma.
They're bigger than ever, side screens too, by the way, but he's still got a problem above this one as Boland is in. Bavuma allows it through. Maybe his eye line is a little shorter than most, carries him up above that side screen, but yeah, he had a bit of an issue there.
Just talking about that, Dwayne, before I forget, these two have to be the tallest and shortest partnership in Test history. I'd love to know if anyone
on the text,
the extremes have been, beat this pair, because what's Jansen, 2 metres and 9 centimetres, and Bavuma, I think, is at 1.62 metres.
Our listeners are good on SEN Test Cricket. Send through your texts. The tallest and shortest combination at the crease, and maybe their biggest partnership if you want to go that deep. Boland in to Bavuma, who rocks forward a little and takes it high on the bat defensively, and he middled it away for no addition. 5 for 138 into the over on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
So, Santa was too square to give you what you really wanted? No problem. Starting Boxing Day, Sexyland has up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. Something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot cool man. Take me now, Sexyland.
Sexyland.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Keep your text coming through on that number 0433 98 11 16. The text machine for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Simon Katich has put the challenge to you. The tallest and shortest combo at the crease, and maybe the greatest partnership ever from the tallest and shortest. And Bharat, there's already been an entry, has there?
Yeah. Tom Moody and Whateley, you might have.
Yeah, Whateley, yep.
Very good. Not sure how tall Tom is, actually.
Cummins to continue. Jansen on strike. Short leg still in. If he digs it in short, he does. Almost catches him on the shoulder. Through to Carey. 5 for 138 it stays.
That one's good. Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner. I reckon he'll take it one further. It would have to be Gus Logie and Joel Garner. They must have batted together at some point.
When David Williams was wicket keeping in the 92 World Cup, Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah.
Keep them coming through on the Tyre Power text 0433 98 11 16. You can even give us the best from every country if you like. Cummins in to Jansen, who's on 5. Bavuma's the non-striker's on 43, and he rifles it in. Jansen onto the back foot, defensive, and seeing them pretty well at the moment. Jansen height adjusted up to 209 centimetres before this test, so with his socks on, obviously, was previously reported at 207 centimetres, so that makes it a 47 centimetre gap between the pair. Bavuma is 162 centimetres. So those stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Thank you to Adam Collins. You can work on those figures as you do your research. Cummins in. Jansen defensive again and watchful.
He's a growing child. Don't tell me he's grown 2 centimetres between 2 tests. I mean, the first test did finish in 2 days.
Is Mohammad Irfan from Pakistan the tallest cricketer to have played at international level? And what was his height? Was he like 6'11" or something like that?
Almost 7 feet. Yeah.
He was a giant.
So Joel Garner 203 centimetres. Jansen is 209, which surprises me that he's that much difference to Joel, who looked like a giant. Cummins in to Jansen, who waits and turns it on the onside. And is that pad or is it bat? He gets himself a single, and it was a leg by, so didn't find the bat with it. 5 for 139.
I remember describing Mohammad Irfan as left arm tall.
Dwayne was the tallest AFL man, Spider Burton.
I think he was. Aaron Sandilands.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's up there as well. But, I mean, once upon a time, Big Nick was the big tall ruckman for Carlton, John Nichols, and he was 188 centimetres. So you wouldn't even ruck at 188 anymore. Big Nick wouldn't be a ruckman. Cummins in, and it's driven by Bavuma nicely through cover. They'll pick up a couple. They'll think about a third. Probably won't. Well, they will consider it, and they do come back for it. So 5 for 142, and Bavuma starting to get the runs ticking along towards a half century.
Yeah, that was nicely played by Bavuma. He punched it on the up. It wasn't right in the half volley zone, but just stood up on the ball nicely. Not a lot of footwork. That's the only danger. Paddy Cummins doesn't mind. His reaction says it all. He doesn't mind him driving from that length. And coming around the wicket to Jansen here, he's definitely going to try and get up into his ribs, but I think he's also going to try and get him just running the ball across and hopefully nicking one through to Alex Carey or Steve Smith at slip.
Cummins in around the wicket, short to Jansen, who negotiates it okay. 5 for 142. End of the over for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
A serious crash ongoing up in Campbellfield. The intersection of Sydney Road and Cooper Street is closed. Police directing traffic heavy in all directions approaching the scene. Use Pascoe Bound Road or the Hume Freeway to avoid the Westgate Freeway as well, thanks to those works outbound on the bridge. It's end-of-year madness at JB with crazy deals like your ridiculous $305 off a Sonos Arc soundbar. Plus, stacks more deals on now only at JB. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Simon Katich has set the test. Tallest, smallest combo at the crease in Test cricket, or cricket in general, if you like. Mohammad Irfan, 216 centimetres, so we can confirm that according to the stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, as Boland is into Bavuma, who is playing from the crease defensively. Simon also mentioned Aaron Sandilands and Spider Burton. Spider Burton, 210 centimetres, AFL footballer, of course. Aaron Sandilands, 211. John Nichols, 189 as a ruckman back in the day, although he's a little shorter than that now. Big Nick, and Don Scott 190 as I welcome in the man who always stands tall amongst those among him, Ian Smith from Fox Cricket. Welcome back to you, Ian.
173.
173. You just feel like you've got more of a presence than a 173 man.
185 round.
Boland in as Bavuma pushes back down the pitch, but this is getting a little more lively as Boland's trying to test the South African on 46, Jansen 5. Great to have you back in. Ian, what have you made of the session so far?
Well, some fight from Bavuma. The key wicket was Fredina for me. I had to get rid of him because I think he engenders confidence in those batting with him. He looks in pretty much control while he's out there, so that was a big blow for South Africa, and now you kind of feel that this is the partnership that has to get them through to take this game deep into today or even tomorrow. Without that, they haven't showed very much resistance.
Bavuma waits for Boland, and again is pushing defensively.
Sorry, going back to the height topic, Ian Smith, are you the only guy to have the same highest test score as your height? 173?
Might be, actually.
Okay, the text machine, away you go again for tyre power. So that text machine number 0433 98 11 16. The text for tyre power, your trusted local tyre power, are any cricketer to have their highest score the same as their height.
In centimetres.
Yeah, Bharat Sundaresan throwing that one out there. As we continue, 5 for 142, South Africa. Boland in, and Bavuma looks like he's got them covered at the moment.
Yeah, but the more you see Bavuma back, and it just kind of puts the rest of the South African batting lineup into context. This is still such a good pitch to bat on.
They just need to find a top 3 at the moment.
Yeah.
They've got to find the semblance of a top 3 if they want to compete in Sydney. Because if they don't, they're exposing Bavuma and co way too early. Certainly capable of batting for a long time this way. He's got great mental strength. Pemba Bavuma, he always has been. It's one of his great traits.
Boland with 2 for 43 next to his name, and Bavuma waiting, and he turns this off his hip on the onside down to fine leg for a single. So, Bharat, have you got the definitive answer on the tallest, shortest combo for us?
Yeah, it's come from Adam Collins, of course. Mohammad Irfan, who we spoke about, 216 centimetres, and Asad Shafiq, the middle order batter, just 168. So 48 centimetre gap between those two, and Asad Shafiq is the standard short leg.
What about Joel Garner, Gus Logie? That would have been close. Right,
Yeah,
you've said that one, have you?
Well, it's surprising that Joel Garner wasn't taller than he actually is by the numbers.
Unfortunately, we don't have an official height for Gus Logie. I think that's the only reason.
How can you not have an official height for a guy? Jansen waits. Boland in, and Jansen looked good. Covered that nicely defensively. 5 for 143. End of the over for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers and drinks about to come out on the field. So we'll take a little bit of a break in play. Do you need a break? Head to Mildura next long weekend. Check out what Mildura has on offer. And drinks brought to you by Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Ian Smith from Fox Cricket is with us to talk us through a little bit of what he thinks might be a fight back, perhaps, that continue deep into the night.
Well, Dwayne, it's a possibility now. We're halfway through the day's play, and there is that possibility that we, with a bit of fight from South Africa, could extend to late in the evening. There's a possibility also with a result in the offing that they could add a bit of time on, so that adds to South Africa's problems. But certainly a little bit more we've seen in these last 2 partnerships. Dogged attitude from South Africa, making Australia have to work as hard as they've had to in this series.
Great to have Ian Smith with us. Damien Fleming also about to join you. Gerard Whateley not far away. So South Africa 5 for 143 with drinks on the field. Bavuma not out 47. Jansen not out 5.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's all we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Morena's on 18. Stark bowls to him. He pulls across the line powerfully out into the deep at mid-wicket for 4. Boland to Morena, who cuts. He beats the dive of Lyon. That was in the air. Lyon threw himself at it backward points. Morena wrapped on the pads by Boland. They're up and asking, and he's out. 1 wicket in that hour of play, heading to the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And the good news is that Nathan Lyon is going to take up the bowling. He landed with fully exposed on that expansive dive. There were fears for his left shoulder. He left the field for probably 10 minutes, returned, and now he's heading to the bowling crease. So the change comes. Start your journey to Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. 5 for 143. Bavuma is 47. Jansen is 5. Damien Fleming in to join Ian Smith. Hello to you, Flem.
Gerard, Smithy, listeners.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. There's all manner of laughs about double centuries and triple centuries coming through on the text, trying to marry up the high score with the height.
that's got me intrigued. I need an answer from
in the
this
sweet spot of 186, wouldn't it? Bavuma's on strike. Lyon is back covering his stumps. There's a silly mid-off in place, and Head does the fielding.
So 183 is 6 foot.
Yeah, so the sweet spot surely is between 183 and 188, I reckon.
I'll go 175.
Lions over the wickets. Bavuma is nudging it back to him along the ground.
Start Nathan.
First time he's bowled at this end, Nathan Lyon. Wasn't able to get the breakthrough from the other end, so he's switched around, looking for something out of the rough.
For 29, Bavuma back. Cuts from the stumps, takes a single. Well fielded by Cummins. So 48 for Bavuma.
Yeah, but he was bowling from the Shane Warne stand. Mitchell Starc was bowling from the members' end, you know, to hopefully give him some footmarks, but it really didn't play a part, did it?
He's also got a man in it short mid-off, and because it is the long stretch of Janssen, he's very straight and quite a long way back down the pitch by normal standards.
Line bowls and Janssen is back covering the stumps, and it ended up right around his toes, threatening to spin back.
Because when he pushes forward more further than the normal man.
Come on, boys. Deep square, a long on. 2 out of the infield. Line bowls and Janssen blunts the ball to Labuschagne under the helmet.
Come on, guys.
So far, nothing. Playing very true.
Wasn't really able to conjure any sort of moment in the first session to cause alarm to South Africa. Oh, that's onto the pad. They're asking for LBW. It's been given, not out. Lyon really liked it. He is a good judge. Janssen is a tall man. Pat Cummins is going to find out.
It's the full arched appeal. The full arched appeal from Lyon.
We have a player review for
It's a great
LBW.
appeal.
The original decision is not out. I've checked front foot speed delivery, go to front on when available, thanks.
Now replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Chris Gaffney to walk us through it.
Thank you. Running through. Have you got offside?
Oh, yeah.
Hot spot, please.
First blush, that looks out.
Yep.
Now we're talking about the tallest man in the game, right? When we're talking about points of contact.
Yes. But he is leaning into the ball.
Running through. Yeah, flat line. No bat. You can go to ball track when available, please.
So let's find out. Has Nathan Lyon
Pistol
got his first wicket?
Pitching outside off. Impacted line. Wickets hitting.
He's got him all right.
He's a master, Nathan Lyon, isn't he? He rarely gets the DRS wrong.
He knew. So Janssen playing forward, missed the bat, missed the front pad onto the back pad. So that leg is bent. It hit at the top of the pad, but the angles all worked. It was hitting all right. It was hitting leg stump. Janssen goes for 5. South Africa 6 for 114.
The appeal was the biggest appeal, the full Nathan Lyon appeal, which when you see it, it's almost the back arch appeal, the pleading appeal, even with the sore left shoulder. And that, Flem, is the convincing thing, isn't it?
There's a little bit of SK Warne in that when Warney went big on his appeal, he went very big and almost stumbling over. And Nathan Lyon has taken that. But, you know, it's an art in itself, this DRS. And the Australians have had a really good summer with it. Mitchell Starc earlier today. Nathan Lyon throughout the series. Pat Cummins runs the show. He never really knows for mid-on or mid-off, but, you know, he goes to carry, he goes to point, he backs the bowler. Very good.
6 for 144 as Keshav Maharaj makes his way to the middle. He looked utterly clueless against Lyon in the first innings, so that will be most intriguing. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Particularly for a batsman, averages about 15, highest test score of 84. It was just a slog, wasn't it?
It was very odd.
I'm just going back to that dismissal, gents, of Janssen, and I imagine I'm thinking what he's thinking right now. How did I miss that? How did he miss that? I mean, it didn't do much, and he's a big man. That pad, how did he miss it? Now, I'm sure he's thinking that in the dressing room right now.
That's not a day for deterioration, inconsistent bounce, dismissal.
Scott Boland begins the new over. Bavuma slashed at it. No footwork. Missed through to Carey.
That could have happened day one.
Australia's DRS system is better than it's been at any point. Bowler, Carey,
point,
Cummins, and then a quick look to Lyon, who gives them a signal, but just let the three of them quickly figure it out together. Rather, we used to have a convergence of opinions.
No, don't go with Brad Haddon. Hads, come on, you're too enthusiastic.
Boland to Bavuma. Outside portion of the bat runs to gully, no run.
And then Tim Payne as captain had a shocker, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he was captain and keeper. Just couldn't get it right. But I like how switched on they are, you know, with this new, with DRS, you know, particularly the point fieldsmen. They've got to be watching every ball and thinking that this could possibly be an LB.
It's a terrific replay because Billy makes the point about the full arched appeal as Marnus was down on his knees asking for it.
It's short leg.
Bavuma keeps this ball out of the stumps as he defends it to the leg side. Yeah, great replay for Robot Building Supplies. Just the energy around the pitch.
Yeah, I wonder what they do with Marnus, because for me, with his enthusiasm, he'd be wanting to go up a bit more.
Don't want to stray too far from the game because this will happen quickly, but we've got some fun for you, Flem. So Sean Marsh, highest score 182, 186 centimetres.
Close.
Darren Lehman. Boland bowls to Bavuma down the leg side, and it's glanced away for 4. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move, and that is a half century for Temba Bavuma, who's been the mainstay of resistance in this second innings. It's his 20th half century to sit alongside one Test 100. Orders for Temba Bavuma.
For a player of that capability, Gerard, not a good conversion rate. That's an issue. Just 100 from that many times getting to 50. He's better than that. He needs to work on that aspect of his game. I'm sure he's very, very conscious of it.
Oh, Boland almost got through him. A stifled appeal. It rushed him. It was into the pads. They didn't go the full-throated appeal with Richard Kettleborough.
I wonder how often he's been left stranded too, between 50 and 100, running out of partners, because he's got that stickability about him. I haven't got that number available to me. Someone will have. But here South Africa again at 6 for 148, in danger of not making 200 yet again. How does the third or second ranked team in the world establish that ranking with those numbers?
It's a total mystery how they could be there with that as their setup. An inside edge on the previous. Bavuma drives to mid-on. He goes with the stroke, picked up one-handed, thrown in by Cummins. He misses. A single taken to end the over. Bavuma is 53. It's 6 for 149. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. To open the bowling on your career, talk with MEGT. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching, resumes and job interview tips make you a very employable all-rounder. Call 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
6 for 149. Bavuma 53. Maharaj is out there. He's yet to score. Lyon continues his work. Clipped away to long on. Stark comes in off the boundary. Bavuma takes a run. He's 54. Okay, let's just finish off our topic here. Darren Lehman, 177 high score, 175 centimetres. Chris Rogers, 173 high score, 177 centimetres. Usman Khawaja. High score 174. Height 175.
Oh, that's close.
Derek Randall. 150 up for South Africa. Maharaj drives the first ball to mid-off. He won't get a run. Derek Randall, top score 174. Height 173 centimetres. Maharaj on the drive, through mid-off for 4. He teamed it up on the previous ball and found Cummins in the field. This time he picked the gap. So Maharaj off the mark with a stylish drive. Boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston, 6 for 154. Mike Atherton, high score 185. Height 183 centimetres.
I've got one, Norm O'Neill. Legendary batsman, 50s, 60s.
Line to Maharaj, plays back and defends.
High score 181, and his height is just gone a generic 6 foot.
Okay.
Oh, that's
that could
interesting.
be very close.
Yep.
Check out Jason Holder.
Okay.
Check out Jason Holder.
Let's work on that. Jason Holder down the leg side from line. I wonder if Smithy's just solved the Rubik's Cube.
Has he got a double 100?
Yes.
And so that's over 200. He's a tall man.
I want it on the dot.
Maharaj back, covers the stumps, defends. Oh, there's tension. It's so tense that Colo's mistyped a number. So I'll just hold up. That's the end of the over. 6 for 154. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Steve Smith has been tossed the ball at the Warren stand end. Much to the delight of the crowd, he's in and bowls to Bavuma, who's on the back foot, clouding him out to a deep cover sweeper. And a single taken, 6 for 155. Now, Holder is going to be the source of some controversy here. His highest score is 202. And there are disputes on his height. There is a 201 centimetre measurement, but there is also a 202 centimetre measurement.
Is Colo sending these through?
He is. Maharaj is on 4, Smith 2, and he plays back, knocks it out into the covers. They do take a single. Just a moment of hesitation. 6 for 156.
Graham Wood, highest score of 172. I think he's taller than that. Ross Edwards, 170. Colo, can you please find out?
Bavuma drives a bump ball to cover. No run.
I think Holder's going to be the winner here.
Smith bowls. Bavuma, expansive drive through extra cover. He wants the runs that Smith is presenting. Harris gets around in the deep. And double up. 57 for Bavuma. Just commenting a little earlier on, Smith doesn't bowl terribly much anymore. He finished that SCG test with the light fading. Bowls here and back and carving the ball out to the cover sweeper is Bavuma. He goes to 58.
I'll throw one last one. Kepler Vessels, 179. That's got to be around the mark, hasn't it?
Yep.
So he'd have been taller than that, Kepler Vessels.
That's probably 5'11".
Okay.
Last ball of the over, and Smith beats the outside edge of Maharaj. Did he draw it? Umpire says no. Smith thinks yes. Carey and Cummins coming together. No, not to be. No feathered edge. 6 for 159. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Wake up to sleep at the 40 Winks Boxing Day sale. Save up to 50% off store-wide, plus an extra 10% off already reduced prices. Hurry, ends New Year's Eve at 40 Winks.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Spin from both ends. Line to Bavuma. Stands up and defends. We're deep in probably our most obscure statistical trawl yet on SEN Test cricket. Honestly, cannot remember a more enthralling statistical investigation for the height equals highest score. So thank you.
I'm with you.
To those who are playing along, Bavuma defends.
And even the experienced Ian Smith is questioning why this has not come up before.
I can't understand for you boffins why this has not been sorted before this time.
Bavuma from the crease knocks it back to Lyon. So no registered heights online for either Wood or Edwards.
Yeah.
Nor Kepler Vessels. But there's the suggestion backed up. They think he's a little bit taller than that. Okay. Bavuma back and turning the ball to the leg. He'll take a single as it trickles to mid-wicket. 6 for 160.
So we can count out, let's be fair, we can do the numbers here. We can count out anyone below, say, 170. Yeah?
Yep.
And then count out anyone above, say, 210.
Definitely.
Right, so what is wrong with you guys? We're looking at a very small window.
And we're sticking to Australia generally, but...
Lyon bowls and Maharaj defends.
I'm still intrigued with Kepler Vessels. I know he's thinking it might be taller, but, you know, that's 5'11's not short. Graham Wood.
Lyon to Maharaj, turns to leg on the bump.
One thing about Kepler Vessels is...
the end of the over, 6 for 160. Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. That's the best result for you, your family and the environment. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
Steve Smith gets himself a second over. The first ball just driven back by Bavuma. And beaten the outside edge. So thinking about Kepler Vessels. He's on our mind at the moment. Smith bowls and let go by Bavuma. And it's spun a long way.
I'm just saying, if Kepler Vessels says he's 5'11", I'm not arguing.
No. No.
Right? He's 5'11".
Bavuma back and he cuts. It bursts through cover, but no run to be had.
If he's not interested in this quiz, I'm stopping.
In fact, if Kepler Vessel says it's raining now, it's raining.
Bavuma outside of the bat, rolls it away with a short third man. Boland picks up no run.
He doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the earth down.
Correct. Very good. I like that.
Smith is threatening here. He dragged it in short. Bavuma clouded it across the line. Took it out to deep mid-wicket. Lyon is on duty. He'll keep it to 2. Bavuma is 61.
Yeah, I want Maharaj to face Stephen Smith. Yeah. That's where a boundary can come, but a potential wicket.
Head wore the previous ball on the thumb that he was trying to field, and he's hurt at cover. Bavuma to the last ball of Smith's over, treats it with respect. 6 for 162. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Bingley's biggest Boxing Day sale ever is on now with huge deals on TV, tech, fridges, laundry, cooking and more. Head to bingley.com.au. Better living every day.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
I suspect Smith was brought on to get the change of ends for Lyon, and then he bowled so well in his first over that he got a second over, and now Mitch Stark is going to take it up from the members' end, so I'd be surprised if Lyon is not switching to the worn end here. 6 for 162. All our silly stats and facts are for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Lance Klusener's a late entry. 174 highest score, 175 centimetres.
Oh, that's so close.
Not arguing with him either.
No. Zulu.
No.
Anyone for Asif Iqbal at 175 was the highest score. Fog is
close.
Come on, Fog, don't do this to us. We're in deep here. What about if the measurement is in inches?
Okay. Everyone's on dizzy. It's not working.
No.
201 versus 195 centimetres.
We're getting closer than that. Stark starts his new spell to Maharaj. Defends the ball from the stumps to the offside. No run.
I like this from Stark. Round the wicket, straight at the body, short leg in there. Something's going to happen very quickly here.
Who sent through Asif Iqbal? Where's that? Asif Iqbal. Oh, you didn't. 655. Shoot us through your name.
Could be the winner.
That is our winner. Asif Iqbal has a highest score of 175, and Google says officially he is 175 centimetres.
He was bandy too.
Stark bowls around the wicket. Maharaj fends the ball past short leg.
So we've ruled out Jason Holder on 202.
No.
Because someone said there's possibly 201.
It might be 201.
And some have said 202. So Jason just goes. You're going to just toss Jason for that?
I think we have to find a definitive West Indies cricket guide.
Yeah.
With a registered height.
I'm going to text Bish.
Yeah, good
Surely
idea.
If someone knows, it's Ian Bishop.
Yeah.
No, so I think he's still in the game.
Okay. Asif Iqbal is confirmed. Jason Holder is pending further inquiries. Maharaj is on 5. Stark bowls to him. He plays to the offside. No run. Harris quickly out of the blocks.
I might even pick an 11.
Closest to.
Close to. Yeah. So if within an inch, or is that too much?
No, I reckon
2
your bracket
centimetres.
is 3.
Okay.
No more than a 3
centimetres
gap. And in fact, on what we've been sent, you could even narrow it to 2.
Okay, let's go to. I'm thinking. I'm sniffing an 11 here.
I like it. 6 for 162. 2 slips and a gully in place for Stark. He's trying to knock over Maharaj. He goes with a bouncer and got down underneath.
Come on, Starkey. Let's just use this angle a little bit. Just test whether Maharaj knows where his off stump is. Tell you what, it's been a bonus that Mitchell Stark's been able to bowl. You know how we were talking about yesterday that 2 quicks down.
Yeah, this is his 14th over. So he's done it tirelessly and bravely when required, and to good effect as well. He's bowling to Maharaj on the stumps. It's played away through cover. Line comes around from point to field. Maharaj gets himself a run. 6. Looks much more settled than he did on Boxing Day.
I've got to go, guys, but surely if you're going to pick the 11, I can be the keeper in one of these teams. Couldn't I, Flem? 173, 173. Spot on.
Are you serious?
173. 173.
I did think about you, but I
You were
thought
our answer the whole way through.
No.
Can he get measured? Can we get Ian Smith measured? Please.
It's the Bible. It's in there. It's 173.
Smithy's the man.
Stark to Bavuma, who pulls top edge. It flies safely out near the Warney 350 sign. And back goes Harris to collect. He'll take 2. Bavuma is 63.
Our answers just left the building.
6 for 165. We must be the biggest dunces in the world if the answer to the half-hour question was seen over our shoulders.
Yeah.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus an industry super fun for all Australians. It's time to sub out.
Harvey Norman Super Deals on now. Up to 30% off Windows 11 computers. Save a massive $700 on Samsung 75-inch QLED 4K Smart TV. Now only $1,795. Purchase a selected Australian-made queen-size mattress and for $1 more, upgrade to a king-size. Everdure Furnace 3-burner barbecue for $999. Plus bonus cover and warming rack valued at $129. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Harvey Norman Super Deals on now.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus, and that is the ultimate cricket mic drop from Ian Smith. He has dropped the answer to the question and walked out. 6 for 165, South Africa.
Oh, wow.
Lyon on, and he's bowling, and it's driven straight back past Lyon for 4 from the bat of Maharaj. That was stylish. He middled it, and he cranked it all the way to the boundary with a bit of a statement there. That was nice to watch. Rotaflex by Blunston. That boundary, 6 for 169. Damien Fleming still perplexed with me. The Smithy was sitting on it for that, the ultimate departure. I've got your answer here.
It was the avenue of apprehension. Normally it's on the field, not in the com box.
Lyon in. And this time it's dropped by Maharaj at his own feet.
A guy who went very close has just joined us.
By the way, I've got a cricket ball signed by Asif Iqbal.
Really?
At Football Park. Yeah, he played in the Super
World Series.
Yeah, was at the Nets after one of the Super Tests back in the old days.
And he was the feature player.
Well, he was the guy that was close enough for me to get a signature from. You'd get a signature from anybody back in those days. And
anyone else or just Asif?
I've got... No, Asif was good enough to sign the ball for me. I've still got it in the back shed at Paraka. I'm not sure if Mum's still got it, but it's there next to Dad's old stubby holders.
A pretty obscure signature, I think.
6 for 169 as Maharaj drops it at his feet. And Chris Rogers joins us on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus.
Hello, guys.
Highest test score? Highest test score, 173.
173.
And height?
183.
You are very close to 173 centimetres.
Line in, and this one's cut off the back foot for a single by Maharaj. 6 for 170.
So I think we might have our
177. I'll take
opening batsman here, Dwayne.
What's the question?
Highest test score linking up with your actual height. So Ian Smith, who sat on it the whole time, highest test score of 173, and he's 173 centimetres in height.
Bavuma's on strike, and we're not counting inches. By the way, line in, and Bavuma tries to sweep it. Not really successful, but it is successful. It'll get him 2. Came off the glove, top edge. There's no slip there. Leg slip waiting for it, so he gets away with it and adds another couple. And that is the end of... Am I correct? It is the end of the over for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Every road trip has rules, right? Like the driver picks the music and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Mitchell Stark with the ball in hand. Maharaj on strike. 2 slips and gully in. And he pushes through cover for at least a couple. They'll probably get, I'll think, about a third. And they're threatening this too high. In the middle of the pitch, there's a mix-up. They're caught mid-pitch, down the other end. If it's a direct hit, he's in massive trouble. Bavuma sent him back. Maharaj on the scramble back. It is a direct hit, and he is in trouble.
Direct state umpire. Give an umpire review for
What a mix-up again. Their running's been dreadful today, the South Africans.
I wonder if he's actually put his back down.
We saw Zondo earlier today not scramble and slide his bat and be out almost giving up. And Maharaj there sent back, scrambling back, and Chris Rogers might be on the money. Did he get his back down in time?
And direct hits are off and out.
Unbelievably good fielding again. And another wicket falls out of nowhere.
See, I'm looking at a coach just shaking his head behind me here. He did get his back down, but it wasn't an aggressive slide in. So a wicket out of nowhere where, you know, this partnership was flourishing, really. It looked hard work to break, and it's been a run out that's undid another South African partnership.
It's a kamikaze run. I mean, that was an easy 3. They almost seemed to be just jogging between the creases, and that you should have been running as hard as you can to get there. And then a blind turn from Bavuma. he's turned the wrong way, and then because he's looking over his shoulder, he's had to turn back the wrong way, and then was caught looking at the ball. And that's an excellent piece of work by Mitch Starc to throw down the stumps from the bowler's end.
That's awful. Your vice captain, experienced player, turning blind.
Turning blind with a yes, no, yes? No.
Wow. Absolute bonus for the Aussies.
7-1, 7-4. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. So Bhavuma's still there on 65. And Maharaj, the man out, run out.
And just the throw for Mitchell Starc, it was quick too, wasn't it? Like, you know, he released, but then to have the accuracy as well. If it got to Carey, he would have, Maharaj would have been safe.
It was like a shortstop throwing the second, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was no real, like,
wind up.
Yeah, wind up. He just flicked it with his wrist. And it was probably best it was him because he had his left arm. A right-hander would have had to swivel and throw.
So, new batter at the crease for Bharat. And Starc, tail up, into him. Short, outside off, allowed through to the keeper.
But, Fleming, I mean, it's international cricket. You know, if you look at these guys, they've played 60, 70 first-class matches. And little things like Zondo's backing up. He wasn't in a power position ready to go, ready to help your mate out. Knowing that Bavuma was knocking them for singles and looking for quick singles.
Well, you're bogged down, so you've got to be reading the game. You've got to be able to think, oh, I'm going to help rotate the strike.
1%. And on the flip side, Australia, they've hit the stumps twice, haven't they? Unbelievable.
Starc in again to Rabada, allows it through to the keeper.
Well, actually started earlier. Dwayne got warned twice by Starc, and he wasn't trying to sneak a single. He was just drifting. He was just wandering out of... So once he got warned the second time, he just stood there. There was no backing up. He just stood there.
There's no in between. He was either a metre out or he wasn't leaving until someone called him. And you're a coach, Chris. How would you go with your younger players turned blind like that?
Well, that's stuff that you shouldn't have to deal with. That should be done through their pathway.
Starc to Rabada, 2 slips waiting, and he ducks under this, and it rifles through to Carey, who took it at throat height. 7 for 1, 7-4.
I reckon he might attack the stumps now, this ball. A wide one, short one. Rabada played on, no footwork in the first innings, just waffling the bat out there, inside edge on the stumps. There's a big gap under Starc, full and straight at the stumps.
This is where, as a fast bowler, you're in a no-lose situation because you're not playing the second test, so you're not going to get any bounces from the opposition quicks. Just let them go.
Starc in. Rabada waits, and he allows it through, not on the stumps, through to the keeper. And as they were turning for that 3 that I thought was going to be 3, but wasn't 3, I was talking about South Africa maybe about to notch up 200 in an innings, but now it's 7 for 1, 7-4. That's in danger again on a decent pitch.
It'd be good for batting in about 3 days' time still, I think. It's stump to stump. There's not a lot of inconsistencies.
And credit too to Marnus Labuschagne, who never gave up. That was an easy 3, but he forced that mistake.
Starc in, and this time Rabada turns it off his hip, gets it down to fine leg. Big round of applause from the Bay 13 crowd for Scotty Boland and his fielding. And 7 for 1, 7-5. Rabada off the mark with a single for Liberty. Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. South Africa 7 for 175. Bavuma 65 not out. Rabada's just joined him. Last man out. Maharaj ran out for 13 after another mix-up, but yet again another direct hit from the Aussies. Line in and defensively pushed back down the pitch by Rabada for no addition. Chris Rogers still with us and still shaking his head.
I mean, that's 3 run-outs for Australia. The direct hits too. It's just incredible fielding.
Line to Rabada and just pushes it through. Almost the legs of Travis Head at short leg for another single added. And it's not by luck, the direct hits. They work on it. That's the beauty of putting in the work.
Yeah, absolutely. And they play so much cricket as well, and a lot of white ball cricket that, you know, you get plenty of opportunities to improve.
Line to Bavuma, who swipes at this, gets under it, and should be out. Caught. The 8th wicket falls. The end not far away for South Africa and this test. And the win of this series by the Aussies. 8 for 176. And the one man who had a chance to make it a respectable ton perhaps next to his name and take some confidence into the next test has given his wicket away almost, with Nathan Lyon falling him.
Yeah, I just think that second run out just absolutely killed him. To be involved in 2 run outs when you're trying to save the match, that just looked like a wild slog, really. He's dragged a slog sweep from a good foot outside off stump, and it wasn't quite the length. It was just a bit shorter than he thought or he hoped for a top edge. And it was a good catch by Marcus Harris, because that went very high.
So caught Harris, bowled Lyon for 8 for 575.
Just on Bavuma.
He's trying to have a look at him walk down into the dugout here as to how disappointed he is with himself.
He looks frustrated. He actually indicated to Maharaj that he didn't hear a call. So he's probably frustrated too that he's involved in that and feels like, well, you should be calling me through if you're 100% sure we get a third there. Equally, you turn blind and you put yourself in an awkward position.
65 for 144 deliveries in the end for Bavuma. And Lyon has a spring in his step now. 2 for 44. Nortje on strike. Negotiated the first. They're crowded around the bat. Nortje waits, probes forward, gets it into the deck. And they are circling here like sharks, the Aussies. Slip, leg slip. Silly mid off, short leg. Nortje waits, Lyon in. He rocks back and he thunders it into the shin of the silly mid off, and will get the hat handed back to Nathan Lyon. The end is nigh. 8 for 176, end of the over for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Every road trip has rules, right? Like calling shotgun and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The Isuzu D-Max, your favourite surfboard and a perfect right-hander. Getting ready for work has never been better. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max. Search Isuzu D-Max.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Chris Rogers still with me. Stark with the ball. Bowling to Rabada, who's on 2. And he catches him on the pad. Half-hearted appeal. It was heading down leg. Have been good with their DRS calls, the Aussies, this afternoon. 8 for 176 as it stands right now. Rabada on strike on 2. Nortje yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, that's tailing down legs. Pads weren't even in the line with the stumps there. So Rabada's given 3 stumps for Mitch Stark to look at. He's going to try and knock them all over.
He's not playing in Sydney, so might as well give it everything now, and he rifles this one in short, and it's kept out by Rabada.
It really has been an impressive performance from Australia. They've dominated this Test match. The game in Brisbane was, there would have been some areas that they had thought we've got to improve here, and to come out here. The other thing is Pat Cummins winning the toss. There was a bit of criticism about that, but if you look at it, it looks an excellent decision.
Well, especially given it was 38 degrees on day 2 and they didn't have to bowl on a Stark in. And it's cut off the back foot through cover, off the splice though, high on the bat. And a single has been picked up. 8 for 177, but again, they're in danger of not breaking through 200. South Africa, Rabada 3. Nortje now on strike, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, you never know, do you? They might have batted first and it might have been a similar situation. They've looked the better side, but equally, we only can go on what we've seen, and it looked an excellent decision. Just to be bowling, it was a hot day, day 1, but to be bowling when there was something in the pitch, whereas on day 2, they just looked like there wasn't much there. And it was excruciatingly hot.
So one slip, gully, leg gully, and point with a short leg in for Nortje on strike, and he ducks out of the way, and I was happy to see that through. That was fast. Well, it seemed fast from here. It was only 137, but he has a bit of a laugh about it.
South Africa, last 7 innings, they haven't reached 200. 23 to go here.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I was calling it when they turned for the 3rd, saying that they're on a good path to at least break through the 200 barrier, and then that crazy mix-up. It is hard to believe that professional cricketers would turn blind. Stark in. Nortje on strike, and he plays and misses through to Carey, but it's lively right now for the fans who've stuck around.
They've got a silly mid off and a short leg here, so, and a leg slip. So I think Nortje should be expecting this one right at his left shoulder.
Well, he knows that the deck has life in it. He extracted quite a bit out of it himself. Might be day 4, but Stark steaming in. Nortje on strike, and he leaves. That one didn't have the normal carry through to Carey, and that's the end of the over for Liberty. Liberty Loans for free thinkers. South Africa 8 for 177.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year, the Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Lyon bowling again. 2 for 44 to his name. 2 for 49 for Scott Boland. 8 for 177 as it stands right now. Short leg in. Rabada on strike on 3. Nortje yet to get off the mark. Lyon in, and he swipes at this Rabada. He gets under it, and he will be out. Caught eventually. It came down. Gee, it carried a little too far for the scramble. Cummins got under it on the back. Hung in the air longer than he hoped it would. But Lyon picks up his 3rd. 3 for 44 for Nathan Lyon. Rabada out for 3, and South Africa 9 for 177. Australia 1 wicket away from claiming the series. Chris Rogers.
I think that South Africa have just conceded here and just succumbed to this pressure. They've put up a bit of a fight in that first session after they lost a few wickets, but it's just been a steady procession in this second session, and that was a bit of a carbon copy of Bavuma's shot, wasn't it? It was just a slog across the line, top edge, straight up, mid-on. has to catch it about on the ring.
And yet again, another capitulation by South Africa. A couple of guys had a chance to, on a reasonably good deck, to bat on day 4, put together a good score, get some confidence built, get over 200, maybe 250, heading to Sydney, even though it wouldn't have forced Australia to bat again, but it's unravelled quickly again for South Africa.
It'll be interesting, Dwayne, what South Africa do from here, because you can't imagine they've brought a whole heap of other batters on tour, so they're going to have to persist with the ones they have, but they don't look like putting a score on the board for their bowlers to defend.
So Lyon has 3. Ngidi on strike, and he pushes him as an appeal. Was it off the handle? No. Off the body. And they're all around him. Silly mid-off, short leg, leg slip and slip. Line in, and he pushes forward. That'll look better. Compact defence, middle of the bat. A dot negotiated by Ngidi. 2 fresh batters at the crease. Nortje and Ngidi yet to get off the mark. South Africa 9 down and pushed defensively again by Ngidi. Happy to negotiate another, but it's inevitable now. This one will be wrapped up, and wrapped up quick. Wicket maiden so far for Nathan Lyon. 1 delivery left in the over for him. In he comes, and defensively poked at his feet by Ngidi. Well negotiated. 9 for 1, 7-7. Gerard Whateley to join you to bring it home. That's the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Westgate Freeway works are underway. The Westgate Bridge absolutely crawling. We recommend avoiding it and taking Wurundjeri Way, Footscray Road or Dynon Road instead. At BWS, there are big wonderful specials for New Year's Eve. Get a bottle of Greasy Fingers Shiraz for $16. Save $6. Hurry and Saturday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it. Or on the SEN app.
And for 177, the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. And as has been the want, South Africa's tail offers so little. And Mitch Starc has the chance to finish it off. Anrik Nortje is on strike. Starc is steaming in. He bowls a bouncer. So they've gone with a floating slip at gully, a silly mid-off, a bat pattern, a leg slip. So Chris Rogers, something right at the body or right at the stumps.
Yeah, I think Nortje was hoping Ngidi was just going to play a almighty slog and get out as well, so we didn't have to face another over of Starc bowling bounces at him.
Lyon's previous wicket makes him the equal highest wicket taker of the calendar year. He joins Rabada, who skied the ball to give him his 47th wicket of 2022. The moment, though, is with Starc. He's in and he bowls to Nortje, who tried to jump out of the way, took a swipe on the way through. It rolls to mid-on. They have one. I've never seen 2 batters less reluctant. Nortje was having none of going back for a second. He's left Ngidi to face the music. Cummins did the fielding. There was 2 there.
Well, I mean, it's number 10 and 11, isn't it? So
yeah.
You have a bit of sympathy for them. Wasn't great running between the wickets.
No, it really wasn't. Nortje didn't want to go back and see much more of Starc, I don't think. What's Ngidi doing?
Oh, I think he's asking for an arm guard.
Oh, yeah, fair enough too. Might have thought of that before he went out there.
You didn't expect to be facing the... He had 3 balls of Nathan Lyon to negotiate. I think he thought that'd be enough for him.
Yeah, so Nortje's come out with the huge rib padding and the arm guard, and then he's taken the single and refused to go back for a second.
My firm belief, numbers 9, 10, 11 should always wear chest pad and arm guard.
Yeah.
Because if they're your worst batters,
yeah,
they're the ones most likely to struggle against the short ball.
Yeah.
And you need them to bowl.
So he's been handed, well, he had the option of both, and He's just gone for the arm guard. So it's sort of, all of this conspires together to have you question that they have no Test cricket craft.
Oh, I mean, it was epitomised by Bavuma turning blind. I mean, that is something you say to, you know, in under 13s. So, and you tell them why, because you can't then see the ball and kind of then look at your partner as well, and that's what happened. Bavuma got caught and he ended up ball watching and not looking at his partner.
Stark to finish it. He's in and he bowls to Ngidi. It's a bouncer. Ngidi did well to get underneath it. He's a big lad. He was a bit off balance as he did so, but he safely negotiates it.
I said this before. You know you're not playing the last test. You can bowl these knowing that there's none coming back at you.
There is no retribution to be had. This session is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. It has seen the score go from 4 for 120 to 9 for 178. Australia searching for this one last wicket. Mitch Stark with the opportunity. He bowls to Ngidi, who ducks the next bouncer. So that's 2 short ones. I can sniff a swinging Yorker in the breeze.
I reckon you bowl one at middle stump here and you're probably over 50% chance of getting a wicket.
So that's the setup. That didn't get up that high either, and he only just got underneath it as we look at the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Mitch Stark has softened him up. Now to apply the finisher. He bowls to Ngidi. Went the swinging Yorker and hit him on the boot. They're up and asking. It's down leg, I think, is the conclusion.
He just didn't get it on middle stump, did he?
It was so set up for that.
Just sliding down leg.
Yep.
He nearly fell over that, Ngidi.
Yeah, it was just swinging down leg. It's as ungainly as it could be. Tail end batting is either just so entertaining or a bit comical, and this is in the...
Well, it's the last ball. I think he has to go for the stumps. Don't waste a short ball. Just see if you can knock them over. Get another wicket next to your name.
Stark bowls. Yorker. Ngidi strokes it away past the stumps for 4. Glorious on drive. Well done him. A well-earned boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. 9 for 182. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
It's Australia's first 10-year warranty with 10 years capped price servicing. Mitsubishi 1010. You can count on it. Exclusions and conditions, including Mitsubishi servicing, apply. See your Mitsubishi dealer for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro. Here's a sustainability tip for your sporting club. Replace plastic with bamboo cutlery in the canteen and provide soft plastic recycling resources. Red Energy, owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy. This session for Lawn Hub Fertiliser, 9 for 182. From the Warren stand in. Nathan Lyon probing for the final wickets. Unrick Norkia has the strike. Lyon bowls to him, reverse sweeps. It's Bond who's there at short third man. He does the fielding.
It was a lovely shot.
It was.
As was that straight drive. I feel bad. I doubted him, Ngidi, and he played a perfect straight drive for 4.
Lyon bowls. Norkia dances down the pitch, whacks it out into the deep. It bounces short of Stark. So they'll take a single. Sharp throw in too. Ngidi had to take evasive action to avoid Stark again, this time from the field.
Yeah, I don't think they're making it through this over.
9 for 183. So it would be significant if Lyon can get the last wicket. Ngidi faces up to him. Lyon bowls. Ngidi drives. Cummins, it just clears him at mid-off. It pitches and runs toward the rope. Cummins has a little glance over his shoulder. They are coming through for 2. Ngidi goes to 6. It's 9 for 185.
Just trying to work out what that conversation would have been like mid-pitch between the two batters after that last over.
Yes. And Giddy has the strike. Lyon is after him. He swings across the line. It falls harmlessly to the offside. Head collects.
Trying to get out.
Yeah. 6 or out, you thinking?
Might knock one up to mid-on.
Long on's pushed back, deep square. Lyon bowls and Giddy swipes high into the air. He has hit that superbly into the stand for 6 over mid-wickets. A lusty blow. 9 for 191.
You called it, Gerard.
6 are out. What do you reckon? Both in consecutive balls? Down on one knee.
He's hit some lovely shots.
Blasted it. It's a long boundary down to the punt road end. It's where Stark is on patrol. He's moved a little closer to a more traditional mid-wicket position. Lyon bowls and Giddy defends, so Stark's going to get another crack at them. 9 for 191. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Good afternoon. There's been a serious crash in Campbellfield at the intersection of Sydney Road. Cooper Street and Somerton Road is currently closed. Police directing traffic use Pascoval Road or the Hume Freeway. Also a breakdown at the end of the Burnley Tunnel in the left-hand lane there, and another Ring Road Altona bound between Pascoval Road and the Tulla. One lane closed and it's slow going. Buses replace trains on sections of the Cranbourne, Pakenham, Frankston and Stony Point lines from the 4th to the 27th of January. Visit bigbill.vic.gov.au. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. That went 91 metres, that 6 from Ngiddy's bats. 9 for 191, so the 200 threshold is there for South Africa. 1 wicket for Australia. Nortje has the strike. Mitch Stark is in around the wicket at him. He bowls at the stumps. It's defended well. Over the silly mid-off and a run taken to cover. So it's Ngiddy's problem again.
No, I'm having more faith in him this over, Gerard. Underestimated him. He's on 12.
12 from 12. Nortje's on 3. 15-run stand. And T will be pushed back. It has already been pushed back. The extra half hour taken to see if Australia can finish it. Mitch Stark has that in mind as he roars into bowl to Ngiddy. Oh, that's a well-pitched delivery rather than a bouncer, but down and out of the way.
Just an interesting way to duck that ball. He leant forward and just presented the top of his head.
I don't like that.
Nah, it's just want to see Stark put one on the money here and knock those stumps over.
Ring play for Robot Building Supplies. Ngiddy brushes away a fly. Readies himself for the next assault. Stark bowls to him and Ngiddy. He had a little flash, so he got down on one knee to take evasive action and then saw it was there and just had a little nibble to see if he could lift it up over the court, and he missed.
Well, I think he thought it was going to be a short ball and it wasn't. He went to duck the same way with his head forward and then realised it wasn't short enough and tried to hit it.
Crowd 13,684. Stats for Laurenex cleaning, Google Laurenex cleaning today in anticipation of the end of the Boxing Day Test match. Stark bowls and Ngiddy steps away, lifts it into the onside. It lands safely at square. Lyon trots in from the deep. They take a single and Ngiddy is 13. It's 9 for 193.
Not sure how to describe that shot. It's kind of angled in towards his hip. Maybe a touch higher. And he didn't really know what to do, so he just kind of slapped it, didn't he?
It sort of popped up off the shoulder somewhere.
Prospect slap.
Ballooned over the short leg. Nortje's turn to deal with Stark. Full head of steam. Stark bowls, a bouncer. Nortje topples over as he takes a little swing at it. So he's on his backside on the popping crease. Carey with ball in hand sends it around the field. There is a leg slip in place in Dave Warner. One becoming the over. He just got down underneath that knocker. In fact, he nearly knocked his stumps over with his bat, hanging up over the bails.
It was the duck pull.
Last ball of Stark's over. Striving for this last wicket. Nortje faces up. Stark bowls at the body. It's fended up over the top. And down under the side screen for 4. And any which way. Evasive action, get it up over a boundary. 9 for 197. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
The Australian Master of the Amateurs Championship is in its 26th year at the prestigious Southern Golf Club in the heart of the world-famous Melbourne Sandbelt. See the best male and female golfers from around the world as they compete for their green jackets. Past winners and players include Jason Day, Cameron Smith and more. The Southern Golf Club, January 3rd to 6th. Free entry, no ropes, and you can walk with the players. Check masteroftheamateurs.com.au. Presented by Callaway.
9 for 197. There's a little bit of mirth amid the fear in the middle. Nortje got that ball off the shoulder of the bat. A ball that was spearing in at his head, and somehow or other the ball hit the bat. Lyon to Ngidi, who's forward defending very competently.
Well, they've put a deep mid-wicket in now, just enticing him just to try and hit one again for 6. Any kind of miss hit will be out.
3 in the deep on the leg side. Lyon bowls, Ngidi goes, didn't get all of it. It's going to land between long on and mid-wicket and run away for 4. Lovely hitting. Big frame right through the ball. The 200 up for South Africa. It's been a bogey number for them for their last 4 test matches. But at least they salvaged something at the ends. And this has become jaunty last wicket hitting. Ngidi 17 from 17.
The South African flag's flying for a change.
Bharat, welcome back. Lyon over the wicket, bowls. Ngidi swings into the deep, but lands safely. Stark converges from square. They'll only get 1. 9 for 202.
I'm not sure whether Lungi Ngidi will play in Sydney. He's making the most of his time here, having some fun.
Stark, Head and Harris all set themselves in the deep. What will Nortje's approach to Lyon be? He's going to reverse sweep, Boland again on the spot. Gets around and does the fielding at short third man.
Yeah, I think that's his option. With the 3 out on the leg side boundary, that's a big boundary. It's probably safer to play that shot.
He looks like he's good at it too. Lyon bowls, Nortje jumps down the pitch. He smothers the spin. It rolls away to Khawaja in close on the leg side. No, Carey's never got a stumping in Test cricket. That's in the frame.
He's got a Test 100 now, Gerard, maybe. Stumping's coming as well.
Something new on the way out. Lyon bowls, Nortje's reverse sweeping again, but he's picked out Boland every time he's done it. And still the wait goes on. 9 for 202. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Find the find of all finds and save at Savers during their one-day sale. Save 50% off all clothing. Today only at Savers. Hurry, sale ends 9 p.m.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Catch all the action this summer with Big Screen Video. Their innovative LED screen solutions have been captivating audiences in stadiums, shopping centres, pubs, clubs and airports across Australia for over 10 years. Visit bigscreenvideo.com.au to see how BSV can bring your space to life.
The tea break has been pushed back for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. I like this piece of captaincy from Pat Cummins. There's a real element of danger in the way that these batters are handling Stark. So he's gone to Steve Smith. at the members' end. So spin from both ends to see if they can finish it off. And Nortje and Ngidi, there's some sort of free hitting, but it takes that uncomfortable element of danger out of it. I applaud Pat Cummins for that. Smith bowls and Ngidi drives along the ground to long off and takes a single. 19 for Ngidi, 9 for 203.
I think this only works if the South African batters play their part and take it on as well. Yeah. If they start playing properly, well then
you're straight back to the
straight
pace.
Back to, yeah.
But if you're going to swing at everything in the spirit of it, and either smack boundaries or hole out.
Trying to get him to hit one over mid-on and get another top edge.
Steve Smith bowls to Nortje, who plays back on the stumps. Almost straight to first slip, where Warner tumbles over, not able to grasp it.
Tell you what, since he's 200 not out, Gerard, he's dropped more catches than made runs.
Yeah, he's faced one ball, got out, and dropped 2 catches.
It's a leveller, this game.
Reverse sweep past Warner on the dive by Nortje. Chance for a run out. No, Nortje stop. Oh, jeepers. The throws hit Marnus in close. It is comical. Head through it full force. I don't know what Marnus was watching, but suddenly the ball clattered into him. Tail end batting is the most entertaining genre in the game. Smith bowls and Ngidi, well, he defends. Just runs the ball to head at short third man. No run.
If this doesn't work out, Chris, I would just throw the ball to Scott Boland. This is the MCG.
Nick one of them off. Don't worry about bouncing them. Smith to Ngidi. Full ball, got him, bowled him. The deed finished by Steve Smith. Australia inflict an MCG thrashing on South Africa. And for the first time in 17 years on these shores, they win a series against the South Africans. Australia compelling through the 2 test matches. They win by an innings and 182 runs in the Boxing Day tests. And Steve Smith takes the test wicket at the end. Dave Warner's celebratory test finishes in the best possible way. Milestones galore for the Australians, but they now are the holders of the unnamed trophy between these 2 teams. Chris Rogers.
Well, just such a dominant performance by Australia. Winning the toss, they put South Africa in. There was a few question marks about that decision, but you know, they bowled so well on day one to restrict South Africa to 189, and then in return, on the back of an incredible innings by Davey Warner in his 100th test match to make 200, declaring at 8 wickets down for 575, and from there they were always going to dominate this game, and duly did so with another excellent bowling performance. And South Africa, they'll be disappointed. They would have come to these shores with hopes that their bowling attack could have held them against the Australian team, but they've just been easily outplayed throughout this test series.
Bowled out in 68.5 overs, Bharat for 204.
Yeah, just not good enough as a batting lineup. To be bowled out twice so cheaply on this pitch, and even today we saw when Bavuma was batting, there are no demons on this pitch. They had their say about what they got at the Gabba. They could have no complaints about this, just low quality, mediocre test batting. Some of the shots that they got out to, the run outs, all of it added to it, and I don't think South Africa would have ever expected their wonderful run in Australia to come to an end in this fashion.
Yeah, I think Dean Elgar spoke that you couldn't judge your batting lineup on the Gabba, but you do judge your batting lineup on this pitch. This was a good test pitch. You know, it was a bit in there for the bowlers, but equally, if you were good enough, you could score runs and score them relatively quickly as well. It wasn't one where you had to, grind it out for long periods of time. So they'll look at this test match and think, well, we're a long way behind. We've got some work to do.
Australia's cricket is just compelling at the moment, and every aspect of it. Maybe the best measure is the 3 direct hit run-outs across the course of the test match.
Yeah, and you can just see that there's there's a togetherness, there's a team shit amongst this side. I mean, that moment when Alex Carey made his debut 100 and Cam Green was the first one to raise his arms. You know, I just think that says a lot about them. They're in this together, and they know that they're building towards something special. The side looks solid in terms of the selections. That they know their roles. And you think that with what's coming up, they're well placed to compete well. The Indian series is going to be, you know, a huge challenge. But the Ashes too, that's going to be exciting.
And this also more or less confirms their place in the World Test Championship final. Gerard, it's not 100% yet. They would want to win in Sydney. They have more than one leg in that final.
And deservedly so. They've played really, really good cricket. The 3 run-outs that you talk about, Gerard, that doesn't happen by chance. You know, you do all the work behind the scenes. You practice it. You're not just doing your batting and your bowling. You're doing those things for those one moments, you know. And if you look at we're probably quite critical of South Africa's professionalism at times with their running between their wickets, even some of the fielding. But Australia, that's been outstanding.
I think we might be about to hear from Mitch Starc with Kath Loughnan. Should be on the stump cam, I reckon, Serge.
And to adapt, and I think our team prides ourselves on that over the last sort of 18 to 24 months. So, yeah, another really good week for us.
You won a lot of respect with how you push through the pain with that finger. How is it feeling right now? It's looking pretty gruesome at times.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest thing, but it was good enough. It's a test match, so especially with Greeny going down, his is a bit worse than mine, but I think he'll come back a bit quicker than me. So, but no, it's a test match. I didn't want to leave the boys one down. So it was nice to get through and contribute and play a role, which was nice.
Were you surprised by how well you bowled in the second innings, considering?
I wasn't overly sure what I could do. There's a bit of planning in the nets to see what was capable. That first over the second innings, Paddy was at mid-off and came over mid-over, and so that went a bit better than I expected, and I think that was 2 of us. So, no, it was just nice to play a role and be able to contribute. So I think I'll be off my feet for a few, out of action for a few weeks, but nice to, I guess, finish that way this week.
Yeah, well, you'll enter rehab with your wife now. That's nice. You can do it at the same time. But how long are you expecting to miss now?
Not sure. I have another scan when I get to Sydney to see just what the issue. Well, just see what the damage is, and talk to a specialist there. But obviously we've got that Indian tour coming up, so that's the one to try and get back for, and I'll know more next week.
What about David Warner, 200 in his 100th Test match? Where do you rank it amongst Test knocks you've witnessed?
He's the first bloke to get 200 and then get out first ball when he went out the bat, I think. But no, unbelievable. I think to go through probably a bit of outside noise that he's copped the last few weeks, and then to deliver like that in his 100th Test, Boxing Day, in the fashion that he did, that's his true character, the way he's gone about his cricket, and full respect to him and a credit to the way he's gone about it. So himself, along with obviously Alex Carey in his first Test match 100, really set the game up for us. Obviously winning the toss and bowling was a nice little start to avoid that 38-degree day, but our batters did an unbelievable job, particularly Davey and Kez there. Obviously Steve as well, with a nice partnership, but to get nearly 600 runs and really put them under the pressure, and then give us bowlers an extra night off to do the job was fantastic. So for Davey and Kez, particularly Davey in his 100th, was incredible.
That's Mitch Starc there with Kath Loughnan. Alex Carey is with Dwayne Russell and Simon Katich. Dwayne.
Thanks, Gerard. Alex Carey is with Simon Katich and I. Firstly, Alex, congratulations personally. Everyone's followed your story. Everyone in sport in Australia has followed your story. It's a beautiful story to watch it unfold, and to see it unfold in that way yesterday, congratulations. And you've had 24 hours to think about it. How does it feel now the dust has settled?
Thanks, Dwayne. Ultra exciting now we've won. I think that's the ultimate in playing sport, is to go out and try to win, and win a series against South Africa was all that was on my mind this morning. And to do that after, I think it's a long time, is great reward for the group. And personally as well, I guess you always go out to try to contribute to a team win, and I was lucky enough to do that this game.
Alex, it was a magnificent 100. Now, tell us a little bit about your relationship with Cameron Green, because it looked like he celebrated before you celebrated yesterday.
Yeah, it was... I watched it again last night, and we actually sat down as a group and we showed the vision after the day's play for him to, I guess, show that emotion in a, in an individual moment. Just shows what a guy he is. In a team sport, we celebrate each other's success, and I wouldn't want anyone else out there in that time. So to be with him, to see him walk up the race when I wasn't expecting him to, put on a brave face, helped me get to, that special moment, and he's gone to get the finger fixed today. So it's obviously, pretty uncomfortable, and really proud of his efforts. It's a courageous effort, again, with Starkey as well. There's lots of stories out of this match which made the win even better, but to see his emotion, puts a big smile on my face, and got a great relationship with him.
And your own efforts, obviously your timing yesterday was sublime, your balance was beautiful. Can you run us through the thoughts going through your mind when you got near the milestone?
Yeah, I think probably the innings started with Gaz, and, when you're with a tail ender, I'll call him that, you are looking to, be positive and have most of the strike. So that sort of got my innings going. And then, like I mentioned, Greenie to walk up the race, it was sort of, what are we doing? Am I looking after that finger or not? And he said, nah, just bat. So I was able to continue that momentum. But, I was trying not to look at the scoreboard. I got to 93 when I had my first look, and I was like, oh, that's what I got out in Karachi. So let's navigate through a little bit more smarter than that innings. But the nerves were there. I was speaking to my wife last night. She said, geez, it took way too long. I was getting too nervous. She probably put down a few beers as well in that time. And then the drinks break came. So was able to get through it, yeah.
You talk about beers. Were there a few flowing in Loxton last night in South Australia?
I'm not sure, yeah. Obviously, they're going through a pretty tough time too with the flooding. So, my brother's been up there for Christmas. Mum and Dad are down south, and they were watching as well. So, I've got lots of people sort of to thank it, to help me get to this moment. Family, friends, a lot of players along the way. This moment doesn't come just individually. So lots of people to thank. And like I said, just to cap it off with a win today is even specialer.
We're all just bathing in your glow because I know how excited you are. But there is a series win that was secured today, and that's a pretty big moment as well for the group.
Certainly is. We knew this was going to be a tough series coming into it. We know that both bowling attacks were going to be out and out quick, and the way that Davey came out in his milestone match to put on a brave face when obviously there's some discomfort there in the heat. Smudge just did his thing and got to his average at 80. For those guys to take it deep into that innings allowed myself and Travis to come out and continue to score. And I think on the radio on the way in, it's about 17 years since we beat South Africa on home soil. So it means a lot to the group. This win means a lot as well. We did it under a little bit of duress. And the group, the last 12 months have just been fantastic in going about their business, playing the way that individuals play their best, and just, being back to go out and do that. So it's been a lot of fun. It was a great series win, and I'm proud of the lads, and I know the group will celebrate tonight. Even better to hear you listening to the radio on the way into the ground, so that's encouraging for all of us. Congratulations again. I know there's about 10 other people in the queue to have a chat to you, so thanks for joining us. Thanks, guys. Cheers. Alex Carey joining us.
Vic Dwayne downstairs with Simon Katich. They're setting up for the presentation, so in a few moments' time, I'm sure Dave Warner will be awarded the man of the match, the player of the match, thanks to Bing Lee. We can do our own work on that front as well. And, yes, Australia's victory. It was a curious test in Brisbane, but it was a proper thumping here at the MCG. Let's join Shikua.
They win the series for the first time against South Africa in 17 years on home soil in convincing fashion as well. Welcome along to the post-match presentation of the NRMA Insurance Test match here in Melbourne. NRMA Insurance are proud to sponsor the men's Test match series between Australia and South Africa, and would like to recognise the player of the match for the Boxing Day Test will receive the Muller Medal, named in honour of Indigenous cricketer Johnny Muller. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Shane Bellingham, a descendant of one of the first 11 all-Aboriginal cricket team of 1868, to present the medal to this year's winner, who is David Warner.
enjoying talking.
You do. Can't get away that easily. A fine medal there. At 200 in your 100th Test match. Couldn't have written the script any better when you think of the context and the circumstances.
Yeah, look, obviously phenomenal achievement by the boys here to get the series win here at Boxing Day, and put a bit of entertainment out here for the crowd, and we're really appreciative of how many people turned out. We know how hot it is, and it was just a fantastic performance. You obviously saw some courageous stuff there from Cameron Green and Mitchell Stark, and obviously a maiden Test 100 by Alex Carey as well, which were phenomenal. A lot of special moments dotted in there, but yourself, your parents said it was the greatest innings they've seen you play. What do you think? Yeah, look, for my dad, probably, he never usually comes to the games, but obviously, it's one of those ones that's definitely up there now. Special occasion, 100th Test match in front of a pretty packed house here at MCG, and what a place to turn it on. A lot of talk about the lack of runs. At any stage, did you doubt your ability to be able to produce a knot like this? No, never. For me, as I've always said, before in the media, it's all about coming out here and putting 100% in. I train my backside off in the nets all the time, and as I said to you the other day, it's one of those things that you just want to probably try and get out in the nets a little bit to get you going. But I always knew I've always got that in me to go out there and perform on the big stage, and I was fortunate enough to come out here and do it this Boxing Day series. Have you given any thought to the fact that this might be your last Boxing Day Test? Yeah, look, you never know. But look, I've obviously committed to playing next year's World Cup. If I'm still feeling as fit as I can, I'll keep going as long as I can. And if I get that tap on the shoulder, then I'm going to have to go. Well, congratulations once again on what was a phenomenal performance, and all the best when you head home to Sydney. Thanks, Ace. Davey Warner, outstanding knock of 200 in his 100th Test match. As I welcome up now the South African captain, Dean Elgar. Dean, obviously disappointment and the manner of the defeat. How disappointing is it for you? How hard is it to take?
Yeah, it's not easy at the moment. I must say it's a bit of a hammering that. But yeah, we haven't been up to speed with regards to the kind of intensity of play that Test cricket kind of deserves. Yeah, so we've got a lot of... we've got to do a lot of reflection going forward again. But yeah, I thought we were good in periods, so there are a few positives out of that, but they're not a lot. That elusive number of 200 that you can't seem to creep over. There was a stage in the first innings where we thought you might get past it, but what are you putting your finger on when it comes to your batting? Call a spade a spade. I think the inexperience is killing us a little bit, especially with the bat in hand. Yeah, you got to hit reality on the head as well. We obviously lost a lot of batters the last few years, and yeah, I think that's got a role to play. But in saying that, there's opportunities for guys to come in and really play and make spots their own, and unfortunately, that inexperience at this level is really hurting us at the moment. With the bowling, we saw some fire there from Unrik Nortje, some great spells from Janssen, maybe a little bit of inconsistency from the rest of the group. But what do you look at when it comes to the Sydney Test, which is just around the corner? A lot to play for, a lot of pride. South African nation, we still got a lot to play for. 2-1 still sounds a lot better than 3-0, I can tell you that. But yeah, in saying that, we haven't been up to speed the first two tests, and we've got to hit the nail on the head and call a spade, as I say, and got to move on very quickly. The 4th of Jan's around the corner, so we need to really shake this off again and move on. All the best in trying to turn things around. Thank you, Sean. Dean Elgar, the South African captain, and now time to welcome up the winning captain, Pat Cummins. Pat, you've won the Test, you've won the series. How does that rate in terms of Test wins in a Boxing Day Test? Oh, it's right up there. Yeah, South Africa had some wonderful contests over the years, but I think we've won a series in 20 years or something here on home soil, so that's really sweet, and super proud of how we kind of gutsed it out at times and how well the boys played. You mentioned the guts, plenty of determination, injuries, illness, battled through, and would have done a lot of former Australian cricketers proud. I hope so. I thought the way the two veterans of our side, Davey Warner and Steve Smith, batted in the heat was as gutsy a cricket as you're ever going to get. And then for Starkey to come out with a pretty big injury to come and bowl like he did, Greeny to put his injured and in pain as well, to go out there and bat like he did to set up the game for us. Just really, really proud of this team. Not often you get a 5 for and a 50 and you're not the player of the match. David Warner, though, how outstanding was that performance?
Yeah, Greeny's had a pretty good week, so I wouldn't worry too much about him. Davey, we've seen it so often. He's just, back against the wall and comes out and plays like he does. And, I think you just saw from ball one his energy. That's what he's done against attacks for 10, 12 years. And to do it in his 100th test, couldn't write a better story.
Alex Carey quite often flies under the radar. Can you just talk us through what that moment meant to him and all the hard yards he puts in behind the scenes to produce like that?
Yeah, Care's one of our favourites. He's been, awesome for us in white ball cricket for quite a few years, and he's really cemented his place in this team over the last, 2 years since he debuted, just over a year ago. And yeah, to get the monkey off the back to get 100 was awesome. MCG, I think Rod Marsh was the only Aussie keeper to get a century, so he's in good company, and fantastic player and fantastic innings.
Now we know about Mitch Starc and Cam Green. We saw maybe a niggle to Nathan Lyon. Is he okay and good to go for the Sydney Test?
He's good to go, yeah. Just winded himself going for the big hanger.
Okay, and have you had any thoughts around who you might include for that next match?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. Nothing confirmed yet, so we'll work through that. Obviously got 4 or 5 days, so probably bring in a few new squad members. I think Stark and Greeny will both miss Sydney.
And Pat, just lastly, honouring the great Shane Warne in this Test match. What did it mean to you and this team to put out a performance like this?
Oh, great. Boxing Day is always a huge event, and this year even more special, celebrating Warnies. So, hopefully we did, a lot of Aussies proud. Big win, so many great performances from the team. So hopefully he's watching somewhere proud.
Cheers, Pat. Appreciate you speaking to us. And all the best in the final Test match in Sydney, which is next week.
So that's the presentation with Isha Gui, hearing from both captains and the mullet medalist, Dave Warner. Dean Elgar made no effort to disguise anything this time around. Bit of a hammering, not up to the intensity of Test cricket. Inexperience is killing us in our batting, and they've got to find something to play for in terms of pride in Sydney.
But as I understand, the reason they selected these players was a little bit for their experience, that they're older players who have been around for a long time. Yes, they don't have maybe the international experience, but that's, whether they were coming from. So I don't know where do they go to, because there's probably not many players who do have experience. I mean, Markram was one that we're curious about, and Keegan Peterson was a bit of a loss because he's been playing a fair bit for in recent times, but I'm not exactly sure where they pluck experience from.
And it's come at a pivotal time in South African cricket right now. The SA T20 League starts literally 2 days after this series is over, and that's being looked at as the vehicle for South African cricket forward, the one that will fund everything else around it. How many of those players will want to sign up and play Test cricket in the long term going ahead? And how many of these guys will want to stick with the team, which has been really below par, as Dean Elgar said. They have a lot to play for, but Dean Elgar in particular, what lies ahead for him? His future is on the line as well. I think after a performance like this, to lose a proud record like the one that they had in Australia in this fashion cannot stand well for the captain.
And he did talk about South African pride. I played with a lot of South Africans in county cricket, and they have a huge pride for their national side. So you'd still expect that there's a strong desire to not run off and take the riches, but to want to play for South Africa. I spoke about just then about experience. They probably don't have players to pick who have experience. So they're going to have to find the players, invest in them somehow, and ride a bit of a wave with them that might be a bit challenging for a while.
Bharat, thank you. See you in Sydney. We'll bring Simon Katich and Jonty Rhodes in for their final thoughts. You stay with me, Buck. It's just a word here on Usman Khawaja, who is out. He is walking the length of the field around the fence to sign every autograph and to take every photo with the kids who have been here and hanging over the fence. He's made his way past the sight screen in the Warne stand. Alex Carey's doing an interview here. Travis Head, I reckon, has been brought across to do the Channel 7 interview. So Usman Khawaja is doing he's doing the fan engagement, as it were. It's a great sight to see. Good on him. Good on him for doing it.
Yep. Just to also, I've been very complimentary, but another special mention to Matt Page and the ground staff. I thought it was an excellent MC pitch, and they've had their challenges over the years, but you can't fault that.
The game scores: South Africa 189, Australia 8 declared for 575. South Africa all out for 204, 68.5 overs. The call of the card: Elgar caught Carey, bowled Cummins for naught. Arvea, LBW Stark for 21. De Bruyn caught Stark, bowled Boland for 28. Zondo run out the direct hit of head for 1. Verena, LBW Boland for 33. Janssen, LBW, Lyon for 5. Maharaj run out Stark's direct hit for 13. Bavuma caught Harris, bowled Lyon for 65. Rabada caught Cummins, bowled Lyon for 3. And Ngidi bowled Smith for 19. Nokia was not out on 8. The fall of wicket for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil. 1 for none, 2 for 47, 3 for 57, 4 for 65, then 5 for 128, 6 for 144, 7 for 174, 8 for 176, 9 for 177, and then some good fun at the end, all out 204. Jonty, Rhodes, Simon, Katich, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Gerard.
Yeah. How will you reflect, Simon, on the Boxing Day test of 2022?
Well, I mean, it promised to be a heavyweight series, but it turned out to be a bit of a fizzer, really. And I think Australia deserve a lot of credit for that. The way that they played, particularly with the ball, they've been ruthless right throughout the series. But also they were ruthless with the bat here, you know, scoring nearly 600 runs in that first innings. And in the end, they just completely overpowered South Africa.
And Jonty?
Overpowered, correct. We as I'm saying, I keep saying we South African players come to Australia. Playing against Australia it brings out the best in you. It really should, and it's almost how we gauge our careers as South African players, regardless of, in fact, disregarding your stats over your entire career. How did you perform against Australia? One, and secondly, how did you perform against Australia in Australia? Because that is a very different performance altogether. And I think from a point of view where South Africa arrived here, knowing that we were slightly undercooked with regards to the batting, we were very honest about that. There was concerns. But for me, the biggest thing that we've been shown up is our bowling, because we don't bowl as a unit. We've got great individual bowlers, but Australia showed, and it wasn't just the fact that Mitchell Starc bowled with a broken, not a disjointed finger or a broken finger. The way that he bowled, knowing that if he didn't bowl, there was only 3 bowlers, and maybe Marnus or Steve Smith. But I think from that perspective, where you look at overs where Australia didn't just take wickets. If they weren't taking wickets, they were building pressure. And the wickets did come, they came in clumps. And South Africa never had that. We had, Nortje yesterday, he had a good spurt where he picked up 2, he's on a hat-trick, and then nothing in between, because no pressure from the other side. So nobody backing him up after his incredible bowling. So I think from a point of view where batting was disappointing, but we didn't expect a great deal, the bowling, we've been shown up big time by the Australian unit.
So the Australian bowling figures in that innings: Mitch Starc, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. Pat Cummins, 16 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 20. Scott Boland, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 49. Nathan Lyon, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 58. And Steve Smith, 2.5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. And just, I know you won't be with us, Simon, in Sydney. So just where this Australian team finds itself right now, which is the continuation of our conversation from before play today. They have pretty well ruthlessly finished that off. The series as 1. Sydney's really interesting now as they set up for the big missions in 2023.
Yeah, they're in a great place at the moment, both individually and collectively as a unit. I think the thing that stands out is that you're seeing a lot of improvement across the board throughout all the 11 players, and even the guys that are coming in for a test here and there. So I think they'd be very happy. Andrew McDonald's done a great job in terms of how this environment looks and how they're playing for each other. And I think Jonty summed it up perfectly before. Australia hunted as a pack, and they had import from all 11 players or even more players throughout the whole summer with the white guys that came in like Nisa and these guys. But ultimately, South Africa was left to too few with both bat and ball. And we all know in Test cricket, it's all about partnerships and having, a strong collective. And that's where Australia now, they've got great challenges in front of them. Time will tell how they play out with India and England, but they couldn't be in a better place for those challenges, both technically and mentally. And now it's a matter of, do they have that hunger, which it looks like they do, to be able to scale those mountains that are in front of them?
Sure, 100%. I mean, you sit here as an ex-player and you just have nothing but respect for the way that they played. Everyone spoke about David Warner and his innings, but someone like a Cameron Green who came back and batted and supported Alex Carey for his 100. There was just such incredible teamwork in every aspect of it. Mohanis Labuschagne diving in the outfield, getting run-outs, taking great catches. There was just nothing. In a test match, you can't win half a session. So I think South Africa occasionally won half a session, but never a full session. Australia were always in the game, and it felt like they were 1 over away from turning things around. Even if South Africa managed to get a partnership together, Australia never for once took their foot off the pedal, never released or relaxed that pressure at all. And that is a sign of a championship side. It really is. And sure, my hat's off to them. Pat Cummins, the way that he marshalled, I was felt quite excited when he said, please, you guys have a bat first on day one. I thought, okay, there's an opportunity for us. We've been inserted at the Gabba on a tough wicket, and here it looked like a good surface, which it was. Buck, you 100% right. It was a great test surface. Good to see Nathan Lyon getting a bit of turn and bounce on day 4. So South Africa, we've blamed the surface in our last 8 test innings that haven't gone beyond 200. We got beyond 200 today thanks to Ngidi and Norkia reverse sweeping and slog sweeping their way from 180 odd to 204. So a lot of things that South Africa have not done right, and and sadly it's not just this tour. It's been a long build up, and now we have to maybe answer some very uncomfortable questions going forward.
So Green and Stark are out. Simon, what would you do with your team in Sydney?
Well, I'd certainly have a look at Morris, because I think with what's coming up, particularly in India, where the threat of reverse swing and doing it at airspeed, I think he's got something to offer. And I think Sydney's a great place to find out about that, because I think, as the forecast suggests, it has been warm in the last month or so there. And the square, from what I saw recently, having been there just before a Shield match, it was very, very dry. So Sydney, historically, it does deteriorate when it's dry, and reverse swing comes into the game, and variable bounce comes into the game. So I think at 150 Ks, if he's got that in him on debut, then I think he's worth having a look at. The hard one is Cameron Green. I mean, there's no real like for like in my mind other than Aaron Hardy, who had a fantastic summer for WA last year. Probably hasn't done as well this year in the Shield for WA, but is a good young prospect with both bat and ball. But I don't see that happening at the SCG, particularly if they're looking ahead to India, which I think they will be. I mean, I think Australia probably could go in and play 10 men at the moment, the way they're playing, and that's no disrespect to South Africa. I think they're just that confident. Alex Carey's good enough to bat at 6. So that for me, the person that comes in at 7, is I don't think Cummins will bat at 7. I think it'll probably be Agar. Whether I think that's the right move, look, I know he's only got 1 wicket in the Shield season for WA at 105. Does that warrant a selection? Probably not. But is he the right fit, as in the skill set for what they're looking at for India? That's probably more of the question that I think they'll be looking at, and he probably gets the nod. I'm not saying it's the right decision, but I think from a balance perspective, if they're going to bring the spinner in, Todd Murphy from Victoria, from all reports, is very, very good, and as the numbers on the board, Buck will probably back that up. But do they want to play 2 right-arm off-spinners? I don't think so, but yeah, I'm guessing with all this, to be honest.
At time for our plus performance of the day.
That's a plus for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Which run out should we go, Jonty? Should we go Travis Head with his lawn bowls, or Mitch Stark with his throwdown from one end to the other?
I loved the Mitch Stark because it was a complete team effort. I mean, it was Mohanis Labuschagne running all the way to the boundary, slide, pick up, turn, threw it straight away to Mitch Stark. The fact that Mitch Stark caught it cleanly with a broken finger and had the, presence of mind to throw it back to the keeper, it's just for me, it was a great team effort. So, yeah, I don't think Travis Head would claim the ball almost didn't get to the stumps. I think because Zondo had given up halfway down the wicket.
That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians, run only to benefit its members. Search Compare Host Plus today, and Dave Warner is the player of the match for Binglee. Simon, good luck in South Africa.
Thank you, Gerard.
In the new T20 competition, we will follow your endeavours.
Thank you.
Chris Rogers, thank you for being part of your home tests.
Pleasure.
Jonty Rhodes will see you in Sydney.
Wonderful. Can't wait.
Australia have won the series 2-0 victory at the MCG by an innings and 182 runs. This has been SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Dark can sense he might be a chance here, though, to Elgar, who faces and half tries to cover quick run. And a shot at the stumps. Labuschagne hit the stumps and he thinks he's got him. Line in, dancing down the wicket this time, and it's long and it's almost. So, firstly, Jansen brings up 50. South Africa 5 for 163.
Green bowls. Rabada plays on. Green's got 4. He's the destroyer. Rabada laments. He didn't last the over. Green over the wicket to him. Bowled it. Green's got his first 5 in his blossoming Test career. He's the $6 million man bowling like that on Boxing Day. And the tourists are all out for 189.
Bharat to Warner. Pushes it through cover, and there's the 50. And you do sense he might be halfway there to something big this afternoon. Warner on strike. Pulls down towards the boundary, and he gets it there all the way to the rope. Dave Warner salutes, celebrates. He's up there with Australia's all-time greats. Smith on strike, and he cuts it and gets it all the way to the boundary stylishly. But that brings up his half-century, Steve Smith.
Dave Warner on 196. Ngidi in bowls to him, and Warner, it leapt at him. He got it away through the corner and down for 4. Down to his knees. This is the innings of a champion. A bullet-a-gate double century. He bowls to Carey, who cuts away for 4. Bat raised immediately as it beat cover. It's a maiden Test ton for Alex Carey as he comes back for a 3rd. He's a fully fledged Aussie keeper now. He's called him in. And that play has forced the hand of the Australian captain. The declaration has come. Cummins bowls. Elgar fends down the leg side. Carey low down. They like it. This is all about whether it carry. The crowd has decided. Here it comes. Out. Elgar gone for a duck.
Duck to Evaya, who jams on a Yorker. There's an appeal for leg before. Did he get bat on it first? Or pad? They're having a chat. Yeah. It's got to be out. Evaya is out for 21.
Wrapped on the pads by Boland. They're up and asking, and he's out.
Maharaj on strike, 2 slips and gully in, and he pushes through cover for at least a couple. They'll probably get, I think, about a 3rd. In the middle of the pitch, there's a mix-up. They're caught mid-pitch, down the other end. Oh, out. Unbelievably good fielding again.
Smith to Ngidi. 4 ball, got him, bowled him. The deed finished by Steve Smith. Australia inflict an MCG thrashing on South Africa. And for the first time in 17 years on these shores, they win a series against the South Africans. They win by an innings of 182 runs in the Boxing Day.